I know if you intend to leave the meeting. We have quite a bit of public participation this morning, which is fantastic. We're looking forward to hearing from our public participants this morning. We do have a pretty big meeting ahead of us for the first meeting back, so I have, as I've said to councillors, we will take it slow where we need to and just work our way through things methodically. But yeah, we have some, as we often do, some very important decisions to make today. So now I'd like to call for any apologies. I have one for lateness for the Mayor, and also for Liz Kelly, a bit late. And Councillor Young will need to leave at 2:45, wasn't it? And Councillor Pennant, you don't really need to do an apology if you're going to stay online, it's fine. Hopefully we won't be here still then, but I'm not going to make any statements about whether we will or not, because we've got to make some decisions, so we'll focus on that. So Mā e tautoko, I'm going to move it. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Matthews. So we will now vote. I'm not sure, are they actually online yet?
Just waiting on a vote from Mayor Foster.
Mayor Foster, is he actually online at the moment? He is? He's just saying he is actually online. Mayor Foster, can you do a vote? Are you able to do that? We might just move on and assume that he's not actually at his computer. But kua mana, that is carried. I call on members to declare any conflicts of interest. Are there any conflicts? Carl, so no conflicts. Confirmation of the minutes. So I move the motion that the Pūroro Rangaranga Committee approves the minutes of the committee meeting held on the 2nd of June 2022, having been circulated, and they be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Mā e tautoko. Councillor Paul, thank you. So we'll now vote. Mana, that's carried. There are no items not on the agenda, so we'll move into public participation. And I'd like to begin by welcoming Peter Hooper, who will speak to us now. So welcome, Peter, and you're speaking to us on item 3.2, I think. So you've got 5 minutes, and if there is any time in that time, we'll might have some questions. But over to you now.
My voice okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Kia ora.
Okay, again, a message of gratitude for the opportunity to offer some feedback. Thanks heaps. I really appreciate that. And actually, I'm going to try and be very careful because, regrettably, some of what I'm looking at gives me reason to be concerned, and I want to express that concern respectfully, okay? One of the things I'm concerned about is that these days on the media, they talk about being triggered, you see. You know, you say something and you don't mean any offence, and the person hearing it thinks, my God, I feel awful. I'm not really worried that much about you. I think you'll cope. I am a little bit concerned about tenants. Some people have been to hell and back, and life has been really hard. And what if I say something, or I'm talking about a topic that really is very hurtful, and here I am babbling on, and there they are suffering? I don't really like that very much. So if anyone is in a position of discomfort, I regret that deeply, and I must apologise, okay? Look, my message is simple. The report as it's tabled is nice and stable, but unfortunately, I think too stable. It's saying what we have now is what you've got. My concern is what we have now is rents that are too high, and a way of managing people who are in hardship that I believe the ARL and ARS, I believe the system's not working very well, and I'm worried. But that can be discussed by you and others and what have you. But that's my core position, is that I think things need to be looked at more closely, and I'm worried about genuine hardship. I guess if I talk about this topic of hardship and how people respond, if I talk about men and women, I talk differently. Women tend to, when they experience a sense of failure or difficulty or hardship, they'll pick up the phone and call their friends. Women are good at that. You know, they do network, and I think, well, good on them. Sadly, we men don't behave that way. In fact, I'll stick my neck out. This could be risky. I think if a man behaves just like a woman when he feels down and difficult and trapped, a lot of people won't listen to him. They won't take him seriously. And that's one of the reasons why I think some men take up what I would call extreme positions. Now, this is the scary bit. The most extreme position of men who feel they've lost, that life is too hard, they can't pay the rent, life is disastrous. The stats for suicide with men are worse than women. I'm sorry, but it's a fact, and I'm a bit worried. What I'm talking about really is failure. What are the markers of failure? Well, one of them might be you have a degree and you've been to university, and look at me, I'm a success. Another one is, oh, look at me, I own a house. Well, the population in tenant housing is you don't have that. Well, some of us have got degrees, but you don't have a house. And these days, that's become central as a marker of success. So not having one becomes a marker of, oops, failure. And that can drive people into a state of concern. The report as it's tabled is not talking about the rents are too high, and I think they are. They're not really talking about how their population, their client group, can't pay any increases in rent. It just isn't feasible. And that's partly what worries me. Now, in the past, I've talked about people like Guy Standing and Francis Fukuyama and Michael Sandel, and Fukuyama's got a great book if you want to read one on merit. You know, have you got what you deserve? Have you got what you worked for and earned? And the other question is, if you're in social housing, are you where you are feeling a failure and it's your fault? These are scary questions. So my core message today is, can we please think about the impact of what's on paper, on ink, and let's make the report not a terminus, but let's make the report a starting point and look at what are the issues and how it affects tenants, because the effects are there, and I've gone past my 5 minutes. Sorry. Any questions?
Kia ora, Peter, and we have run out of time for questions, but thank you so much, because you've brought in a really good place of reminding us that it's about people and their well-being. So thank you very much for setting the scene for us there this morning. Really appreciate that. Kia ora.
Well, I'm indebted to you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Kia ora. Now I'd like to welcome Mary Hobbs to speak to us. Mary is speaking to us on behalf of the Wellington Housing Action Coalition, and Mary has 10 minutes because she's representing an organisation. So Mary, I'll hand over to you, and if there is a little bit of time left, there might be some questions. Thank you. You'll need to take yourself off mute. Oh. That's good. I think we can hear you. Hello.
I looked at the Mayor's task report at 3 o'clock this morning. I woke up, so I thought I'd have a look at it. Then I had another look this morning. So it alters what I was going to say originally. I notice, I think you're going to need some legal action to deal with some of the points you want to change, but the Housing Action Coalition thinks that the council should have control of policies in the CHIP so they can have more control over things like rent. Established tenants will have no help with getting IRRS unless 213 Community Services Housing Act is changed. I know you have been trying to put pressure on government, but that specific part of the Act needs to be changed. There will be nothing for the established tenants. If I read the task force report properly, I probably need to look through it a third and a fourth time. The Mayor's task force report notes that about 20% of tenants won't be eligible for IRRS. The tenants who have mobility scooters or want to get them, then they won't fit into their flats. They should be getting some space somewhere else, not just told up, we'll try and find something for you later. The deed of grant, I notice, in order to actually have the deed of grant altered, I understand that you would actually have to have a local members act passed. I discussed this with the former Deputy Mayor Ian McKinnon. I'm not sure if it actually means the whole provision of social housing or whether it means part of the things that were in the upgrade. You mentioned also in the task force, you mentioned older people's housing and that they are not catered for, well, not given particular attention in MSD. There was a horrible article. I say horrible, not because it was a bad article, but because the points it rolled up in the latest North and South, which talks about the horrific situation that older people who are in, who don't have houses, and they're very unlikely to get social housing unless they've got something wrong with them other than old age. And I use that, like Peter, I don't want to offend people, but sometimes I use blunt language to get a point across. So that is all the points I want to make.
Well, thank you very much, Mary. Are there any questions? Councillor Paul.
Kia ora, Mary. I'm just looking at the asks that Warwick emailed through to me on behalf of the Wellington Housing Action Coalition, and it says, 1, as far as possible, the council continue to set policy on setting rents, and 2, that the calculation of eligibility for affordable rent subsidy be changed by removing the accommodation supplement from the calculation of income and or rent, and that the threshold be moved down to 25%. Would you be able to speak to those asks and where those came from and what those mean? Because that would be quite helpful.
Oh, we think that the accommodation supplement should not be included in rent for. After all, it's something you get because you have a need. It's not part of a general income. So we don't think that accommodation supplement should be included in the affordable rent subsidy or the IRRs. And what was the other one, please?
The first one was about the council retaining the rent setting powers. Yeah.
Yes, we believe that councillors should have control of policy so that they can have a lot of input into the rent setting policies. We are concerned that the rent might increase to a very high level if there's not some control on it, and we think it would be best if council had some control over over the policy setting, including the rent.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully we can address those concerns today.
Thank you. Yes, we will have time to ask questions of officers after we've gone through a few other parts of the meeting, but there will be time for us to follow some of those things up. So thank you. I don't think there are any other questions at the moment, Mary, but thank you for raising your concerns and sharing with us today. We really appreciate the time that you take to do that and to look into all of the details, even at 3 o'clock in the morning. I hope that you get some rest today. Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to Debbie Port, who is speaking to us on item 2.3 as well. Thanks, Debbie.
Hi, everyone. Okay, now I've got two requests. As you know, I've been on the task force for social housing. Thank you for letting me do that, be a tenant for Voices. The ARL subsidy, that was my request on the task force. And it says the recommendation says to simplify the formula used to calculate whether somebody qualifies. So for me, remove the accommodation supplement out of the equation, because if you think about it, if work and income were to see this net rent and went off that, we'd all lose the accommodation supplement. So that would make things worse for us. So I think it needs to be income. If you look at that page, it's income in A, and B is rent, the actual rent you ask from us that we take to work and income. So it's B divided by A times 100. That gives you the percentage. If it's below 35%, the answer is no. If it's above 35%, yes. Keep it simple. A lot of tenants are being disadvantaged. My second request is to rebuild Granville on a brand new site. If I said to you, you could be generating between $6 and $7 million a year by rebuilding Granville on a grander scale, on a property just down the road
Oh, no.
that you guys own, compared to 1 point you're currently generating off the existing site, what would you say? And
Well, we'll just have to hope that maybe,
sorry about that. So please rebuild Granville on a brand new site. The fact is those tenants are not happy with you. They'll be presenting a petition on the 1st of September to you. Now, I've got Tam with a copy of my proposal that I put to the task force 17th of June that outlines my proposal, and I think we should commend Bruce for the work he's done and name the new complex the Bruce Hamill Apartments. So that's all I ask, is rebuild Granville on a brand new site. You'll be better off for doing it. Please give back those tenants their sense of community, because they've just had that kicked out of them.
thank you, Debbie. Thanks for your very clear messages there. Are there any questions for Debbie? I think Councillor Fitzsimons.
Thanks, Debbie. Thanks so much for coming. What number Adelaide Road did you say?
559. So just down the road between the skate park and the orchard is a massive site that hardly anyone uses, because I lived in the area, and that is massive, that you could put 400 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. 107 will be existing tenants and 293 would be brand new, full market rent, IRS, and this would look good to Megan Woods. You want to convince her to extend the IRS? This is how you do it, because that's what she's expecting from you guys.
That's great. Thank you.
Oh, we're just trying to work out the number. 55, was it 55?
So it's a 559 is Granville, so
Yep.
it's between the orchard and the skate park. So it's, and I, as I said, you guys own the land, and it hardly gets used. It's like it's wasted land. You could start generating some serious coin off that.
Thanks, Debbie.
Very helpful information there, Debbie, and thank you very much for all of the mahi, all of the work that you've done over the last many months and the time that you've put in to speaking up for the community. We really appreciate that.
Not a problem. Thank you. Cool.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
right. Thank you. We're now on to Brett Rawnsley, who's here in person. So welcome, Brett. And Brett, here you've got 5 minutes, Brett, and the timer will be up there. Thank
It's
you.
working, is it?
It should be. Yes. Thank you.
I wanted to talk about the affordable rent limit and affordable rent subsidy, and I've sort of been writing things, and then at the last minute all sorts of stuff has come to hand and I've had to rewrite it, and last minute things, you know, the mayoral report and the questions and answers for the councillors. But here's what I'm going to point out. Item 117 in the officer's recommendations pointed out that all of the current steps taken to maintain rental affordability be continued. Also proposed as far as possible that these be carried over to the operation of the proposed chip. Don't like that, as far as possible. It's going to be tricky. I want to talk about the ARS. This has been around for zonks, as the mayor will tell you, because he was there in the 1990s. And all the current provisions were there back then, and every 5 years they've been renewed in the Social Housing Policy Review. In fact, it used to be 40%, and in 2005 they put it down to 35%, due, funnily enough, to the rising cost of housing. That's how long ago we were all sensitised to this. Okay, and it's gone on every 5 years, 2000, 2005, 2010, not 2015 or after, because around there, it was all subsumed under the greater issue of what are we going to do about city housing, so to speak. So there was no policy review as such as has occurred in the past. It's sort of been incorporated in the bigger picture, if you understand what I'm trying to describe. It's basically rent over income, as we know, but there has been contention about the inclusion of the accommodation supplement as income. Now, this came up when you were discussing the equitable rent scheme that was discarded as not quite right, and it went back to the officers. And there was comment about the appropriateness. And you may remember Grant Robertson saying it wasn't government policy to do that, and he wanted you to look at it. Now, you didn't actually, because there was no actual review of the policy. Now, I want to stress that. So there was never a final decision about that. I can't find anything in council minutes that represents that. So then lately, we've had the greater promotion of the ARS. We all know about that. 300 and something people were found to be paying over 35%, and they were all written to, and so on and so on. But at the last moment, almost, it's become clear from documentary, first from anecdotal evidence, but now only at the last minute from documentary evidence, that the accommodation supplement is being deducted from the rent. Now, if you look at the sort of calculations that you end up with, a typical tenant, single, was paying 48, adding the supplement to the income, is paying 48% of income in rent. Deducting it from the rent, it went down to 37. And if you dump the accommodation supplement from the equation altogether, it goes up to 59. Now, the point of all that is simply this. It's not quite so simple as it looks. Depending on which bits you have in the computation and how you deal with this and that, figures go up and down. And that means money in and out of people's pockets, just to sum it up loosely. And I don't think it's quite working right. I see I've got 7 seconds left, is that right? So I'll shut up.
Yes, and I think there might be a question if we can squeeze it in.
Any questions?
Councillor Poole, did you want to follow up? a question there.
Well, you're just getting to just at the end of your
Sorry?
just at the end of your speech, you were just getting to the point that I was going to ask about, which was you started talking about why the accommodation supplement shouldn't be factored in, and you gave some examples, but I still, it would be good to hear why the accommodation supplement shouldn't enter into the equation, like really clearly.
You'd like to hear why?
Yes, please.
Well, all right. Give me 2 seconds. Hang on. Somewhere here I have said that it's a non-taxable payment for a start, okay, and depending on what you do with it, figures go up and down that are crucial to what rent you pay. Now, well, that's a given, but what I was going to say was the rent is a matter for the council. It's the council's decision what the rent will be. The accommodation supplement is a matter for the government. They give it to people to help them pay the rent that the council has decided to charge. So I think that there are two separate issues here, and you could argue that the accommodation supplement should not be part of the calculation. Council should make its policy and let the government make theirs. And anyway, the accommodation supplement is up for review, as I think you know. I don't know quite what the purpose of the review is, but we never know until we hear, do we? So does that answer your question?
Thank you, Brett. We will finish there, and there will be, I'm sure, many questions from the elected members from councillors around the accommodation supplement and how that interacts, because it is. I can see why people find it confusing. So I'm sure there will be some questions to really make sure everybody's very clear in how that fits. So thank you very much for coming to talk to us and all of the thinking that you've done around that. But that's the end of your submission. Now we've come to the end of that time.
Thank you.
Yes, saw that. And Rosie, you've arrived bang on time. Awesome. So you can take a breath. Rosie, if you want to come up and join us. And so Rosie's here representing, while she's finding her breath, she's here representing the IRS for All campaign group. And Rosie will have 10 minutes because it's an organisation, and it's really lovely to have you here again sharing with us, and just want to acknowledge all the mahi you've been doing over a period of time now. So over to you, and there might be some questions if there's a little bit of time left in the 10 minutes. And there's a timer just up there. Can you see it up just over there?
You're very flash.
It's actually working, so it's good. But it just helps you kind of know where we're up to. Thank you.
Awesome, kia ora, thank you. So, popungi mai nia koutou kātotoa. So it's Cook Island Language Week. Representing. So, popungi mania means good morning in our language, besides using kia orana. So, popungi mania is your new word today to learn. Okay. So, I just want to give acknowledgement to my fellow IRS team member. So, Mr. Brett behind me, who did his kōrero on the accommodation supplement. So, I just want to give acknowledge to the tenants so far who have given through their submissions so far. I also want to give acknowledgement to our mayoral task force team. Oh, thank you so much to our mayoral task force team. I really enjoyed being part of the conversations with you guys, and thank you for working tirelessly over all the reports and all the conversations we had through emails. So thank you so much to our mayoral task force team. I also want to give acknowledgement to the Social, Cultural and Economic Committee for considering me to come in to present our written submission from the IRS for All team. So what I'll do is I'll just introduce the written submission, just mainly the ask really. There's 5 there. And we could go into questions and answers after that. So the first ask we want to ask our SCE committee is the income-related rents made for all tenants, removal of the market rent structure. Council tenants are the only tenants who pay market rents. Council should remove these given that new CHIP tenants will receive the income-related rent subsidy. So just looking at the other 20% that will not be fit underneath the CHIP. The second ask is increase the eligibility for affordable rent subsidy limit. The accommodation supplement, if any, should not enter the calculation for eligibility for the ARS. So that was something that Brett probably would have spoken to you all about this morning. The third one is council to retain rent-setting powers for all tenants. We still want that if we can look into maybe starting up a partnership or something like that. So I'll go over my kind of idea for each of these points. The fourth one is establish the tenant union and the CHIP board, create a partnership so there is a strong representation of tenant voices on the CHIP trust or the CHIP board. The last one is request the officers bring back a plan to keep Granville tenants and the Barrenpore community together in council housing. So just going back to the 5 asks, I just want to add my kind of flavour to each one, to each point. So IRS for all tenants regarding in point 1, I would like to ask the question to the SCE committee, and maybe you could answer that question either during or in the Q&A process. So my question is to you guys. In my last submission, I talked about council being creative in doing their own form of an IRS. Just wondering if there has been any ideas that came about that idea. This relates to the 20% or so tenants that are not eligible for IRS, ARS, and AS. We would like to see the privatised market rental removed. Currently, the 70% is becoming unaffordable. And saying this, council does have the freedom to create their own form of an IRS, and that can also be used for other councils who do not want to move into a CHIP. So there's always sort of like one council can develop it or the idea, and that can be used for other councils who sort of don't want to go through the CHIP way. I know that you guys are very creative, or the officers in this room are very creative to thinking of something like your form of an IRS. The other part that I wanted to sort of speak about was all these are from my prior submission, from the last submission. So the next one I wanted to point out to, I spoke to council about developing their own build initiative, a new build initiative where city housing tenants can be first home buyers. KO or Kāinga Ora has a new build initiative that assists their own tenants in purchasing one of their new built homes. A potential initiative to think about in the future, especially for the 20% or so tenants not under the CHIP. So giving that kind of pathway to home ownership and just looking at our own kind of tenants, looking at them to seeing if you could assist us into buying new, being first home buyers, since it's really hard to get into the market nowadays. So the second point was increasing eligibility for the affordable rent subsidy limit. Removing the accommodation supplement from the calculation. I won't speak any more about that. I think Brett's pretty much said exactly what he wanted to say to you guys about how he feels about the accommodation supplement being removed from the calculation. So I won't comment any further on that ask. The next ask, which is number 3, council retain rent setting powers. We would like to see fair representation from our council to have some sort of power regarding the setting of rents. The council tenants will still look to council for support until they get used to the new CHIP services. So I know for sure the tenants will still look at the council for help and assistance while they transition over. So yes, we would like the council to retain rent setting powers if possible. The fourth one, establish the tenant union group and CHIP board, create a partnership so there is strong representation of tenant voice on the CHIP trust or the board. So the tenant union would want to create a partnership and appoint 2 tenant representatives. So I had a look at how you guys appointed the trustees for the trust board. So, and I noticed that there wasn't any kind of representation from a tenant's perspective. So this is the reason why our tenant union sort of wants to have at least maybe 2 of tenant representatives who use the service to be part of that board, so they're part of the conversation. So how that would look, I'll leave it to the officers to find out how that would work. And the last one was based on request officers bring back a plan to keep Granville tenants in the Beremport community together in city housing. So Debbie Port will be, I don't know if she's done her submission yet. Oh, she has? Okay, cool. So she would have spoken about her ideas and seeing the Granville tenants being housed together somehow. And she did share some really good ideas with me, and I said to her, just put it through to you guys, because you as officers will know suitable places to do a new build, especially around the Beremport area. There's a lot of like sports facilities and golf courses and things like that. So I just said to Debbie, just bear in mind there is a lot around where they are, a lot of sports facility areas, and so it'll be a bit of a challenge, but probably be a lot of conversations to be had, so that there is a bit of a balance in between housing and the sports facilities. So basically that is the presentation of our written submission. The top part just talks about the background, why we established, when we established as a team, what sort of we wanted to address to the council, being part of the mayoral task force, being part of helping city housing do forums and things like that. So it's all tenant-led. It's all tenant-led by your own tenants. So so basically that's our written submission in a nutshell. That was kind of like, I'll hand this submission to as well, my written one, just giving a bit of my take on each of the 5 points. So I'm open for question and answers.
You've got time.
I see I've got like a minute.
You've nailed it. Good timing.
I'm happy to answer.
We do have one question from Councillor Calvert.
Thank you, Rosie, and it's been a pleasure to have you on the Mayor's Task Force for Housing and your incredible insight. I know you're involved with the advocacy group IRS for All. Do you think it's worthwhile us continually to note that as a council, or that IRS the government has not made it available? I'm just wondering, we just need to continually, I know we're continually reiterating it,
yes,
but that is the big issue about all tenants in public or social housing get treated equally, fairly. So I'm just thinking that we might need to sort of look at
a change in the name.
Well, no, it's just an amendment, really. Just actually noting that and listening to you, that we're still not getting anything from the government in terms of income-related rents for council tenants. I know it's just a formal thing, but I just wondered, is that something that you would support, that we actually formally note that we're still not getting it, and you've had no progress on getting it?
Yeah, true. That's actually a really good point, Miss Diane. I think you can actually mention our group, because I don't think we're going to change our name, because our name will always be RS4. It's more about turning us into a working group or something like that, and that's something that I have spoken to the group about, that we will have a meeting on Monday discussing where do we go to from here. But yes, it'll be lovely to have RS for All be mentioned somewhere inside the SCE document. That'll be lovely. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Kia ora, thank you so much, or kia ora ana. Thank you so much, Rosalina, for taking the time to come and talk with us today, but also again for your mahi on the Housing Task Force and the IRS for All campaign. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you everyone.
For your
Have a good day. See you.
Kia ora, thank you. And now we'll go back onto Zoom, and I'd like to welcome Leah Lupala, who's going to talk to us today on item 3.2. And Leah, you've got 5 minutes. So it does go quite fast, but if there's time, we might have some questions. So I'll hand over to you now. Thank you.
I'm just going to read it. I wrote something up last night and I sent it in to you guys, so I'll just read it. This is just my views. I'm also on the RS for All campaign as well. Not as proactively as some of the others, but I'm there. Housing is a human right. The Human Rights Commission has recently come out with a statement confirming they are in agreement with this statement. I don't have confidence in a chip taking over managing of housing for tenants who are already with Wellington City Council. Wellington City Council has a large housing stock worth millions of dollars, and transferring this to a privately owned trust with powers to change the criteria of who and how people are housed, I feel put people currently in housing at high risk. The optics are not positive from my position. The Ōtautahi example has shown rent discrepancies between CHIP house tenants and those that have been with the council housing provider previous to CHIP. Those tenants are still struggling to make ends meet, as well as dealing with interpersonal rental discrimination between council tenants and CHIP tenants on the ground, a recipe for tension. Some Wellington City Council tenants could be kāinga ora qualifying tenants if enough kāinga ora housing was available in Wellington. There is not enough housing. I was on a kāinga ora waiting list, but was removed when I got Wellington City Council tenancy. A move to a CHIP does not improve my, council move to a CHIP does not improve my housing affordability at all, which is the reason I joined the IRS for All campaign. Any benefits from being housed under a CHIP, for example, 25% income rental rate, go to tenants the CHIP allocates off the housing register, not to current tenants of Wellington City Council. Any extra fiscal benefits from IRS to council will also come from CHIP tenants, which current Wellington City Council tenants are not eligible. If there is no moral imperative to make council housing affordable for current tenants now, where will the moral imperative be for council tenants' rent affordability after the CHIP is established? It's more beneficial for a CHIP to have tenants entitled to IRS. When the rent freeze is lifted, this opens tenants like myself to unaffordable increases in rent that put further stress and pressure on our standard of living. With a CHIP, further pressure on current Wellington City Council tenants because the extra funding that the IRS gives for housing registers tenant is not available to us. While the council and future CHIP figure out how to manage the graph of doom, it's the tenants like us that are scapegoated with these costs when we're already on the economical knife's edge. This is not an optimistic or a sustainable scenario to be in. I'd like to go back to my first statement. Housing is a human right, and as a right, it must be accessible, sustainable, safe and warm, because this is Wellington and we're damp and cold most of the year. And lastly, it should be affordable. Our housing, with all the different calculations of rent and ARS and coded language use, is just simply not affordable. And people who are in situations like mine, a beneficiary living with disabilities, has only one thing on their mind: will I be able to afford my home once the rent freeze lifts? And so I've put some suggestions in. A condition of setting up a CHIP trust be that the council retain the responsibility of policy for setting rent, as I believe handing this power over to a non-elected trust would, we would lose all hope of democratic control of the rents, that the accommodation supplement stops being included in any rent calculations and ARS calculations, that Wellington City Council officially acknowledge that housing is a human right. The council continues to support IRS for all, that the ARS calculation be standardised, simplified to exclude any accommodation supplement, that the council consider alternative housing options to be made available, including small housing zones, that the council get rid of rents, market rate structured rent, and implement income-based rent structures of their own separate from CHIP or IRS. 70% of the market rate is ridiculous in suburbs like Newtown, where we're surrounded by 900,000 and up housing values, that the council introduce rent controls, invest in land for more public housing subdivisions. If council tenants, if council tenants can qualify to be on the housing register while they're currently housed in Wellington City Council, shouldn't we also be qualifying for the IRS? And the last one, that Wellington City Council reaches out proactively to African New Zealand communities, African New Zealand students, employ liaison people from different African New Zealand communities, as they are more involved in the governance procedures like this one. And then when Wellington City Council can receive their opinions, experiences and recommendations directly, many are residents of Wellington City Council housing, so these discussions and procedures will affect these residents also. Yeah, that's all I have to say. If people have any questions.
Kia ora, Leah, you've managed to fit that perfectly into 5 minutes, and
right.
thank you. It was really clear, and it's really helpful for us to have. We've got the pieces of paper here. It's really helpful for us to be able to refer back to that. But thank you for the thought that's gone into this, because it is really helpful for us to hear. So I really appreciate that. Thank you. Take care. All right, so we're now going to move on to, we've got Geordie Rogers, who's joining us from Renters United. So Geordie, you've got 10 minutes, and you're pretty used to this, but I imagine there might be some questions if you've got a little bit of time to leave for that. Be great. Over to you, kia ora.
Thank you. Popongi Manea, thank you very much, Rosie, for the new kupu for the day. No kiriana me ingari, me airana oku tipuna, ko Munro, me Mackenzie toku iwi, ko Fernglen toku waka, no Manawatu ki Ashurst o te whenua o rangatana iwi, e oho ana au ki te whanganui a Tara, ki Aro Valley, te whenua o Taranaki whānui ki te upuka o te ika. Thank you very much for having me. I just wanted to share a little bit about who I am and where I came from. Some of you might connect with the fact that you came overseas to New Zealand, whether recently or in the distant past, or some of you may have always been here. My name is Geordie Rogers. I'm from Renters United, and I want to thank the chair and the committee for having me to speak today. What I've already heard, I think, has been fantastic. We've heard tenants coming forward, speaking about what they need from you as a council. And I want to, first of all, commend the task force, which is an initiative which really puts tenants' voices at the centre. And I think all of us can agree that the outcome of that task force, at the very least, is you have a better insight into what tenants need from council. And I want to make the first point clear that this isn't where it stops. We don't create this report and that becomes an item and we debate on it and then we don't talk to tenant communities again. I think what's come through very clearly from the report is that it needs to be a continuous movement where tenants are actively involved in the decisions that get made with them and not just about them or for them. So obviously their ask for a task force is at the top of my mind. That is the best way to make sure that we're continuing to hear tenant voices at the start of the process so it's less painful. We already know what they need from the outset and it's not about changing our ideas or things later on. I want to thank Councillor Fitzsimmons, who has also been a massive advocate for this for a long time and hopefully will continue being an advocate for establishing this task force and giving tenants the power that they need. And really that's all I'm here to say, except I want to tautoko what the tenants are actually saying. I think as a council, it's very clear that we've made a commitment to thriving communities. We want communities where tenants are happy, where they can afford to live with their friends and whānau. And I think I've had the beauty of getting to share that with them, and I hope more people do as they continue to stay in council housing through this process, moving to a chip. The first thing I wanted to talk about was the market rent structure. As an organisation that spends a lot of time advocating for people in market situations where housing is considered a commodity and we base the price off of how much people are willing to pay. Spoiler alert, people are willing to pay their entire income for housing. It's really difficult to see the council using market rent as a way to set prices. And I think if the council wants to be bold and show that they do want thriving communities, they really do need to be stepping out there and saying, actually, we understand this is a broken model. The model we're going to put forward puts the livelihoods of tenants first. We make sure that we're providing housing that tenants can live in and have enough money left over to create those communities amongst themselves, to get in touch with communities outside of the council housing system. And that's why we really want to see the income-related rental subsidy, whether funded through government or through council by removing a ring fence, being awarded to tenants. I have heard some discussions that, you know, we're stuck in a bind where we can't do anything because the government hasn't extended the income-related rental subsidy. At the end of the day, when you look at it at a very holistic sense, the government collects tax funds and those funds would be passed on to tenants through the income-related rent subsidy. Council collects tax in the form of rates, and that could be passed on to tenants through the income-related rent subsidy done under council. It really is a matter of deciding, are we going to step out and say, actually, we want to put our tenants first. We want to make sure that people in our communities are housed and that people can actively participate in Wellington. And that really brings on to council being able to retain rent setting powers. And I also want to highlight that when I say council maintaining rent setting powers, that's in collaboration with tenants. And that is obviously through the task force or another model where, as Rosie alluded to, tenants are actively involved in making decisions that are about them. There's also been strong conversation about keeping Granville flats together. We know when you're spending a lot of time at home because you are on a low income, that your community really is what holds you together. I've had the pleasure of spending time with the IRRS campaign and seeing the way that people come together and bond around a shared situation is beautiful. And I think we really do need to keep that going. And so I do want to also ask that the council prioritise keeping communities together, but also building new communities. I believe that is all that I wanted to talk about today. Really, it is sitting in that point that if we want to build thriving communities, obviously you hear a lot about participation and getting involved. We need those communities that we're building to be at the forefront of making those decisions, and that's a tenant task force at the end of the day. But it's also about making sure that tenants are receiving housing that is cheap for them, it is affordable for them, and that they can use that leftover money to do what they want. Believe it or not, people should be able to spend money on the things that bring them and their communities satisfaction. More than happy to take any questions the chair or the council have.
Kia ora, Geordie. Absolutely right. Looks like Councillor Rush has a partai for you. Over to you, Councillor Rush.
Yeah, thanks, Geordie. A bit of a thorny one for you. With the recent rates increase, we're getting a lot of people, pensioners in particular, who are very concerned about their own affordability of their homes. So I'm just trying to, how do you square the circle if we were to say to them, we're going to take more rates off them in order to give, the IRRS that you mentioned? What do we say to those people?
That is a good question. And I think at the end of the day, what that comes down to is the fact that the rates tools are a bit of a blunt instrument. I mean, they are a tax on wealth rather than on income. And so especially for those communities where most of what they have left is wealth and very little income, an increase in rates can be significant. And I think what those people are expressing is that they don't want to have their price of housing, because at the end of the day, to live in your house and own your house, you pay rates. They don't want their price of housing to mean that they can't live in their communities anymore. And I think that's the very same ask that we're hearing from our tenant communities, is that they don't want to be priced out of their community as well. And so I think that's what we can go back to residents with, is saying that this is about making sure no one is priced out of their community.
Thank you. We've got a question from Councillor Pennant.
Thanks, Geordie. Just wondering if you'll keep holding the government to account on the failure to allow us to access the IRRS, and whether you see that local government has a very strong and enduring role in providing housing, particularly when there's the risk of radical and undesirable changes in government policy when Conservative governments take power. Thanks.
Yeah, more than happy to answer that. Obviously, I think that the IRRS should be extended to councils. That is a mechanism that's already set up. I don't want to deter from the fact that the Wellington City Council is in a position where they could provide that themselves. But I do think that councils providing housing is necessarily important. I think councils partnering with mana whenua so that mana whenua are empowered to provide housing is important, because at the end of the day, those are the communities that know the tenants best. Those are the ones who can most easily engage with those communities to make sure that we're building accessible housing that meets the needs of tenants at a price that's affordable for them. And so that's why I think Wellington City Council continuing to provide housing is important. There's a obviously democratic process that goes about how that housing is constructed. We can do it with tenants at the table, and we can also make sure that we're doing things like giving land back so that Māori are building housing on their land in a way that works for them.
Sorry, did I misunderstand something? You think we can access IRRS?
No, I believe that by removing a ring fence from
we could use rates, but our problem is we can't access government funding and they've got deeper pockets. So it would be helpful to have some support on that point. Thank you.
Thanks, Geordie. I've got a question. I'm just aware that if we funded IRRS ourselves, that actually the accommodation supplement, the government works out how much they need to provide according to what rent is being charged. So if we then pay more as a council, we're actually paying something that government is actually funding us for, which is the accommodation supplement. So I just wonder if you've got any thoughts about that, because it seems crazy that we would then pass up other government funding which our tenants can currently get in order to then, it's sort of a bit back to front. So I just wonder if you've had a bit of a thought about that.
So at the end of the day, I guess what you are highlighting is a complex situation between council and central government. What's important here is that implementing a scheme like the IRRS, while for some it would mean that they don't have access to the accommodation supplement, what we are talking about here is a fundamental shift where we are saying no longer is the market what decides how much our tenants have to pay, and we say they pay 70% of market, but instead we're saying this is what's affordable for people. I guess while that is going to cost more for council, it sends a message to government that you care about your tenants very deeply, to the point that you're willing to sacrifice some upfront from the government in order to say, actually, we want to make sure that our tenants have an affordable place to live.
Yeah, I guess we've been told that it's about 4.5 million that we would be subsidising the accommodation supplement, so I guess that's something we have to sort of balance out there. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Hey Geordie, thanks for coming in. I guess I'm interested in kind of some of the risks that may arise from setting up a CHIP. And one of them I've just been thinking about is if a future government were to change the provisions around eviction, which meant that if somebody fell out of the policy settings for the CHIP, they could be evicted, which is what city housing used to do when people fell out of the criteria until the law came in and changed and we couldn't. Do you think we need to protect against that law change in the setting up of the CHIP?
Yes, yeah, I certainly do. And I think that's one thing that has come across from tenants' voices is about this difference in eligibility between CHIPs and council housing, and how council has for a long time put themselves in a position where they say, actually, we provide people with housing that need it, instead of saying we'll provide people with housing who need it, but only like 75% of them, which is a model that perhaps the government is more familiar with their growing waitlist for Kāinga order. I think the other important thing to remember about CHIPs is that because of the funding model, and I guess this is what Iona was alluding to earlier on, is that a government could consider no longer providing funding to CHIPs, or they could consider reducing the funding that they provide to CHIPs. And I think that is important to have a decision tabled by Wellington City Council that says, actually, we're going to spend our money on this because we want to make sure that it isn't pulled away from our tenants, because we understand that this is an important corner, an important pillar of our community, and respecting those tenants.
Thanks.
Kia ora, Geordie. Thank you so much for sharing your vast knowledge. Really, really appreciate that. I know that you put a lot of time into that, so thank you. So now we're going to move on to Michael Scott, who's here in person, I think. Are you here, Michael? Do you want to come up and join us up at the lectern? And so, Michael, you've got 5 minutes. We'll see if there is time for questions within that. Thank you.
Thank you. Tēnā katoa, councillors and the mayor. I'm really impressed by the submissions that other people here and online have made, particularly the IRR4 representatives and tenants action. What we've got, what all the submitters have been telling you is that what we've got here is not working. What we've got at present is not working for tenants. And the scheme that's outlined here, the CHIP, it's something that works for the government. it works for the council, or at least they're a bit unsure whether it'll work because it's going to be reviewed after 2 years. And it also has some other escape clauses as well, permitting targeted divestment. But it's broadly in the scheme, that this CHIP scheme is broadly intended at shifting the responsibility, particularly financial responsibility, away from the council and to somewhere else. We're not quite sure where that'll be, but it'll be somewhere else, not the council. And what it could end up is with nobody taking responsibility and the tenants being left in the lurch. And that's not good enough. The City Council have got a duty to their people, particularly the low-paid people. And they can't shirk that responsibility. The government are not shouldering their share of responsibility either. There has to be a rise in taxation on the people who can afford to pay. Low-paid people pay a lot of tax through GST and other taxes. But petrol tax, fruit and vegetables even pay GST. But the rich people are creaming it. And they're even spending money bribing political parties not to bring in the tax on on housing, the profits on housing. It's all, the whole thing is loaded against the poor. And it's your duty, councillors, to try to redress that. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. Oh, Michael, we do have a question from the Mayor, if you would like to answer that. So the Mayor will ask you a question now.
Yeah, look, Michael, thank you. You started off by talking about that a chip could leave the tenants in the lurch. Now, I'm not quite sure how many chips we've got around the country, but it's quite a number. Have you got any evidence that any of them have left tenants in the lurch? Because I don't see that evidence.
Well, personal cases.
No, well, are you aware of any? Because, I mean, you've said that you think that might happen. Are you aware of any circumstances which community housing providers, trusts, have actually done what you're suggesting that could happen?
The present community providers, except for Christchurch, are mostly very small, and they're supported by churches. So they've got a backstop there. But of course, Christchurch is on its own, and it hasn't been in existence for very long. They've had some problems, well publicised problems.
But have they left anyone in the lurch?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No, but perhaps I didn't make myself clear, is that leaving in the lurch, no one will be taking responsibility. So perhaps, and some of them, perhaps a lot of them, will end up sleeping on the streets of central Wellington. We already have instances of that, haven't we? You know.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate you taking the time to come and talk with us today. Now I'd like to welcome Murray Edridge from Wellington City Mission. Welcome, Murray. So you've got 10 minutes, and just want to begin by thanking you for your mahi over the last long time, but in the recent times around the our housing. So thank you. And so
Morena tātou, good morning. I probably won't take 10 minutes for the first time in my life, but happy for you to ask any questions of me. Why am I here? I'm here because I happen to believe this is the biggest single issue we're facing in our city at the moment, is housing, and housing that's adequate. Every person that comes in my door and that's quite a lot every day, has some sort of housing challenge. And it's affordability, it's accessibility, it's quality. And a lot of the issues that the city mission is required to respond to, whether that's food insecurity, whether that's health and well-being, come out of people's housing circumstance. So I don't underestimate the size of this challenge, and I'm actually really grateful I'm not sitting around your table today, because these are big decisions you need to make, and it's not an easy process. But can I just reinforce the importance of this process and the importance of people being treated well in their housing stock and being treated equitably? I'm going to do something that's quite unusual, potentially. Barbara, I want to acknowledge you and your team. What an amazing report, and thank you for that. It won't surprise you, I don't tend to read council reports very often, but if that's the quality of the reports you receive as a council, then you're very fortunate indeed. I'm delighted with what I've read about the thought and the detail that's gone into considering what becoming a chip means. I happen to be in the camp that doesn't continually advocate the government to change their position on the application of the IRRS, not because I don't believe it's a thing worth advocating for, but I don't believe it's going to happen. And so I choose to put my energies into saying, how do we make the best of the situation we have? Can I say one doesn't enter the process of becoming accredited as a chip lightly. It's not for the faint-hearted. And having, on 2 separate occasions now, as the Wellington City Mission decided we would journey on that process, and on both occasions, for different reasons, deciding we would stop. Let me give you some caution on that. On the first occasion, we got about 85% of the way through the process and then decided, because of our focus on transitional housing in particular, we didn't need to be a chip, and therefore because it is an expensive process, and it's an expensive process to get and to maintain. The second time we decided to continue the application was when we decided that we could add some value by putting more stock into the permanent housing market. Upon reflection, though, the point we came to is that the focus primarily of becoming a chip is the provision of stock, not of the well-being of tenants, and we've just got to be cautious about that. And at the end of the day, for the city mission, that's not our core purpose for being. Our core purpose is about supporting people to live successfully and well, and managing housing stock is not our core business. And there are 13 other chips, excuse me, in the region that can do that, and therefore we decided not to proceed with that. I do have an anxiety in terms of what is proposed, and that is the group of people, not who won't access IRRS when the chip's established, but the group of people that won't be able to access IRRS because of their pathway into tenancy. And if they don't come off the social housing register, and many of your tenants don't, then I worry about that group. Now, for me, it would be ideal for council to maintain control over some proportion of the portfolio to ensure that those particular tenants are supported adequately. I don't know if that's feasible, and therefore I'm not demanding that happen. I'm asking you to think about that and consider that. If that's not a feasible option, then please make sure that as you set up the governance arrangements, as you set up the constitutional form of your chip, make sure that you cover that off in whatever way you can. Seek good legal advice, as I'm sure you do, and make sure that those people aren't disadvantaged by this proposal. I might just pause there halfway through and see if there's anything you want to ask of me. But I don't underestimate the complexity of the role you have today in particular, and can I wish you well in your deliberations.
Thank you, Murray. I can assure you we are definitely feeling that that today. So yeah, thank you for acknowledging that. Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora, Murray, and thank you for that. I think you articulating that tension between the sort of the welfare versus the adding to the stock. But so my question to you is, do you think we can actually kind of fix those broader issues without adding to the stock of subsidised housing in Wellington?
Oh, look, you clearly have to do both. I mean, paucity of stock is a big challenge, and we don't have enough housing, and that drives some of the market forces we're seeing as well. But as I say, the support of tenants, which is not the primary purpose of the accreditation as a chip, is a really important thing. Now, it doesn't mean you shouldn't be a chip. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is make sure you put sufficient support around tenants. One of the things we heard in the Mayor's Task Force was the view of tenants, and what we heard was tenants who felt unsupported and didn't feel like they'd had the right wraparound support in the context of their tenancy to be successful. That, I think you've got an opportunity to address that as part of your CHIP process. So please make sure you take that opportunity.
Thank you. We do actually have a few more questions, and I think we should take the opportunity given your expertise in this. So, Councillor Paul, did you have a question? I feel like I answered, was it? Oh, that's fantastic. Councillor Pennant.
Can I just note that I don't claim any expertise in this area? Just
I think you've walked. Maybe
in the middle of it, I'm afraid.
Maybe I said the wrong thing. You've walked the walk there, and it's helpful for us to hear that, Councillor Pennant.
Thank you for your thoughtful presentation. And I get the arguments around the need to be pragmatic, but I'm not known for it, and I think we've got to have a bigger vision. So I guess I'm just wondering if you see that there is a need for council to access funding so that we can also continue to be a main player in the provision of housing, and as an enduring player, just given that there are swings in government policy. Remember, I've been around long enough to remember when National decided you only needed to be a landlord and not provide social services, which was a disaster. So there's funding, through rates, through the IRRS, and also through the local government funding agency to do that work. And that doesn't mean undermining any chips as well. So I was just curious about your thoughts about that, because we've got a long-term problem and we don't want to get into this kind of situation that we've been in for a while now.
Yeah, absolutely. And can I say, just because I'm not going to advocate for government to change their policy, it doesn't mean you shouldn't, because it does need those voices, and we need to constantly be asking people to challenge the settings that are there that create the disadvantage that we're seeing at the moment. I think there's a real danger if council put too much emphasis on government responsibility. I think you've got to put some emphasis on that, but you've also got to take some responsibility yourselves. These are your housing stock. This is your rates income. You need to make the calls that make sense. One of the things that warmed my heart in the council paper you have in front of you today is the provision of financial support and other things to enable some effort being put into the support structures we talked about. That's awesome. Well done for that. And whether that comes out of Three Waters money or wherever that comes from, I don't care. Actually, the fact that you've made a commitment to doing that is good. But you do need to keep pushing government again. And we've talked this morning, and there's been conversation about government policy that does change over time. It changes over time because of good advocacy.
Thank you. Got Deputy Mayor Free.
Oh, thank you, Murray. And look, I'm sorry I'm online. I would like to have been there for such an important event. But I know you've been on the task force, and thank you very much for your contribution. I know you've read both the report and the papers that are in front of us today. My question is, there are some provisions in the paper to supposedly look after that 20%, which we are concerned about, the 20% of people who may not qualify for IRRS and may not sit on those normal MSD waiting lists. Are you comfortable that the provisions, recommendations in the paper, and I'm thinking particularly of number 4 and number 5, 4B and number 5, are you comfortable they're enough, or should we look to strengthen those?
I suspect they're never enough. What I'm very conscious of, though, is that when you create a chip mechanism, you are going to lose an element of control. So it's really important that when you define what that looks like now, you make sure that the mechanisms that are in there give you, not necessarily give you that control, because I don't think you can have that, and you have a minority membership of the CHIP Trust Board, and that's appropriate, I think, but you need to make sure that the constitutional things that are put in place cover those things off. Is it enough at the moment? Well, look, I don't know, but it's got to be a priority of you as a council, because this isn't actually about housing. This is about people's lives and the quality of people's lives. So you need to be mindful of that, as I'm sure you are.
Thank you for that answer.
Kia ora, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, thanks, Murray. And I'm very conscious of the point you raise and trying to work through to the extent possible where can we retain control and make sure that we are. And I guess I'm interested in the point that you made around new tenants who don't qualify for the IRRS. I think you were saying that we need to make sure we focus on them too. And I just want to understand if that's what you were saying. And it occurs to me that the support fund and the rent policies only cover those existing tenants. So are you worried that we're creating potentially a whole nother anomaly within it of people who don't get IRS but aren't existing tenants if we don't change that?
So we know there's an issue with existing tenants accessing IRRS versus new tenants, and that's one of the challenges. My simplistic understanding of how the IRRS works is that because it's government funded, you take the government access paths into that tenancy, which is the social housing register. Now, you're going to have tenants who don't come off the social housing register, don't qualify as A20s or anything like that. How do those people dealt with? And that's going to be a challenge for the CHIP, because they are going to be in charge of the housing stock. So you just need to make sure that's covered off sufficiently in your setup requirements.
Thank you. Thank you so much for answering all of our questions and for taking the time to come and talk with us, and again for your expertise. Thank you. Really appreciate that. All right, so we have come to the end of our public participation section, and we are going to have quite a short, sharp morning tea till 11, and then we've got the petition being presented. We'll do that and the other paper, and then we may have time to do the intro for 3.2 and start some questions, but we will want to break for lunch. We may not be debating item 3.2 until after lunch, but we'll just take our time. And as we know, we've got a very big decision to make and lots to consider. I know that I've been writing down notes and others have too of things we need to address. So we will break for morning tea now and back at 11. Kia ora. I'd now like to welcome Deb King, and we've got Dave as well, I think, haven't we, here to present the petition, which is item 2.1, and this is the call for public toilets at Ian Galloway Park, and so it's BMX skate and dog park. So the way that we'll run this is Deb will do her intro, and Dave will do that too. You have 5 minutes to introduce it, and if there is any time, there may be some questions from councillors, and then once you've done that, then we will move on to Kim will present the report, and then we have a debate, and there may be some questions from councillors at that stage as well for staff. So there's sort of the process where you present it and then we have our debate. So I will hand over to you to present the petition. Thank you so much for coming in, and thank you for waiting. I know you've been in already earlier, so thank you.
Apologies, can we just check that the mic is on for the participant?
Oh, it should be.
It is. It's on at the. It's on now. I can hear myself now. It was on before, but somebody's turned it on. I'll start again. Kia ora koutou, te lawhalawa, malua lele, my name is King, and with me is David Harkness. We are here today to convince you on behalf of 4 community groups who've got together to make this plea that we desperately need toilets in Ian Galloway. I did not think that my first sort of soiree into local politics would be about where we, but yes, here I am, and we're ready to convince you. So, the key, I'm not sure how well you can read that from back here, but I'll just go through some of our key points. This area, Ian Galloway, BMX, the skate park, the dog park, is a designated sport and recreation hub for children and young people. And one of the reasons that we're here is that there were toilets on the master plan in 2015, and it's 2022. I'm going to talk as somebody who is in that dog park quite frequently, and one of the challenges for particularly the Creswick Valley Residents Association is that the toilets that are deemed to be used by people at Ian Galloway are the ones in the West Clubroom. And I can assure you, as a member of the public, those clubroom toilets are open on Saturday and pretty much not open Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for the public. So they are a bit of a distance away. People don't necessarily know they are there, but they're certainly not used by many people. And I say many people. We estimate on the sort of lean side, 3,000 people a week are using Ian Galloway, and fantastic that they are. I mean, given COVID, given the challenges of wanting to meet with other people in an outdoor space to make sure that you're not passing on viruses, I think it's great that people are doing so. But at the same time, there are no amenities there when you go to walk your dog, to skate, to bike. The community that I represent is here to make a plea because many of our members overlook this area, and without putting too fine a point on it, lots of people pee in the bushes, and our members are having to watch that in action quite frequently, and I think there are some issues in terms of equity around women of a certain age and stage who need to go, and when they need to go, they need to go. Women with children or men with young children, when they need to go, they need to go. And at the same time, all of the public who are using the BMX and the skate park, I think we're setting our young people up for failure when we give them the opportunity to go and skate and we say, woohoo, away you go, but we're going to then watch you pee in the bushes and get annoyed with you doing so. So, yes, this is a growing area. This petition that we harnessed had one of the third highest support of any petition that the council's had in the last 7 years, because I think in general our community feel very strongly that this needs to happen. I'm going to pass over to you, David.
So we got some great advice from the council officers to say build a community of stakeholders. So that's why the BMX club, the skaters, the residents, the dog park, working together. We've also reached out to baseball, to Gaelic football, to rugby, to football. And so I think we're grateful for the officers' response in terms of, yes, when we've got through master planning, yes, when we've done a bunch of policy work and strategy work, we will support toilets in the area. And I think the master planning is important because in putting this together, we've created a pack that we've taken some of the councillors plus the sports and parks people through, where we've outlined the groups, the needs, the priorities. We've had a crack at putting together what a master plan might look like. That has options, that has some conflicting views, and so the master planning engagement is very important. But our big fear is that 2015 there was a plan set toilets, and we're this point later. What we would really like to happen is, as part of the BMX build, you put the services in to put the toilets there. Why can't we do something like Ridgeway School have got temporary classrooms and porta cabins up on Vogelmorn Park. They've got a little set of toilets in there as a temporary thing whilst their build is going on. Why can't we use the facilities that you've already created, you've already spent money on putting the services there, put something in that will relieve the existing users of the park, and then we can do properly the master plan and strategy work, which is important, but please don't let us wait another 7 years. So why don't, what we're asking for is please amend the appropriate plans, long-term plan or annual plan, to provide funding to do this right now, put in some temporary facilities, and then we can carry on with the other work, which is really important. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you both. You did really well to squeeze all that in, so thank you so much. Are there any questions from councillors at this stage? I think it's fairly clear. Your ask is very clear, and Mayor has one question.
I think just for everybody else, I know that I asked this of you when you presented to us a month or so back, particularly David, is that because you talked about the West club rooms availability, which is clearly way down the hill and out of sight, but the change rooms, which have also got toilets in them, but are mostly locked.
The change rooms are locked.
Yeah. So is there any reason
they're open whenever sort of organised sport is on.
Yeah. Is there any reason that can't be made open, and would that be helpful, or is it too far away still?
My belief is it's still too far away. When you've got a 4-year-old that needs to pee,
I understand that.
They're not going to walk up the hill, across the field, down some steps, to then find whether the rooms are open or not.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, kia ora. Well, kia ora kōrua. Thank you very much for your mahi here and for advocating for multiple communities through this process, so thank you. So now, nau mai Kim Fell ki te hora I te kōrero. So Kim's going to introduce the report, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Chair. So today, Council is asked to receive a petition from Deb King and David Harkness, who collected 337 signatures requesting that Ian Galloway Park be categorised as a destination sport and recreation hub for older children and young adults, along with requesting the provision of toilets. A master plan for Ian Galloway Park is currently on the work program for the 2023-2024 work schedule. Officers support the installation of public toilets, and part of that work and planning exercise will determine the best location for those toilets. So that we ask that Council receive the petition and thank the petitioners Deb King and David Harkness.
Kia ora, thank you very much. Are there any partai? So we do have a couple, 3. We'll start with Councillor Calvert, then Matthews, then the Mayor.
Thank you. Given the petitioners are suggesting that there's a need for even like a temporary placement of temporary toilets of some nature, is that something the council officers have could investigate whether that would be a possibility? Because we know if the master planning starts in 23-24 and trying to pull all that together, but in the meantime there is no toilets in that location, and knowing where that location is, it's on a busy sort of cross intersection, so other people might well use it. So just wondering, is that a possibility to be able to investigate?
I think it certainly is a possibility, so I'll be talking to our PSR team on that.
Okay, and I've just flicked a potential amendment through to you to have a look at when you can.
Right, yeah, and officers support that amendment or that inclusion.
Yeah.
So. Sounds like Jacqueline might have had an answer.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're right.
No.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Matthews.
My question was the same one about we do something in the interim. When I think about the Parliament protest, for example, that we were able to accommodate quite a lot of toilet facilities for people that maybe were, less constructive for our community.
Mayor Foster. Oh, look at that. We've got that one sorted. All right, we're hooning through this. So that was all of the questions. So what I will do now is we have Councillor Calvert is going to move the motion and Councillor Matthews is going to second the motion. Over to you, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And can I just flick up on the other one, which is to investigate the planning place and timber over the next 12 months. I'm just really whether it's just sort of just been put up. So was that, you were comfortable with that, about that, Mr. Fell,
Yes.
that third one?
Oh, the bottom one.
Within the, yeah, I mean, it was just...
Yeah. I don't know if we need an amendment for that. I think you've got a commitment that we'll do that.
We really like things in writing.
Okay. Right. Yeah, look, no problem at all. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, all right, then it's good if we can just move those.
I'm not sure about the language of that one. Investigate the planning for. Investigate the placement.
Yep.
Investigate the placement of temporary toilets.
Yep.
We've just got some extra.
Yep, that's fine.
Cool. Great, so you can introduce it.
Thank you. And look, just a big thanks to the local community. And I'm always one to listen to the community and support what they want to see happen in their area. And to just acknowledge the Creswick Valley residents, the Capital BMX, Wellington Skate, and also Pūroro residents for coming together and working on this petition. And as Deb said, over 300 people who signed it over just over a month is really. It shows the strength of the community. And for those of you who don't know the exact location, it's actually there's quite a bit of traffic that goes up or down that. So I think toilets would also be used by people passing by as well, because hopefully they will be in a relatively visible spot. It is a busy area. It is a dog park there, which is used very frequently. The Capital BMX, you saw a great presentation from them a couple of months ago as part of the annual plan, and how our young people are getting involved into that sport and the skate area as well. And the nearest toilets, even if they are open, are still about half a kilometre away from that location. So I probably don't really need to say much more, but hopefully you'll be able to support it all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews.
Yes, again, just like to echo thank you for your work in bringing this to us, and the point well made about not having immediate and urgent needs met while we do more bureaucratic, time-consuming processes. And just thank you for something that will bring us all together, because we're all in favour of toilet facilities. Thank you.
Kia ora. Are there any other people who'd like to speak? Mayor Foster?
Yeah, just only briefly to add my thanks to David and Deb. Thank you. It's just if you went back a few years, there wasn't a lot actually happening on in Galloway Park other than the organised sport. But over the last few years, and I think we talk a lot about sports hubs, what's happened over that time is there's been all these things have been added, and I think what you now have is a bit of a community sporting hub in that area, and clearly with that a lot more people, and clearly with that a lot more need. So this is, I think it's both the master plan and doing something temporarily is a sensible response to that.
You probably don't really need a right of reply because everyone's speaking in unity.
No, but I just think it's a great day that we've actually listened to the community and doing something for them very quickly.
Thank you. So what we'll do now is we will open for the vote, and we're happy to do them all separately.
And we'll take a division. Not that I'm expecting anybody to be against it.
You can acknowledge everyone for supporting.
Yeah.
Just waiting on a vote from Councillor Rush.
And kua mana, that is carried unanimously. Great, very exciting. Thank you. Thank you to the petitioners again. Well done. So now we're going to move on to item 3.1, and that is the ground lease for the Wellington Tennis Club Incorporated. So no mic, Anwar.
Kia ora. Look, this paper relates to the request for council to commence public consultation on two ground leases for the Wellington Tennis Club. The first one's located on the town belt in Alexandra Road, Newtown, and the other one, formerly the Salamanca Tennis Club, is located on Wesley Road in Kilburn on the reserve land. Sanjay and Parish are here, and able to ask or talk to this in a little more detail if you like, and then respond to any questions that you may have. So, thank you.
Thank you. I do have a question, and it was one that just sort of came up when I read over the paper again. There's a lot of content this week to get our head around, and it was just around the fact that we have two report back processes, one to this committee, but then it has to go through council. And I wondered if we can do those together and just send it all to council. Is that possible? Just to save.
Yeah, totally.
Cool. I think that makes sense. I wonder if we might need to just change that resolution. I'll work on that. Cool. Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you. It was very easy. So, Councillor Fitz, I'm wondering, I haven't given myself enough time to do that, but if we can move that as part of the substantive about the report back, we might just change that to the council. We could probably just delete 4 and then it can go straight to council. I just think we don't need an extra step in the process there.
Or its successor committee. Sorry, I was going to raise.
Definitely council.
Well, if it's council, it'll go straight to council. I feel like it's one of those ones where it'll come back and the committee will kind of go, yep, that's good, and then, got the feedback, and then it just feels like a bit of a
Why don't we
time
add the report back on the outcome of public consultation to the beginning of, in paragraph 5. So refer the new lease, report back to council on the outcome of public consultation and refer the new lease. And then it's one-step process, maybe.
Should change the committee to council.
Yeah.
Oh, you could do that.
And 5 as well. We'll take out officers, we'll recommend the Pūroro committee. We don't need that. We'll refer the new lease. No, we don't need number 5 at all. Oh, hang on, no, because it is actually about that.
It's a bit different, yeah.
Just change the committee to council. It doesn't need to be a approval. It's for all of them. Sorry, we're just going to adjourn for about 2 minutes to make sure that we've got the wording right, and then we will get onto that one. If you'd like to do your very quick intro.
Oh, I was going to actually regale you with my time as a Hawke's Bay representative tennis player, Councillor Day.
I think we've heard it before.
Not enough. I love tennis, and I love that the council does so much with recreation, and I think this is a core part of the reason why we have a city council. And I just want to acknowledge the work that's gone in from officers in preparing this paper, and the work that will go in with the lease and the consultation. And I know that you make a really fit to build constructive relationships with tennis clubs and treat them with real respect. And that's actually a very important reason why this council exists. So I ask you all to support this this important lease. Well, consultation on this important lease.
And I'm going to second that. And are there any other speakers? Nope. Let's vote. Thank you. Ko mana, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Fantastic. Right, so now we're on to item 3.2. And that's the City Housing Sustainability Detailed CHIP Design and Transition paper. So I'm going to just make sure that everybody's aware that we have received that email at 10 o'clock this morning just with the response to the amendments as they were. I know that there are already some wording changes kind of being worked through. So my proposal for how we're going to work through this process, because there has been so much information for us to sort of take in over the course of reading the paper and then thinking about how we want to respond to it. I think if we have some questions now and really try to hone in on the questions that are going to help you with creating and sorting out the amendments, then at lunchtime I think it's best if councillors go to a space, we've got 16:07, we can eat our lunch and then figure our way through it. Sorry, interested councillors, if you're quite comfortable with people sorting it out, then that's fine. And then I think what we need to do is at that point, depending on how we're working through it, I will try and drip feed some of the what we come up with to staff so that they can look at them and are able to respond. We might need to leave a little bit of time after we've finished the questions for staff to have time to consider their advice. So it might be slightly longer than we normally would have, but I think it will actually make the process faster on the other end, and we just want to make sure that we get this setting right. As we've heard today, it is a really crucial point. So with that, I will hand over to Kim to introduce the paper. We've got experts here to answer our questions, and then we'll go from there in our questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Well, this paper follows on from the Council's adoption of the LTP amendment on the 30th of June and seeks the Council's decision on a number of issues to begin the establishment of the community housing provider. As indicated in the Council in June, or to the Council in June, the transition plan that we're working to is to have the CHIP operational within the first quarter of the 23-24 year. So it's around about 12 months from now. The focus of the paper is on the decisions that are needed to progress the development of the CHIP's core governing documents, which are the trust deed and the lease agreement. The paper also focuses on the support for existing tenants who transfer across to the CHIP, which was a key theme of the recent community consultation. While there's a lot in the paper, the key focus of the advice has been on how we set up the CHIP for the long-term success and enable it to achieve the goals the Council has for it, particularly that it will contribute to the development of new housing supply and deliver good outcomes for the tenants and the community. It's also important to remember that this is an iterative process. The paper seeks some decisions today to enable work to continue. Then there'll be more detailed decisions to follow a little later on. We have Angela Harford from Bell Gully here today, and also Andrew Wade from KPMG, who've worked closely with us over the past year and on the advice and also on the advice in this paper. And they're also here to answer any questions, as well as the Council team. As we now move into the report, I'd also like to acknowledge Chief Advisor Catherine Mehrman for her absolute commitment in leading the CHIP development over the past 6 months. Catherine is obviously here to answer any questions too, as is Angelique Jackson, our City Housing Manager. So thanks very much. Back to you.
Kia ora. That was perfect timing, Liz. And we're just starting item 3.2, which I know that you were really keen to be here for, so you'll be very relieved that you're here at the right time. So we will open for questions now. We'll start with Councillor Matthews.
Yes, mine is a sort of a very general one because I guess, reflecting on the submission that we got from Murray Edridge, that, putting those protections in, and that's kind of where councillors are going with the amendments. But I'm also aware that there may be some concerns that some of our changes may risk the kind of premise of the chip in terms of compromising our ability to actually get IRRS for tenants of the chip. So I'm interested in some advice around any particular concerns around how a particular amendment or cumulative effective amendments might do that, and talk me through that scenario. Thank you so much.
So certainly a key consideration for us in the development of this advice has been around the balance to be struck between providing the necessary independence and flexibility for the chip as a new entity, while also making sure that we pay attention and ensure that the council the things that are important to the council are reflected in its design and things. So it's absolutely a key consideration. We've thought, as we've gone through the process around what is the regulator likely to be looking for, they will take a kind of a holistic view across the set of decisions that the council makes, and be really looking at what does this add up to in terms of the level of control that the council is exerting over what should be an independent entity. So they will be taking a look at that. We do think there are some aspects of the amendment that they particularly around controls on rent setting and tenant conditions that will probably be an issue for them. So that's the reason why we've given the advice that we have on that amendment. And we've also looked at the experience of other very comparable entities and chips and councils that have gone through this process, and drawn on our experience there around what has happened in those particular examples as well. So we're in quite a good position in the sense that we've got some good examples of people who have been through this before. We have a good understanding across the team from the council as well as Bell Gully and KPMG in terms of people who have been involved in these projects and things before and have the expertise in that. So yes, you're right, it has been a balance about how much flexibility and independence, because we are trying to set up a new entity for success over the long term, to anticipate a range of possible future scenarios, and we just don't know what those are going to be, right? So we're trying to plan for that to the extent that we can, while also recognising the things that are important to the council and to tenants, and making sure that we provide kind of appropriate provisions in there to look after those issues.
Thank you. And I guess as we kind of move forward process for amendments, that's the kind of advice I'm particularly interested in, and the way that we can enable the things that we want to do while not compromising that overall objective of why we're doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. My question just follows on from that, and it's around the 2 years particularly, that to bring it back to council if things changed favourably to do so. So obviously aware, like parking services, we were able to bring back into council. I understand that this is different, but I think it's really important that you can speak to why that would take 2 years, because part of me is like, if it changes, we should be doing that as fast as possible. But I also know that there's a lot more that has to be considered to do that. So it'd be good to get some explanation. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So this goes to the question again about trying to set up an entity for long-term success, and one of the key objectives that's driven the council's decision has been around wanting to add to supply and to build new housing and develop new housing in the city and the region. In order to be able to do that, this entity is going to be able to have to access finance, is going to be able to have to enter into commercial agreements with developers to build housing and things, and it's simply not going to be able to do that if there are provisions in the lease agreement that enable the council to exit the lease at the drop of a hat in response to a policy change. So again, this recommendation around a 2-year provision is what we think is reasonable in response to a significant policy change, while also providing the CHIP with the certainty that it needs to be able to go out and access finance or enter into commercial agreements in order to be able to build that housing. Is there anything you want to add to that?
The only thing I'd add is that the council's lease portfolio will be the vast majority of the CHIPS operation for the foreseeable future, and therefore a decision to bring the housing service back into the council would have a dramatic impact on the viability and structure of the CHIP. And so we think 2 years strikes a balance. It's of what is a reasonable period to unwind those arrangements rather than shooting for the bare minimum period. I'd also note it's the same arrangement that OCHT has in Christchurch, which is 2 years.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, thanks. I guess I'm just interested in, I appreciate that it's pretty hard for you to kind of give advice about how you just strike that balance about independence, but say we did get it wrong, say we overstepped the mark, we sort of put too much emphasis on it, there'd be time to correct, right? Like there's a whole process that you go through. Say we, despite your advice, agreed to 2 or 3 things that were sort of on the mark, and 1 or 2 of them the regulator said, actually, no, you need to pull back on that. There'd be time to correct, right?
Going through a pretty rapid transition process over the next 12 months or so, but there is a process to go through. But I think what it would signal is that the council is trying to... It would signal the council is trying to exert a level of control over it that the regulator might not be comfortable with. So even if you walked back from those decisions, I think it's sending a strong signal that the council is trying to control an entity that should be an independent entity and should be set up to operate independently. So, Ange, is there anything?
My question really is, there's time to fix it if, you know, and I'm not saying we will, but say we went too far, it's not the end of the world. It doesn't mean a chip is off the table, it's over. You can fix it as you go through the process, right? For example, if we said we want 6 council-appointed trustees, now that would seem to be an extreme example of, you know, out of 10, that would seem to be an extreme example. But we could fix it, and as with other things.
So something like that would completely cut across
that's an extreme one, yeah. But I guess I mean lesser ones that aren't as clear, because it's not clear, right? That we got sent the regulatory provision and it doesn't go into the kind of details. I guess my point is there is the opportunity to continue to change and fix this through resolution of this table, you know, as we go on.
I guess that would have timing impacts in terms of setting up this entity so that it can take the portfolio on and manage the tenancies from the date that you need it to. I think it would create issues with your regulatory process if you are having to change constitutional documents that have already been set up, because the regulator looks at the governance and the decision-making controls as a whole. It's a holistic assessment, and it's really important that we can demonstrate to the regulator that this is a truly independent entity that operates on an arm's length basis from council. So there is, you know, there's some key things that are obvious issues. For example, you cannot have council-appointed trustees form a majority of the board because you trip into CCO territory and you discredit your eligibility. But it is a finely balanced thing, but we do need to be able to demonstrate to the regulator with a straight face that this is truly independent, it's truly arm's length, and chipping away at control is not going to be looked on favourably by the regulator.
Yeah, but I still don't feel like you've quite got my question though. Like you've said it will impact on timing, but the whole point of the process to get agreed to be set up as a chip is that there is an application process and you go through it and there's all that work. So I guess my point is, if there's something like we just press a little bit too hard, we can fix it, right? It's not, yes, it's holistic, and they say, look, you've pushed the boundaries too much in that area. Please fix that rent control or that thing, or, you know, whatever it is. That's because I'm nervous that that every time there is discretion for the council in this paper, we've chosen further arm's length than needed. So I'm wanting to bring it back as much as possible, but, you know, not undermining it, like not putting 6 trustees on, for example.
Yeah. I think it puts timeline risk on the establishment. That is what I would say. And I think it could protract your registration process, and I think you will create potential concern at the regulatory level if they are heightened about that point, that issue. You know, I think you will face quite increased scrutiny potentially.
Yeah, no, that's cool. And my question to Kāinga, what thought has been given to bringing Te Kāinga into the CHIP?
Not explicit consideration, but in the trust deed, you'll see the CHIP is enabled to operate a range of different types of housing, and we think that's one of the aspects of flexibility that's in the deed that we think is really important. Most CHIPs around the country do provide a range of different kinds of housing, and so I don't know the ins and outs of the implications for Te Kāinga, but there is provision in there for the CHIP to be able to provide affordable kinds of housing as well as public housing and things like that. So there's scope in there.
My other question is around the support fund and the rent setting. So two things. Have we got the mechanism by which the changes to the rent policy will be there's that 31C, so, any review of the rental policy jointly carried out, but what's the kind of decision-making forum for the changes being agreed? Have we got that?
We don't, and that's one of those issues that Kim referred to not explicitly, but in his introductory remarks around the fact that we are going through an iterative decision-making process. We're working our way from the most fundamental decisions down to the most detailed ones. So if the council takes the decisions today around those recommendations, we'd go away and look at how we would give effect to that. But I'd also sort of go back to the point in response to Councillor Matthews' question earlier, is that this is one of the areas that we probably have the most concern around the perception and the reality of control. And so we think it's likely that any decision-making mechanism that gets developed off the back of that the council will not be able to exercise absolute decision-making rights on all aspects of rent and tenancy conditions and things. So there will be a development process to go through there, but we think a sort of a shared process that we've outlined in the paper is probably as far as we can go from a regulatory perspective.
I've just got two more questions. The first one is Murray Edridge's point around new tenants and why our support is only for existing tenants. And I know that came through in the consultation, but new tenants wouldn't have a voice because they're not tenants yet. But is there not a way that we can, because what we're then going to do is set up 3 tiers. There's going to be IRRS, our existing tenants, and new tenants who are not IRRS, which I think is going to lead to a whole lot more complexity and problem. Is it really, can we, what's your advice on us changing the nature of the rental setting policy and the support fund and making it for all tenants? Because the support funds, particularly things like social events, that's going to be for everyone, right? So can we not just be explicit about that's for tenants of the CHIP, not regardless of whether, how and when they came in, and same with the rent policy?
Yeah, I guess in the short term, I think it's very unlikely that there will be tenants of the CHIP that aren't existing tenants that transfer over, or tenants that come off the government's public housing register primarily for financial reasons. Tenants that bring IRRS with them are the pathway to sustainability. So in the short term, I think we have, in all likelihood, we have the set of existing tenants, and as those tenants move out, they will be replaced by tenants off the public housing register who will be IRRS tenants. I'm not sure in the short term that there are going to be large numbers of tenants of that third category of tenant that you are referring to there. And I think the key issues that we heard through consultation from our existing tenants is that they want certainty, and that the council, they want some commitment from the council around what happens to them. And so what we've tried to do in the paper is to focus on the existing tenants and the things that will transfer across for them.
I get that, but is there any impediment to broadening it?
The CHIP, for new tenants in the future that are not the council's existing tenants or IRRS tenants, the CHIP has discretion about what the rental policy for those tenants would be, and it would need to develop a rental policy in line with the regulatory requirements.
Okay, and my final question for now is just this point about thinking about, potential risks and international best practices not to evict people, and the current legal settings in New Zealand don't allow us to evict people if they fall outside the policy settings to qualify. can we protect against the CHIP behaving differently if the law allows them to? And potentially in the trust deed by saying that it's an exemplar or model landlord or doesn't use the legal minimums as the basis for its treatment of tenants, including on eviction or something like that.
Yeah, so Class 1 social landlords have a sort of broader duty than normal landlords anyway. You know, they have a focus on tenant wellbeing, and that is in the performance standards that the regulator requires CHIPs to perform to. I think that's a level of detail we would need to go and think about, but my sort of gut reaction is that that sort of protection for tenants that gives them a better position than what the law allows doesn't fit, you know, it goes back to the holistic approach and control, but that feels to me like it would be in the bucket of things that are okay, but I think it is something we would need to go and just do some further thinking about, and also look at it in the whole with all of the other controls.
Okay, thanks. I'll maybe come back.
Maybe there's a report back on that. Mayor Foster.
Yeah, look, thank you. Number of questions. First one of them is the what you're suggesting there is the primary focus on the Wellington region as opposed to Wellington City. I understand the reason for that, but I also just wonder what you're thinking around, I mean, how do they get encouraged to, if it's, for example, more expensive to deliver housing in Wellington City, how do we ensure that there's not a disincentive for them to do that in Wellington City and they go, well, right, it's easier and cheaper to do it in the Wairarapa or whatever it might be, and we don't get the housing stock that we want in Wellington City. So how do we make sure there's at least a sufficient incentive for them to do that?
Yeah, so this is, just going back to the first question, this is one of those issues as well where the question about flexibility and things is important as well. So what we're trying to do here is create a context that enables the CHIP to potentially grow and develop into the future in response to a range of possible different circumstances, which is why we've recommended that it is enabled to go broad and with a primary focus on the Wellington City or Wellington region, depending on what the council prefers. But
so that's a moderately significant difference. So can you just spell that one out a bit more?
Sorry?
The Wellington City or Wellington region, those are two quite different things. And that's why I'm asking the question. I'll be quite comfortable if it just said New Zealand with a primary focus on Wellington City, but when it's Wellington region, that might send a different incentive to the CHIP. And that's why I'm asking particularly for your guidance on that.
Yeah, well, I mean, as Andrew said before, the council's existing portfolio will be the basis of the CHIP's operations initially, so its only focus will be Wellington City initially. The council's also providing upfront capitalisation in the form of cash and property to enable new supplies, so that is a form of control in the sense that the council is funding new supply and development in Wellington City. If you wanted to continue to provide funding for new supply in the future, you can equally put conditions around the fact that that has to be done in the Wellington City boundaries if that's what the council wishes to do. We also think that given the potential governance partners that might be around the table for the CHIP in terms of mana whenua partners, there could well be an interest and a need to develop beyond Wellington City and into the Wellington region. So we do want to enable that, and we potentially want to enable beyond the Wellington region as well. And so we think we've sort of struck the balance again in the trust deed there by saying the primary focus is in Wellington, but also enable it to grow and develop as it's able to over time.
So I'm not hearing from that whether there will be any difficulty with the words being the Wellington, with the undertake these activities in New Zealand with a primary focus on Wellington City as opposed to the Wellington region.
There wouldn't be a problem with having a primary focus in Wellington City as long as it's enabled to move beyond Wellington City.
No, I'd be fine with that. Okay, cool. The second question I have, which is around with the mayoral task force, and this has come up in the submissions as well, one of the key things we were interested in is this issue of those third tenants that you were talking about. So they're not existing tenants and they're not IRS tenants, but the ability for the CHIP, maybe the encouragement for at least to look positively on that. And I take your point absolutely around the financial incentive, but at the moment what you've got there in 5 is it allows that, but it doesn't so much encourage that, and obviously there's obviously going to be some fine language around how that gets dealt with, but I'd just be interested in how you can deal with that in possibly a more encouraging way.
The CHIP is going to have to respond to the housing need in the community, right? And so what we want to do in the trust deed is to enable it to do that and to change that, to change the composition of its portfolio over time in response to that need if it's appropriate to do so. So this is one of those areas where we don't want to be very specific.
I wasn't wanting to be specific. I was just wanting to be gently encouraging, as opposed to, because I mean, because there's a monitoring process there. And it's if that monitoring process came back and said, look, you've looked after your existing tenants, that number's fallen over time as you would expect it to do as people move on. You've got more IRS tenants. But if there were no new tenants in that other category, you'd sort of go, why not? Because we know there's a demand for that space. I mean, clearly you're not writing it here, but you've got to do some writing as you start working on the document. So I'm at the very least inviting you to consider what sort of wording you might put in there around that.
I guess our view is we think it's important for it to be enabled to do that, but to limit the extent to which we're prescribing that. And the other entities that we're aware of, CHIPs around the country, in reality, they all end up providing a range of different kinds of housing for different kinds of tenants and needs. So we think it's very likely that it's going to do that, and it is enabled to do that. We just don't want to prescribe how it does that or to the extent to which it does that.
Yeah, look, it might be useful to provide some advice over time, maybe the next time when you come back with any information around how other CHIPs have done this and who they've actually ended up accommodating.
The other thing I would say is if you start prescribing exactly how the CHIP's going to satisfy different types of housing demand, you start straying into that interference.
I wasn't prescribing.
No, but it is another.
Yeah. Okay. And my next area of question was just around the trust board, and this is picking up the kind of things that Councillor Fitzsimons was talking about. At the moment, it seems like you've veered for the lower level of council representation with each kind of number. And there's nothing there about elected members, and I wonder whether, in fact, we might encourage it. And there's also, so I wonder whether we might encourage at least having an elected member involved in that. I know that Otatahi had 3. In fact, the Christchurch Council put all their 3 as elected members. I'm not necessarily suggesting that, but at least there is some recognition of that in the documentation that could be done. And the other bit is just around skills. Now, I think it's really important. There is skills demand, not a representation demand alone. So that will go for councillors or council or mana whenua or whoever. But it's whether everybody needs to have a certain base level of skills for some areas. I mean, because you can have the people who are skilled in various different areas, but at least, a degree of numeracy, for example, might be kind of vaguely useful for people who've got to run you're running a very substantial business for everybody. Because you don't want to be carrying people who actually have no idea in some of those key core competencies.
Just on the elected member point, so there is a proposed amendment that's come through that seeks to change the recommendation to ensure that there would be one of the council, or 2, sorry.
There were 2 different proposals. One was at least 1, and then you had 2.
So there are amendments on the table on that issue. We would support one of the council appointees being specified as an elected member, but not more than that. And again, this goes to the point around actually the council may want flexibility over time about who it appoints to the trust as well. And the more we prescribe, the less flexibility future councils have on that issue. But we would support one of those trustees being an elected member.
Okay, and just basically ensuring that everybody has at least got some core competencies.
Yeah, I mean.
Let's not go there. That could get personal.
This is completely not the current room at all. But I'm just thinking we're trying to set something up for the future. Which and if people are just elect, I could think back in time to some elected members, but I'm not going to name anybody.
I think you have some protection from the regulatory perspective because the regulator has to be satisfied that you do have a competent board with the relevant skills required, and they have mandatory skills that must be satisfied in terms of the ongoing monitoring of the chip, so at establishment but also on an ongoing basis. So that's one thing I don't think you need to go to that level of detail in your governing documents because I think you have regulatory protection on that point.
Okay, a couple of other things that I just wanted to ask about. The first one of them is just it's down as a 30 to 35 year arrangement, but I didn't see anything anywhere about the expectation of, as you're approaching the 30 to 35 years, clearly there will be, I'm assuming there will be hey, going well, roll over. But I know, and you'd write that into the arrangements, or if it wasn't going well, you want to change it. But I'm assuming that you want to give some long-term certainty to CHIP in terms of the planning as we get towards the tail end of whatever the time frame is.
Yeah, I expect that the lease would set out that the CHIP and the council would enter into discussions at the end about the future of the lease. We will give further consideration to whether there is a sort of how the renewal might work at that point. But yes, it would address a process to occur at the end of the lease.
Cool, good. And last one is just in the mayoral task force, there were a number of things around essentially the services area to tenants. Is there anything that we can say in terms of the trustee that we would expect the CHIP to provide those kind of services? It's the wraparound support that we've always wanted to see provided for all tenants.
So this is provided for in the 4A there already. So again, this is one of those things that we've included in the trustee to enable the CHIP to provide wraparound services. So the sorts of things that were listed in the task force report is absolutely enabled to do that. But it's an operational decision for the CHIP about exactly what it does and how it gives effect to that. But it is enabled to do that, and there are plenty of examples of other CHIPs that provide a whole range of those kinds of services, and we listed a few of those in the councillor Q&A document.
So as you write the trust deed, it's a case of the level of detail you would get to or the level of flexibility you provide?
No, we'd propose that the trustee just has what's in recommendation 4A at the moment, and we think that enables the CHIP to provide a whole range of the kinds of services that are set out in the task force report and other things. So we're confident that enables that, but that doesn't require it to do it in a particular way.
Okay, and that's a monitoring issue. Okay, thank you.
Cool, thank you. We've got about 6 more people on the list. So Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. First up, a question about the contribution that we're putting into the CHIP. Given it's about 35 million, I know it's about 25 million in property and 10 million in cash. Is that something that we have to go out to consult on?
You have consulted on it through the LTP amendment.
So is that classed as part of the LTP amendment? Okay.
Yep.
All right. And I noticed, in particular, Auckland, what they seem to have is they're involved or connected with different CHIPs or different types of arrangements. So they've got like they're in partnership with a Selwyn Trust for senior housing. They've also got an arrangement with the government with Tamaki Housing. So I'm just, and obviously the Selwyn Trust is focused on the elderly. The Tamaki ones focus on certain areas. So just wondered, is that something that is possible here in Wellington? To have more than one CHIP, and perhaps with different focuses?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Haumaru Housing in Auckland is a joint venture between Selwyn and Auckland Council, and it was Council's properties. That was their housing for the elderly, pensioner housing, that they established a CHIP for. Tamaki Regeneration Project is a different entity, and it's geographically specific about delivering housing outcomes for that area. Wellington already has a number of chips in the region, so there is nothing stopping there being more chips across the Wellington region just because we're establishing this chip for our current portfolio, similar to Haumaru housing. It wouldn't stop there being other housing initiatives, say through an SDP with Crown around Let's Get Wellington Moving or other initiatives.
But given we've got 2,000 properties and some of them are, depending on their configuration, would it not be something we should be considering rather than just one big chip for them all, is breaking it up slightly in terms of maybe 2 or 3, and maybe they're in partnership with others. We seem to be, it's one size fits all at the moment, and I just wonder whether we've got some flexibility around that.
In a way, we are following the Auckland model and the Christchurch model, in that the entirety of the council portfolio is moving across to a single chip. It's not like Auckland broke up its portfolio into multiple chips. The Tamaki properties, I believe, were former Housing New Zealand properties, which were transferred in a sort of entirely separate process, and would also just reiterate that this will not be the only chip in Wellington. There are other chips that will operate here.
There's also the issues around efficiency and things, and I think, as Murray mentioned in his submission this morning, going through the regulatory process and setting up a new entity is a substantial undertaking. To do that multiple times with multiple entities is an even bigger undertaking, and you'd have all the questions around efficiency and duplication and that sort of thing. So we haven't considered working in partnership with any existing chips here in Wellington? With some transferring some of our stock to them as part of an arrangement? The council's taken the decision to establish its own chip. There's nothing that prevents that chip from partnering with others in the future in ways that it chooses to do. Okay, and my understanding is that city housing was really born out of providing key worker housing. I was actually down in Pūroro yesterday and noticed some housing that I know is subject to development, but it was developed. A lot of bus drivers used it, and it's right next to the bus parking area, bus barn area. So just and this is where I think we're struggling with, is how do we make sure that we can. And I know we've got taking out Kainga, but how do we make sure that we, as a council, make sure that we try and ensure that there is housing for all? I know we can't provide a house for every single one, and that might be part of our vision, but practically, and given a lot of this housing was actually developed for that, and we've actually had to use it because there hasn't been enough kainga ora homes for people to go into, and we've actually ended up having to house them. So, yeah, I'm just trying to, given where our housing has come from and the position that we've been put in, because we've been having to house what normally is kainga ora tenants, how does this chip going to, how is this solution going to be able to deal with that group of people? Again, the trust deed enables the chip to provide a whole range of different housing and housing services in response to the needs that it sees in the community. It's also going to have to produce a strategic plan and a business plan that demonstrates for the regulator that it understands the housing needs in its community and that it's responding accordingly. As it develops new housing, it's also going to have to be thinking about what kind of housing is needed and where you need to put it. So we think the deed enables it to do everything, a whole range of different things, and it is up for that entity over time to assess what those needs are and to respond accordingly in terms of the provision of wraparound services or housing development, or whether that's social affordable housing. We've created the ability for it to do that here, and then there'll be a number of different regulatory establishment and monitoring provisions and things over time to make sure that it's continually kind of taking an appropriate view around need and responding to that. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. Perfect timing.
Cool, I just had a few straightforward ones. My first one was for our people from KPMG and Bell Gully. Have you guys been involved in setting up other trust deeds for other CHIPs or housing trusts around the country?
So I've been working in the social housing and public housing space since 2017, so I was heavily involved with the government social housing reform program. Following that, I did a big work stream with the Ministry of Housing developing their template model form public housing contracts, and that was a long process with the sector to develop those contracts on a collaborative basis, and the regulator was also part of that process. And then most recently, I assisted with KPMG on the Western Pūroro social housing transaction, involving Ngāti Toa's Te Ahura Mawai. So I've seen a lot of governing documents for various entities, and we have looked at all of those and coming up with what we think is an appropriate governance framework for this CHIP. Yeah.
Cool. That's really useful to have your skills and expertise. And just a kind of follow-on question from that, given your involvement in the 2017 social housing reform stuff, I was interested to know your thoughts on why the government's changed their stance on providing the IRRS to councils, given that was something that they were a proponent of when they were in opposition, notably Annette King and the Honourable Phil Twyford, and why that might have changed as part of those reforms now?
Sorry, I'm just going to say that's up to the government to answer that one, really.
Sorry, I was trying to get some insider tea, but I'll continue on.
Yeah.
My second one was just a general question. Lots of our submitters this morning brought up the accommodation supplement. How long has that been under review? A few submitters said it is under review, but that's been a few years, like ages, hasn't it? Or is there a deadline for that, or does anybody know?
Don't know. I think it's been going for a little while.
Yeah, we also have heard that it's under review, but we haven't seen any outputs from that.
Okay, so that might never happen. And then my last one was just, again, I'm just a bit concerned about, I had a question about where in the government's budget can we find the provisions for our new tenants that we're going to take on. That is at 9.8 million. And that's a significant concern for tenants too, that we can't find in writing or within the budget, the assurances that new tenants will get access to IRRS. So where can we find that? Is there anything in writing?
Our understanding is it was included in what the government calls a broader cost pressure bid in the appropriation for public housing more generally. So that appropriation will be funding the IRRS for all, for Kaingaora and other CHIPs and things, and so it's been factored into there. It's not an individual line item.
So if a tenant asks me where in the budget can I see that new tenants will get IRS, where do I direct them?
So the appropriation will sit within vote housing. I think the appropriation will state that it covers the income-related rent subsidy. The budget documents usually set out the initiatives that have changed the appropriation in that budget. I'm not sure there'll be a separate line item that says support for Wellington housing, but there will be, as Catherine said, a cost pressure bid that increases that appropriation, and the funding for the Wellington CHIP for the first 2 years will be within that. And we have fairly clear answer from the Minister's office that we are funded for 2 years of turnover and 380 tenants. So it is in the budget documents, but I suspect there is not an actual line item which disaggregates it out.
And sorry, just one more that I just remembered, it'd be quick. Thanks. Murray Edridge, in his submission this morning to us from the City Mission, said that they, to summarise, that they stopped their CHIP process, and one of the reasons was because setting up a CHIP was about being a landlord, and they were more interested in those pastoral and wellbeing services. Has there been much work done to investigate whether council could continue to provide city housing's pastoral and welfare services and in-house, and the landlord and kind of management of the assets is separate? And if you can't do that, why can't you do that? Yeah, but that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, the regulator would expect the CHIP to be providing those services for its tenants. Plus, once the CHIP is the day-to-day tenancy manager for all the tenants, it will have the best understanding about what the nature of the support services and things that those tenants need are. It'll be
they're very clear that there needs to be a clear differentiation between providing pastoral care, social services, and being a landlord. You can't be both.
But I just also want to follow up from that, because I do understand that one of the advantages of a CHIP that's different to us is that they can actually apply for funding from grants to get the wellbeing support care that we can't apply for as a council. So that is probably one of the differences. That's what I had explained to me. Is that not a...
Yeah, so for some of the additional services, for want of a better way to describe them, that you can do that as a CHIP, but you have to clearly demonstrate to the regulator that you do that. There's a sort of separation within your organisation. So, and the reason for that is they don't want tenants to feel pressured that in order to keep their house or whatever,
you have to participate in,
go to this course, or go to a service or something like that. And so those services can be provided and you can get funding for them, but there has to be a separation between the tenancy manager, if you like, and then the personnel who are offering those additional services. CHIPs are able to subcontract some things, and so if there were certain services that Wellington City Council was interested in continuing to provide, there might be a way to do that. Again, the regulator would look at those arrangements to check that they were appropriate. But I guess I would sort of go back to the efficiency perspective, and that it would seem to me to make more sense for the CHIP to be looking at that, because it's the entity that's going to be running that portfolio and looking after the tenants. But that is an operational question.
Councillor Pennant.
So this is all very complicated just because the government won't give us a subsidy. So I was just wondering, I take your response to Councillor Paul's question, but what actually was the legal and policy justification for excluding councils?
I think it's a political and budget decision. There is only so much funding to go around, so that is my general understanding.
Okay, so can I just also clarify, so the idea is to lease the assets, but nevertheless the council continues to own them. Mm-hmm. So you've talked about this importance of separation and independence, but how can you really be independent when the council's the owner?
So I think a couple of things. First is I think the independence is particularly important on the tenant side, and the regulator may be, the regulator is used to seeing lease arrangements operate within this sector, and we in particular have an arrangement that looks very similar to what OCHT set up, and therefore we're comfortable that although the property management side, I guess, is a bit closer to council in that there is a fund and there's a level of joint consultation on asset management, that the regulator will get comfortable with that. What we do know, though, is that the regulator is likely to get very uncomfortable with restrictions around future rent setting or tenant selection beyond what we have put in this paper, where we think we're already, to be honest, flying quite close to the sun on how much control the council will have in those areas, and have already pushed it to the limit where we think that sits.
It's nothing to do with you, but this all just seems completely ludicrous. The changes in government policy, I didn't understand, what's the criteria, what's the process? If there's a change in government policy and then we want to take control again, how's that going to work in practice?
The lease will have a provision that the council can terminate it with 2 years' notice in that circumstance. At that point, the CHIP will need to essentially reconfigure its business in a fairly significant way, because at that point it may own properties outright, which it would want to continue to manage. The lease would end, and then a city housing type function would need to be re-established within the council at that point.
Sorry, I haven't been clear about my question. I mean, what's the actual process for deciding what is a significant change in policy? That can be a little bit complicated, obviously. I mean, and who would decide whether it was significant? Would we sit round this table and go, this is significant or it's not significant, and then there would be all this debate? It just all sounds a bit eerie and uncertain. Yeah, there's got to be a process, because otherwise, of course, we'll have a massive argument, because there will always be councillors that want to take it back.
Just wondering if the
we can prescribe in the lease what the significant change in policy is, and for certainty and to avoid disputes, you would want to be quite clear about what that is. My understanding is that the significant change in policy we're really talking about is IRRs becoming available for local council-run organisations or portfolios, and so I think the language around significant change in policy would be focused on that change happening, which has obviously been a contentious issue for many years, that local governments are not able to access the IRRs.
Yeah, and hopefully you'll keep it open enough, because there could be another agreement, which I'll get to in a minute. The services from the trust, so you're talking about if we try and exit and it takes 2 years, could it be then that the council could contract the trust to provide those services that we consider necessary just to make it quicker?
You could certainly have some sort of arrangement if the trust were willing to do that, because that would be a decision that the trust itself would have to make, and that it had the capability to continue to do that. And at the very least, I'd expect some sort of transitional services arrangement as you handed back over the tenancy management function from the CHIP to council, because you would want to make sure that that was as streamlined as possible.
Okay, last question. Local government funding agency, Sarah, we could borrow money to build houses. Is there any problem?
No, you can borrow money to build houses through LGFA.
So, yeah, I am looking at it. So I just want to understand, because I've left it to my very competent colleagues to handle. I haven't really been paying because I've felt it's their job. But to be this whole thing around the negotiation with government, have we gone to government and said, we will borrow some money and we'll use some rates and we will build houses and then you can give us some money too? This whole thing has been absolutely ludicrous. I'll get onto that in a minute, but I do want to know whether that was done.
No, actually, that's...
was it done?
We brought back to a briefing with this council the detailed development opportunities that we were trying to negotiate with through HUD and the Crown, which had a number of options, including direct investment and development by council. So that was a very detailed piece of work done by Catherine and the team at MHUD. Exactly that, yes.
So, because I just hadn't quite understood. So how much were you intending to build? Can you remind me?
We did the bulk and form assessment, which showed the maximum we could develop in the existing portfolio.
I think it was 27 sites, and I think we had, I want to say somewhere in the order of up to 500, 300 to 500. Sorry, I can't remember. There's also nothing in what we're doing now that prevents us from, prevents the CHIP and the council and the government together continuing to have conversations around redevelopment and co-funding that redevelopment in some way. So there's nothing about the process that we're in now that means that door is closed off. In fact, we would expect that the CHIP, the council and the Crown would continue to think about where the opportunities for development in the portfolio are.
So if we got an amendment directing you to continue with that work and the CHIP if it's set up, is that compromising its independence? I mean, honestly, this is just...
But I mean, the intent
to go and build them.
The intent of the capitalisation of the chip is for development.
Yeah,
So-
I know. But the point is, it's about the role of council in all of this, and actually the council being able to do some stuff as well. Because the only reason the chip can, of course, survive is because it's getting assets from the city.
There's the secondary line, which is the subsidy stream. So if we were to build more assets and provide that as a service direct to tenants and it wasn't subsidised, it would end up costing us more. We'd be into the same position. Whereas if we develop and the chip is enabled to provide that service and it's a subsidy, you've got the dual stream, council providing funding and a subsidy from the Crown. So there's nothing stopping you, it's just financially difficult, and you would need to resolve some form of subsidising that work.
It's government policy, is it? Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, and thank you for the huge mahi that's gone into this. Just a couple of questions from our presenters this morning that I'd like to just unpack here today. If you don't mind, I'll reel them off together. So one that I would like to know is, what is the dollar amount that we've been able to support our tenants with since February for the ARL, so our rental subsidy, or it's in the paper, the dollars? Sorry, I missed that one. Okay. I'll look it up.
$107,000 worth of support since February.
Do you want to come with me?
Oh, okay. Angelique and the team are getting some information, I think, in response to those questions at the moment.
It's in the Q&A.
Yeah, thank you. No, sorry, I didn't pull that into my brain.
You can be forgiven, there's been a lot.
Yeah, that one didn't land. Our tenants this morning were asking about our affordable rent subsidy, and what is the difference for them if we reduce it or remove it from the equation that we've got at the moment?
Accommodation supplement.
Yeah. Get the right word.
Can you re-explain that, because I'm not sure I can follow.
No, that's all right.
What you're meaning by reducing.
Yeah.
So say it again with accommodation supplement in the centre.
Yeah. So if you take the accommodation supplement out of B in our equation, what does that mean for council and for tenants? And one more question: what if we take the ARLS, so our one, down to a 25% threshold, what will that mean for us and for tenants?
We'd probably have to... We'd need to go away and cost that up a bit further. Oh.
I think Laurie's just wanting the theory. Do you want to go on to another question while people are obviously having to think in their heads how they explain it? I think as well.
So the next question would be the one from Rosie, which was, how have we been creative with thinking about how we remove the market-related rent?
Well, the council gave some consideration a couple of years ago to changing the way it set its rental policy, and that was a fairly difficult process at the time. There's some response to... Sorry, I'm just getting the right piece of paper. There's some response in the Q&A document on the shift to a market-related rent generally. Sorry, I'm just trying to find it.
While Catherine finds that, can I just talk to the accommodation supplement versus our rental policies? what in effect might happen in some circumstances is that more money comes out of the CHIP or council bank account into the tenant bank account, less comes out of the Crown bank account because they may not be eligible for that anymore. So just because we don't include it in a calculation doesn't mean that it won't impact their overall entitlement from the Crown. That's the issue. So it's which paper bag is it coming out of? There might be a minority benefit on the edges, but the issue is that we step into a space and pay what the Crown is already paying, and they don't get both.
Can I ask a follow-up question from that? So is it, because I think people think it happens in the other direction, that some people think that we judge it as income and then it impacts on what we charge for rent, but actually it happens in the reverse direction where the government says, how much are you being asked to pay for rent? And then they say, this is how much accommodation supplement we give you. So when we reduce it, we're actually just paying some of the accommodation supplement?
So we're paying what the Crown is already paying.
Yeah, so we're sort of double,
Yes.
We're getting the balance out. That's the challenge.
It's easier to set a rental policy than it is to assess a benefit allowance or criteria, right? That's really prescriptive. And so the Crown will take it out.
Yeah, so that...
We don't do it.
No.
Well, it's got nothing to do with it.
No.
Yes, Councillor Fitzsimons has just whispered to me if it was easy we would have already done it, and I think that is so true. This is the complexity, and I'm sure that our tenants are watching right now, and this is the complexity that we're dealing with, is that it's not actually council saying this is requirements that are impacted outside of our control.
Yeah, so maybe there's probably three things I think that are in the Q&A document that are just worth reiterating around a shift from a market rent to a income-based rent. One, there's the financial consideration depending on where you set the level, and the council would have to fund that separately. Secondly, as Sarah said, once you start to reduce the rent in a significant way, you are effectively stepping into the central government funding shoes because of the way that sort of circularity works. Once you reduce the rent, the accommodation supplement reduces, and then it reduces the rent, so you get into this spiral effectively. And then thirdly, the operational considerations. Once you move to an income-based rent setting approach, you need powers and abilities and things to be able to have income and asset information and things from people in a way that, so MSD has some ability to collect information that local authorities and CHIPs, my understanding is, don't. So once you move into a different way of setting the rent, you have to have the necessary ability to collect the information in order to calculate the rental entitlements.
Can I just ask a quick follow-on question because it fits into this? So if we tried to go to, at the moment our ARS is set at 35%, if we tried to make the difference up to do IRRS to 25%, what would that quantum difference be? And then how would that impact, what would the amount be that it would impact on the accommodation supplement? So this is the difference between if we went from 35% to 25%, and then what would that impact financially be on the accommodation supplement that we would be essentially funding instead of the government?
The cost of reducing eligible tenant rent to 25. So if effectively you're trying to replicate the IRRS, the cost of reducing the rent of those tenants who would be eligible for the IRRS down to 25% would be $8.3 million a year. As a result, you would probably end up funding something like $4.5 million worth of accommodation supplement that the government would otherwise fund. So it's quite a significant increase.
Cost of $8 million to us, benefit of $4 million to tenants.
So we'd be passing up quite a lot of government subsidy.
More part-time. Just what are the benefits and risks to tenants and council if we recommend continuing the rate freeze as part of the fund that we've got through to the CHIP?
Beyond the one that we've done, if we used some of the extra fund to freeze it further, although we can't choose that, I think.
So the cost of a rent freeze for a single year is about $1.7 million, but of course the cost of that on an ongoing basis is actually higher because while you freeze the rent for a given year, which means it doesn't go up by the tune of about $1.7 million, it means the increase then after is also calculated off a lower base. So you've got an initial kind of obvious upfront cost of 1.7, but then you've got lost you've effectively got lost revenue cost built in over the longer term. You could one of the possible uses of the tenant support fund that we have thought about is potentially having a future, if the CHIP chose to freeze rent in the future for a year, it could choose to fund some of that out of the tenant support fund, but it would obviously need to come to the council, and because of the long-term implications of that as well, that would need to be a decision that be made jointly.
How are we going? So we're at 12:30, and I was initially thinking we'd do 12:30 to 1:30 for lunch, but I think it's important that we get these first lot of questions through, because otherwise it's hard for us to do work on the wording for amendments. So we've got Liz Kelly, then Deputy Mayor Free, then Councillor Condi, and then there's a couple of us with just a few small questions. So over to Liz Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to... the problem with this is that the more questions that are answered, the more questions it raises. So I've kind of lost my train of thought here now. But I think it's essentially, if I start at the beginning when Councillor Fitzsimons was asking the question, it's very clear to me that there's still a nervousness about the CHIP and the council actually losing control of this asset to the city. And I was listening to your answer to Councillor Fitzsimons, but I was thinking that isn't it fair to say when she was questioning about if we can get out of like how we can get out of it if you get you decide that, no, this isn't working for us and we want to get out of it. And your answer was around how this is more to do with the authority being confident that the CHIP setup is independent. Wouldn't it be fair to say, though, and I'm thinking of the structure of our CHIP and the structure of Te Ahuru Mōwai, that as long as you give the authority that they are confidence, or they have a confidence that what the council is trying to achieve is to provide a service that's affordable and financially sustainable, but they still want to have some sort of control, that the authority, like you'd still have independent people on board, but that the authority can still see that if they're confident that that's your purpose, that they would support that. Because from what I'm hearing you say is that if there was more than one councillor or not elected person on the governance structure, that we would be swaying too far into the side of it looking like it's a council-controlled organisation. I don't think that is the case, or have I misinterpreted your answer to Councillor Fitzsimons?
I think the key thing is you just can't have a majority of trustees on the board. So it's absolutely fine to have council-appointed trustees on the board, and they should be able to influence decision making. Absolutely,
that's the point.
But they can't control decision making. Yeah. So you absolutely you fall foul of the eligibility criteria as soon as you have a majority of seats on the board, because you become a CCO, and then you will not be eligible to be a chair.
But it wouldn't be outside the realms of being allowable for, say, there be 3 elected members on the governance structure, as long as they weren't the majority and you still had some key people that were independent.
Yeah, as long as you don't hold a majority of seats on the board of trustees, then that's fine. As the entity with the appointment rights of those people, you can think about now how you want to prescribe that. I guess Catherine's point is you want to preserve some flexibility in case there are other candidates that you might want to appoint in your 3 seats that you have. So I think there is support for having potentially one member who has to be an elected member as a trustee seat, and you might choose to appoint other elected members into your other trustee seats if that makes sense at the time. But to mandate it removes some flexibility if there were other people that you thought were the right people for the job at the time.
Yeah, but the question I'm asking is, and I refer to the two examples that I've given you, both of those organisations, they still control the asset. They still control the asset, and the authority, my experience with the authority is as long as they are comfortable that you're meeting the purpose of the CHIP and not moving into the realms of a CCO, then they're okay with that. Because I think that you saying, that there's only one, that's still inciting a nervousness around the table, and I don't believe that that's correct.
Maybe just to clarify, we're not saying that there should only be one elected member on the board.
I thought that's what the paper said.
The paper says we would have 1 to 3 council-appointed trustees on the board, depending on the size of the board at the point in time. The amendment that came through in the paper, we left that open and flexible for the council to appoint whoever it wanted as its council-appointed trustees, which could have been elected members, it could have been other people. The amendment, I'm sorry, I can't remember whose amendment it was to specify that at least one of those council-appointed trustees is required to be an elected member, and we had left that flexible. But
that's fine.
Proposed
You've
amendment
clarified it for me. That could just come up in debate. So my second question is, can you expand on the 380 placements that it's at 13? Is that 380 placements that government are guaranteed for Wellington City Council, or is that for the region? Because I'm a little bit confused, because I was at a CHAR community housing Aotearoa hui yesterday, and that was raised again, and I'm thinking, so can you just clarify, is that for Wellington City Council or the region?
It's 380 places for the CHIP.
For Wellington City Council CHIP?
For the CHIP established by the Wellington City Council. 380 places funded on a turnover basis, building up over 2 years. So as tenants turn over, you could take on 380 new tenants over a 2-year period, and those tenants are funded with the IRRS.
So based on the tenants that, or the tenancies that we have now, would that be sufficient? Is that about right?
Do you mean to return the portfolio to sufficient to return to sustainability?
And will 380 be enough?
No, it won't be enough. And we need to continue to work with the government on those longer term funding arrangements, which they've committed to do with us.
And that's why the additionality is important as well, because that's alongside it, because we get IRRS for the ones that we build that are new, over and above.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the commitment that we have in terms of a set number of places is very comparable to the commitment that OCHT had from the government when it was established. It was given a certain number of places building up over a certain period of time, and they've continued to take on places after that. So we're starting out in a way that is very comparable to the way that Christchurch City Council and OCHT
So is that for us to prove ourselves to the authority we can do this?
We need to keep talking with the government about locking in a longer term funding arrangement.
Okay, thank you. And my third question was, where is my third question? Oh yeah, so somebody, I forget which one, it might have been Councillor Paul, talked about, oh no, I think it was Fleur, talked about 3 lots of tenants, the IRRS, the ones, and the ones that don't meet anything. I thought the whole purpose of us setting up the CHIP was to get the IRRS. So why would we be, what's the thinking behind providing housing for tenants that don't meet social housing or affordable housing or community housing?
Some of those tenants who don't meet, who are looking for affordable housing might not meet the threshold for IRS. So many chips have a broad range of tenants. It's quite hard. It's difficult to get to 100% IRS tenancy if you're not KO. So it's enabling
so my thing,
to take people
is it
who have a
more
need.
for the purposes of the existing tenants?
So the government has been very clear that it won't provide IRS for existing tenants, and therefore the IRS will be for new tenants. As this sort of evolves over time, we expect the CHIP to offer a mix of public housing and housing at other levels of affordability, tenants along different parts of the spectrum, which most, almost all other CHIPs do. OCHT is currently, I believe, at around 40-ish% public housing, and the remainder are still affordable tenants. As a sector as a whole, a couple of years out of date, but broadly the sector was around 50-50 of public to other types.
But are we providing that space, or are we referring to that space so that it gives our existing confidence and a surety that they're not going to get evicted? Is that where that's coming from? Because I would say if that's what it is, the Tenancy Act right now makes it really, really hard. It's really hard to evict anybody, and particularly if they're paying their rent. So, I mean...
Sorry, I can verify what that question was coming from. I think Councillor Calvert had asked that, and it's around the fact that the housing, we have provided housing to people who don't qualify but are still living within very tight means, but they don't quite meet the most sort of, I guess, the KO and the other means. So there's a group of people that we have provided, and in fact City Housing was established to provide for people who are living very much close to their means but don't necessarily qualify. So that's where that question had come from.
But it doesn't. Are we looking at that still because it's to give a surety to those existing tenants that they're not going to get evicted? Because the thing is we can't evict them.
I think at the moment, but there's also, I guess, a concern that we still have people with need out there in the community. We don't want them to look at our system and think they're never going to be able to make their way in, when we very likely may be able to house some of those people as well, because we may not be able to fill all of our housing with people.
The problem is that we've got a huge majority of the people in New Zealand that fit that. You're right. And they're even earning good money, and they still are struggling.
Broken housing system.
Yeah. I think that's it. Thank you.
We'll keep moving. So we've got Deputy Mayor Free, if you're still there.
Yes, I am. I've been listening with great interest, so thanks for everybody's contributions. I actually still want to pick up on a point which has been made by quite a few others, and that's about the maximum of 3 council appointments. And I don't see it as a big problem if it were to be up to 4, given that the suggestion is there have been up to 9 around the table, and also given that the independent 5 would be appointing the chair. So I think that it is something that we should press on. And they don't have to all be councillors, obviously. That would probably be very undesirable. But to be appointing good people, I think we've got as much right. We should take as much right as we can to have some control over that process of who's on the board.
Sorry, I'm just going to stop you there, because we actually do have, we're working on an amendment to try and capture some of that. Okay. So we probably don't need to have that discussion again right now.
Okay. But yeah, the question, I suppose, is, and I won't bother asking it because it's probably been covered, but would that really be seen as taking too much control?
We have actually asked this question. It has been answered, so we might just move on.
All right,
Sarah.
move on to that. And the trust deed is something I'm really interested in. So who's do we approve the trust deed, and at which point do we do that? What's the process for that, and who can change it going forwards into the future?
So the council will approve the trust deed probably toward the beginning of the new year. We would be bringing a completed trust deed back. and that deed will be drafted on the basis of the decisions made today and any follow-up decisions that are made in September.
And then going forwards, who has the ability to change that deed, or is it just unchangeable?
So the trustees have the ability to change the deed, but there are certain decisions which would require unanimous decision making by the trustees. Otherwise, you can specify a special majority, for example, 75%, and then the default position would be 50% for other changes. So that is one of the points that we were proposing to come back with in September in terms of what sorts of decisions would need unanimous decision making and what sort of decisions would fall into the other buckets.
And my further question is probably a bit of detail, but I think it's still important. We would still own all the properties as council, and would there be any ability to separate a property out if we decided some part of the model isn't working? Are the leases still separate enough that if we decided the model was partially broken, we could retain, reclaim some of it? Or is that completely not available to us as an option?
Yeah, so the proposal is that the whole portfolio is leased to the CHIP. So they're not separated out. We wouldn't recommend that because if you tried to take some of the properties back, you no longer have a tenancy service who can provide the tenancy service and things, so you end up in that inefficient kind of dual model that we were talking about earlier.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Councillor Condi.
Thank you. I just wanted to start by asking a question about some of the language we've been using around enabling and prescribing, and whether there's a middle ground between enabling and prescribing, because I think this was some of the questions that Mayor Foster was getting at, which is what is the ability for us to encourage, which goes beyond enabling. I think enabling is kind of to tolerate or permit. But I think in a few cases we would like to encourage certain behaviour in the trust without prescribing it. And I was just wondering if we could just get a bit more kind of general advice about that.
Yeah, it's a difficult one because I think it still goes to how much you are sort of featuring the decision making of the trustees and influencing their decision making. We could have a bit more of a think about that. It's not something we've seen in the other trust deeds that we've been looking at and setting up this the governance framework here. I do take your point that there may be some things that it would be good to positively point to without requiring trustees to do things. I think it is just something we need to have a bit more of a think about, particularly with that holistic lens of arm's length operational independence and how far we can push that. So that is something we could come back in September with some further guidance on.
Thank you. I think that would probably be quite helpful. My other question is about coming back to the rent setting, and that was one of the issues about whether council could have more influence over changes in rent setting. And I guess my question is, what's the greatest amount of influence, if you like, that a council has on rent setting for an existing approved CHIP?
We're aware of the arrangements with OCHT, which essentially states that tenancies at the time transferred to the CHIP on their existing terms, and that future rent increases were capped at no more than 5%, and that if the CHIP wished to increase rent above that, it required the consent of the council, which the council could not unreasonably withhold. So that is an existing arrangement. I think that's quite a long way from the council essentially determining future rent setting policy generally, though, for the CHIP.
Thanks. And I guess then, would you say that what officers are recommending in the current proposal is equivalently influential compared to what's in the OCHT?
My reading would be it pushes it quite a lot further actually than than the OCHT arrangements are. There isn't a bright line test that the regulator will apply, but my judgment is that this itself is pushing things, and that anything further would likely run afoul of the regulator, but obviously that would be their judgment to make.
That's interesting. Can I just ask you to clarify, in what ways do you think that the current proposal kind of pushes the boat out further than the OCHT arrangements?
So in the OCHT arrangement, if the CHIP wants to increase the rent by more than 5%, the council cannot reasonably withhold its approval to do that. So it suggests that the bar for the council to object to that is relatively high. Like the assumption is that it would happen unless there was very good reason for it not to happen. What we're proposing in the paper is the ability for, in this case, for the council and the CHIP to jointly consider any changes to rental policy, which we think is a stronger arrangement than simply requiring the council to come up with a very strong reason why you couldn't increase above 5%. So we do think that this has taken it further, but we think we've gone as far as we can go.
Thank you. And I guess finally, what happens, and this kind of goes to Councillor Fitzsimon's question, which was answered earlier, but I'd just like a bit more detail, which is what happens if the regulator doesn't approve our proposal? Like, what's the process for that? And has it happened before? What happens?
If the regulator doesn't approve part of your registration documents, then you have to go back, fix them, so it just becomes a protracted time frame effectively, and puts the stand up of the CHIP on the timelines that you're looking to do so at risk.
Thanks.
Thank you. I've just got a question, because obviously we had a number of submitters with concerns about rent settings changing, and that, you know, we're not going to have an influence on that process anymore. But is that true? Because obviously that if they change the rent settings, then it impacts on our income potentially, which is pretty fundamental to the agreement that we'll have. How does that process happen? Because obviously they have to talk to us about that. But does it happen at an officer level or at the council table level?
So that...
And at what point?
Sorry, that's one of those details that we have to continue to go away and do a little bit more work on. So at the moment, what we're asking the council to agree is what are the core terms of the rental policy that will transfer over to give that critical certainty that tenants need. And then we're asking for an in-principle agreement that if those terms are reviewed in the future, that is done jointly in some way between the CHIP and the council. Because of the sensitivities around how that happens, and the sort of questions that we need to continue to work through around how much influence or discretion and where that line is, that's a level of detail that we've kind of got to go away and do a bit more work on.
And when do you think that would that fit in for September, or is that more likely when we're agreeing to the deed early next year? I guess it's a bit hard to tell, but if you've got a general kind of, are you going to work that out in 4 weeks, or is it more like a few months?
I suspect it's longer than September.
Yeah, okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, just two quick questions. So I was advised that the fact that we're giving money as it sets up means that we have a better argument for controlling the rents of existing tenants. Is that, if that's the case, well, first of all, is that have I summarise that correctly? And if that is the case, isn't the opportunity to make sure that we're funding for existing and new, and then we're helping that argument?
I'm not aware that those 2 points would be related, that the council providing a level of capitalisation to the form of a loan would allow the council to therefore have greater say around future tenant rent than it would otherwise.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry, she's talking about a tenant support fund.
It's about the fund, the tenant support fund.
Yeah, we haven't been prescriptive about how the fund would be used, and I think the general point Andrew makes is just because we're providing funding, I don't think means necessarily that from a regulatory perspective you can exercise more influence than what you are actually allowed to exercise under the regulations.
And my second question and final question really is, obviously we're all, I think, probably by the nature of the questions, feeling a bit nervous and a bit worried that we're giving away more control than we want to be, and we're worried that we might regret it later. Just want you to outline what are the safeguards. So we come to sign off on the trust deed. That's another opportunity if we want to change it, right? And there's other opportunities in the report back in September and January that mean we can unwind these decisions. And can we just get some officer-approved wording of that nature? Because it doesn't quite say in here that I could see that just that certainty around the trust deed coming back to us. I think it's required in our delegations anyway. But can we just get some really clear wording that just helps with that comfort? Yeah.
Yeah, the chief executive can't execute the trust deed, is the advice here is. The chief executive doesn't have the delegation to execute the trust deed, so it will have to come back to the council. There'll also be terms of the lease agreement. As we develop the lease agreement, that will have to come back to the council because that's an agreement between two parties. I think it's just worth maybe making the general point that the council is not giving up all control over all aspects of everything here. There are still some quite significant ways in which the council has influence over the way this entity works, so it remains the owner of the assets. The council is going to fund and carry out all of the HUP2 work on the properties, which is the commitment with the government under the deed of grant. Because it remains the owner of the assets, it will have a role jointly with the CHIP in overseeing the major maintenance fund and determining the asset management strategy and the spending on those assets. It is funding upfront capitalisation to enable the CHIP to build new supply, and it can determine that new supply is built within Wellington City, and the council will hold board positions, trustee positions on the board as well. So there are still some very significant ways in which the council has influence and participates in this entity. It's not a wholesale giving over of control to a new entity.
Yeah. No, but I mean, I guess I'm worried that just sitting here now, I thought about evictions and how the current government changed them and how we changed our policy because the law changed. And I'm like, well, that's a risk. We should have included that. So I guess that's why I'm looking for an amendment which says I'm worried there's a whole bunch of other issues like that. And I guess I just want some comfort in your amendment around, it's obvious, the trust deed needs to come back to us. Here's the stepped out process. So we're not kind of binding ourselves now to these bits and pieces that we're agreeing to, just in the resolution.
And I think it would be important, just on that process and the timeframes, that we get all the changes before it's established, before the trust is stood up. So to unwind those, you have to go through the process of resolution at the board, getting what you want in there before you establish from a time perspective.
When is the trust being stood up? Is that the middle of next year, or is that as soon as the deed's agreed? Or
the plan is the middle of next year, but obviously that requires us to go through the regulatory process. And if we go through that efficiently, we can make the middle of next year. But if for whatever reason that's more difficult, then it'll push out beyond that a little bit.
So in September, will you be able to bring us maybe a bit of a timeline as to when those points are that those decisions will be made? Because then I think it helps our community and elected members.
Has the authority indicated that? Because normally it takes 2 years to be registered as a CHIP.
Yeah, we've had an initial meeting with the authority where they've talked us through their timeframes and how the process works. And if we track according to the timing that we've got and we do the necessary preparation work, we think we can have it standing up by the middle of next year.
I've got a question just following on from that other one. I'm just wondering, with how much information you're having to work through as a result of what we decide today, whether 4 weeks to another meeting is very realistic, and whether there is potentially you may need more time to work through that next bit. And just, I guess that's something you can think about over lunch. I don't think we need an answer to that one yet, but I feel like 4 weeks is not that long to turn around and try and answer what are some quite, we're acknowledging how complex it is probably where we're at. But anyway, have a think about that over lunch. We've got a question from Councillor Condi. Then we're nearly there.
Thank you. Sorry, I had one more that I forgot to ask earlier. I just wanted to follow up. We've contributed a lot of additional funding recently to support tenants through rent freezes and other things. Can you talk us through how many of our tenants are now still spending more than 35% of their income on rent? What do we know about those households? And how can we help them without kind of getting into the accommodation supplement and cross-subsidising Crown funding and those sorts of things?
There's about, I'm just looking at the graph, 20, 22, 25% of people still paying above 35% of their income in rent.
And they can actually apply for the ARS, but they're not doing that at the moment.
I think it's 80% of people that could be eligible are not getting it, according to this paper.
And that's, I guess, why I asked, what do we know about those households?
We know a lot. Thanks, Councillor Condi. So, as you all know, as a result of the notice of motion, we went out to directly contact all tenants that are eligible for the ARL. So that's that percentage we're just talking about there. So that was 329 tenants. So that was phone calls, a letter advising they may be eligible based on the income details they provided us, follow-up phone calls, meeting with tenants. That's been this year, and out of those 329, we have 72 currently receiving it. So before the NOM, the notice of motion, we had 45. So there has been an increase, but obviously not the whole 329 we identified. And there's a range of reasons for that. Sometimes it depends on the amount of ARL they're eligible for. So a lot of those are sort of $5 or $10 a week, and some tenants opt not to go through that process with us, not because it's hard to apply, we've simplified that a lot, but it is a case of then they have to go to MSD, in theory, to declare that they're getting the ARL from us, and then that might, reduce their accommodation supplement, as we've talked about. Also, a huge percentage of our tenants are set up with a redirect from their benefit. So it just comes out, their rent comes out of their benefit before it's paid to them, so job seekers, sole parents, etc. So that's by tenant, that's their choice. We have nothing to do with that process. So if that changes, they've got to go back through that process of updating all those bank details and so forth again as well. We can't influence that part of it as it's, MSD policy. I mean, we do know that over the last 2 years that percentage we gave before of tenants paying more than 35% of their income in rent has dropped significantly. And that is mainly due to the 2 benefit increases and the increases to the minimum wage. No one is saying that that percentage is still paying over 35%, living their best life, but we have seen quite a difference during that period. Does that answer the question, Councillor Condi?
Yes, thank you. And then I guess the kind of question is, I guess this comes back to the fund that we're proposing about how can we help them without kind of cross-subsidising the accommodation supplement, and why the suggestion is, why the officer's suggestion is the way it is.
So in the Q&A, we outlined some other options for that, precisely to address that. So things like potentially offsetting energy costs, because we know a lot of our tenants are in energy hardship despite getting the winter energy payment. It could be reducing or providing free internet, those things that they don't have to declare to MSD and doesn't affect their core income.
Thank you.
Cool, thank you. And we've come to the end of our questions. And so for the councillors, there is lunch down the back. And for those who want to come and try and help find our way through this next part of the meeting, we're going to be in 1604. And we will try and keep people who aren't here in person in the loop by email, but it is going to be a little bit tricky. Well, it's just we have to displace a whole lot of other people who still need to be here to talk and work as well. We're going to break for an hour, so we'll come back at 2, but we'll just see where we are at that stage, because of course we may need to stop a little bit longer at that point, depending on how long officers have had to look at what we come up with, because it has to work. So it's just one of those situations. But we'll go for an hour at this point, and then we'll come back here at 2, and we'll reassess where we're up to. Well, if we do, I guess it depends. I don't know how long it's going to take us to figure this out. Hopefully we've done it within that time, but if we haven't, what I'm saying is we might have to come back and officers might say, look, we just need to go away and have a bit more of a conversation about these 2 here or something, and then we'll just have a bit longer break. It is what it is. We need to make sure we're making robust decisions. So we'll head to 1604, get some food. You don't haere mai. Hopefully we're going to have a quorum and we can... Okay. So, the others might need to have they crossed back to this one yet? We just walked out of the room and left them. Yes. Actually, we're allowed an extra 15 minutes to go over from the standing orders. Okay. We have got a quorum, yes, I'm catching my breath. We were just talking about how that the paper that we're working on in the background there has, I think, the most recommendations that we've had in a report this term, so that's why it's taking us longer to work our way through. No, 39 recommendations, it's quite a lot. Anyway, no. We don't have as many amendments as there were recommendations. That's a good start. Okay, so just to update people who are online and who are in here to understand where we're up to. So we have we've worked on some amendments together, and officers are now, we've explained them to officers, and they're now going through and working out advice and how that fits and making sure that they make sense, all the rest of it. And then what we're going to do is go on, while they're working on that, we're going to go and do item 3.3 and then the other forward program and stuff to keep things moving. We may, depending on where they're up to, we may need to adjourn again if they're not quite ready to give advice on that. But hopefully we can pick up some time now. So we're going to go on to item 3.3, which is the Better Off funding application. And so Sarah is going to very kindly do this for us, and then she is going to have to duck out to help with the other paper. So we're pulling it together. Thank you, Sarah.
Kia ora. We've just got a brief presentation that we've pinged to Lease on the projects that we're talking about to give you more of a flavour of what the recommended initiatives or projects were. I've got Sarah Houston-Estegard, my treasurer, working on this paper with me, and we have a number of different presenters. Why don't you come up? Siobhan will be talking to the subsurface digital twin. We have Alison Howard will be talking to... pardon? Oh, sorry. We have Alison Howard who will be talking to the behavioural change initiative. We won't have Catherine talking to the Tenant Support Fund, but we'll answer questions of that. You're probably well across that initiative. And we have perhaps Lucy, who's our Development Manager of Urban Regeneration, talking about the Johnsonville. Alicia doesn't have it. On Teams? Sorry, it's in Teams. Yeah, sorry. So as Alicia brings that up, I'll briefly provide an overview of the intent of this funding. So recap, you've heard me say this before, through the Three Waters Reform Program, initially there was stimulus funding provided by the government to councils. That stimulus funding was to help get our assets in order. That was to be used for the Three Waters. That the Wellington councils, who are the shareholding councils for Wellington Water, provided that stimulus funding to Wellington Water to support initiatives in our Three Waters network. The second phase of funding is called the Better Off funding, and effectively is a gift. There's no ties or tags to this. We're not, by you taking this money, we're not obliged to go through water reform because of this money. That is a separate process. This is to ensure that councils are better off through the water reform process, but it is not like the stimulus funding to be used just for Three Waters. You can use it for anything that improves on our well-beings. And there's a bit of a criteria that was established in the outlined in the paper for you. There's two other types of funding that we will be talking to you about, but not in this paper. The third type of funding is the no worse off provision. So that's to ensure that once our water assets and our revenue that's associated with those assets is gone, if that happens, that we're financially no worse off. and it's different from this process that we're talking to. And the final one is we've now also been provided with information that we will be given funding to support transition activities as well. So if we need to do additional analysis, data provision, anything that we need to do to help transition through Three Waters reform, we'll also have funding for that as well. Nothing in the types of magnitude we're talking about, like for the no worse off and better off provisions. It's 1.3 million for the transitional support as well. So hopefully Lease has the presentation now to bring up. That's fine. Oh. It's saved in an area you can't. Can we? What I'll do is, because the subsurface digital twin project is simply 2 slides of pictures, I'll hand over to Siobhan to start talking to the project, and then you can be distracted by the dazzling pictures once the presentation's up. So Siobhan will talk to this project first.
And I have Denise in the background if you have any complicated questions. So this is a really exciting project. Basically, what we're trying to do is get a picture of all of the utility services below ground level on our road corridors. In essence, that's what we're trying to build over time. It's a digital twin, but of our subsurface assets. And these are assets that aren't just ours. They include the water assets, it's electricity assets, telcos, and it can get quite messy under the road. It's the leading cause of cost and time blowout in projects. And just to give you a little bit of context in terms of the amount of cost savings that we would be pursuing from having this data, Sydney Light Rail had a cost blowout of $1.1 billion just due to the fact that they didn't know what was under the ground. And we often come across surprises because we don't know. And whilst there are significant cost savings to time and cost to projects, there's also the very real mitigation of safety risk. It's one of the biggest risks we have to mitigate. Every time we go into our road corridor to do anything, we have to do what we call potholing to confirm what's in the ground, and that's to mitigate the risk of a service strike. So we don't want an excavator digging up a power cable, for instance. So a lot of benefits to this. It is a New Zealand first initiative, essentially. Not New Zealand first, but first initiative in New Zealand. There's a lot of, sorry, I know, don't want to. Here we go. And yeah, essentially finding out what's beneath our feet. And that is real data, real asset data there. Where's that from? Is that Jervois Key? Yeah. Yes, we can. We can. So in the case of Jervois Key, we got the assets scanned, and what that showed was the actual volume of concrete that was sitting under the road that had to actually be drilled through in order to get to the asset that had failed. Initially, what prompted us to look at Jervois Key as well was the scanning of the road corridor that we'd had done by Reveal as part of Let's Get Welly Moving showed these anomalies, and anomalies are where there are just essentially voids. So you might have a water pipe, and then suddenly there doesn't appear to be a water pipe there, and then there's another water pipe a little bit further down. So that is obviously cause for concern. So further investigating showed that there was in fact a failure there. We also had the sinkhole appear in Jervois Key requiring this work. But because we'd done the work and seen the concrete under the ground, it meant that the planning for that project could be done in such a way that they knew exactly what trucks to bring in, what equipment they needed, what methodology they needed to employ, which meant that they could do that work. If you remember, we closed that road over Queen's Birthday weekend a couple of years ago. They'd planned the work to happen over 4 days. They managed to get it done in 3, so it's a real success. But a lot of that could be attributed to the fact that they actually had a really good idea of what they were dealing with well in advance.
Thank you, Siobhan. That was great. You have two pictures. Is there anything you want to talk about that one? No, that's just what it would look like. Currently, paper records on the left, on the right is what we want to take it to. Okay, so the second project, and I'll have Sarah talk to this one, is around the Johnsonville 3 Waters Up.
Yes, so really briefly on this one, it has gone on the forward program in terms of this project. Yes, and sorry, we haven't managed to get hold of Lucy, so bear with me. This is effectively a project that we are looking to co-fund or have largely funded out of the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, which we applied for. This was one of the 2 successful projects that we managed to get some funding for. So effectively it's out in Johnsonville, looking to increase the capacity in the water network so that we can enable housing to be built on the mall and library sites.
And I see that Lucy's online.
Oh,
Lucy, is there anything you want to project?
Yes, as Sarah said, so we've been successful in proceeding to the next round of negotiations, but we need to contribute funds to these projects. The IAF will not fund fully the preliminary stages, so that's why we're seeking funds to cover 50% of the early planning and design stages of wastewater and drinking water projects. And these projects will benefit not just the Stride site and the old library site, but also properties within the catchment.
Thanks, Lucy.
Thanks, Lucy. Alison, are you? Oh, there you are, perfect.
I'm right here. So this is the project number 3, which is about scaling up the level of community engagement. I won't repeat the content of the paper, but just to say it's got strong alignment with the fund objectives. We know that the climate emergency requires a strong response, and we've got a long way to go still. And one of the things that we have learnt recently is that behaviour change is even more important than we thought it previously was. So the IPCC has reflected in their report that behaviour change and lifestyle change could achieve a 40 to 70% reduction, and Leeds University has identified a strong contribution that behaviour change can make, up to a quarter of the emission reductions required. So while we have existing funding in Te Atakura that's dedicated to this, we want to increase that significantly and put it into these 4 projects. And we're really focused on making sure that we're supporting the community to develop solutions for themselves. So the Nio Crofton Downs community, for example, I know are really strongly enthusiastic on this, and we haven't had the opportunity really to put much staff resource into supporting them. And I'd ideally like to see that grassroots, community by community, neighbourhood by neighbourhood, planning both of what those communities look like in a zero carbon Wellington, and also what they look like from an adaptation perspective as well, because often communities want to talk about both of those things at the same time, even though we see them as separate things. So being able to have that community by community conversation and support them with education, information, inspiration, and practical on the ground support. So that's what we're looking to do.
Thank you, Alison. And the final one is the Tenant Support Fund that you know about, and we're being reasonably permissive here into how the future CHIP will allocate or use this fund to make sure it's fit for purpose for their tenants and delivers the biggest bang for the buck effectively, or the most impact for the tenants. So while I've got everyone in the room, happy to take questions on any of these or the paper itself.
Thank you. Yep, we're making a list. I've got a question just to start with, which is the difference in amount on this paper to the other paper. And I have had it explained to me that it said 8 to 10 in the other paper, and this one's a bit less. So obviously just aware of how that impacts on the other one.
So I think if you line the two up, effectively the 8 to 10 is the full envelope that they would like. While this funding, we have a limited amount that we can get through tranche 1 of the Better Off funding, and advice out of the DIA is to select a small number of projects that are administratively not easy, but manageable in terms of applying to this fund. It is over a couple of years that we can get the funding out of this, noting that there's a tranche 1 and a tranche 2. And effectively, when we went through that selection process and chose the projects that we've just talked about, that this is the catch-all of what's left, effectively. So, you add up all of the others, and then the CHIP will take all of whatever else it can take up to that 8 to 10 million.
And does this money have to be spent over 1 year? I think I read 5 or something, but is it?
So the DIA is allowing up to 5 years, but we're suggesting if we can spend this in the next 2 years, that would be a lot better for our processes and how we can sort of manage the fund. Also noting that there'll be another 40 million potentially coming in 2 years' time, which might be not harder to spend, but we'll have that problem in the future. So we want to get this one out of the way. And
we want all the capacity in 2 years' time to spend as much as the 40 million as possible.
Yeah, very smart. Councillor Fung, you had a question?
Thank you, Councillor Date. So just to clarify, have we got the wording right then for the housing, I guess that's back to that one, that we can put the 8 to 10 million through but using the tranche 2? Because it just didn't feel like it was connected up, these papers together.
And noting that tranche 2 isn't actually available yet. So all that's technically available here is a total envelope of 14.42 million for the Better Off funding. And so that's all we will be able to commit from this line of funding. And so whether the committee decides to put more, I don't have an answer to that at this stage.
It probably would have been better, in hindsight, to say all available funding, all remaining funding for Better Off to be put into the fund, which we estimate to be between X and Y. So for example, Johnsonville may spend 500 grand, they might spend $1 million depending on the infrastructure project. We want that additional unspent fund to be put into the tenant support fund. But at the end of the day, it is council's decision to resolve how this is funded. And
that is
it's in the Better Off funding paper, but not necessarily. Maybe it's not as well worded in the CHIP paper. Yeah.
Sorry, you look at it just for clarity.
Yeah. It just feels like the numbers didn't add up to me. So if you took all the projects, it was 6.5 mil left.
Yeah, that's right.
But we want 8 mil for the other one.
8 to 10 mil. Yes.
8 to 10, yes.
That's the envelope.
What do you mean that's what the envelope?
We want more money.
So if it's not available through this tranche because you've used it all on other things, then we could top up from the next tranche at a minimum, if and when that becomes available.
And do we need to write an amendment for that? Is it?
Let's see how it. There's a risk here that councillors don't want all the projects on the recommendation to proceed. If that's the case, then we'd provide information about an amendment. Sorry, Miss. But we think the way it is written, we are able to accommodate.
Okay, so just one more question on the Te Atakura. So is there a percentage that will go to adaptation? Do we need to be specific about that, or is that already allocated within that total amount of 3 mil?
The Excel spreadsheet that I'm working from in the Q&A.
Oh, Q&A, yep.
To it, which kind of shows the proposed proportion to each. But really, because it's a short time frame and we're being asked to accelerate existing work, it'd be good to keep flexibility to be able to dial them up and down depending on what we're able to execute within that period of time. But if you wanted to make sure a certain percentage got spent on adaptation, I'd be fine with that.
Okay, apologies, I did see that last night, but I must say it didn't get priority.
Mayor Foster.
Yeah, just so the allocation's been made on a population basis across the country.
in terms of the calculation of how much we are allocated, that's correct.
And it is a must-spend arrangement. I mean, it's not, you can't just go and say, hey, can we have the money and we'll work out what to later. So it's on that basis, isn't it?
It's on that basis. You have to apply for the specific projects. Right. There is some guidance that suggests you almost oversubscribe, and that's partly why we've said, there's the remainder goes to social housing. So if we go through that and then they say, well, no, we won't do that project, we've got a backup option of putting more towards the social housing, for example, if that's how we decide.
And so this was all the ones that we felt that we wanted to put in there just in case of oversubscribing?
It allows for
We didn't want to oversubscribe anything else is what I meant. Yeah, okay, cool. Just in terms of the practicalities of so basically if we weren't to apply, what do? They go, oh, that's nice.
No, they would, effectively they would hold the funding over until tranche 2, which is available. We would not have another opportunity to apply for that until July 2024.
So we should get in before we see what happens with Three Waters. Yeah.
That would be our strong advice.
Sorry?
Spend as much as you can now.
Yeah, well, exactly right. Okay, depending on what happens. Looking forward. So, look, specific questions then about 2 of the propositions. Just in terms of, Siobhan, the work that's being done there, what do you actually do to know what's actually sitting underneath the ground there?
Yeah, it's a lot more complex than it sounds.
Oh, so, I'm sure it is.
So there's 2 elements to this. One is ground penetrating radar. So working with an organisation which we're currently piloting at the moment, where they go through at night and they basically radar the streets. And that gives you, they can do a 3D model of what's underneath. But actually the more important thing, which is the less sexy thing, is around the change to the processes and policies that we have around allowing utilities into our corridor and what our requirements are of them once they finish work. So at the moment they're required to provide us with as-builts. It's all very loosey-goosey, and we, across the country, as-builts are really poor quality. They don't give us the confidence to actually rely on, which is why we always have to go in pothole. So we're going to have to take a far more we're going to have to exercise our legislative power to actually require this and require them to provide accurate as-builts. We want to build a federated database so that anyone entering that corridor has confidence of what's beneath the surface.
In other words, if they say I'm going to put a pipe or a wire or whatever there, it is going to go.
It's going to go there. Those are the GPS locations. This is the width. This is the depth.
But at the moment, I'm imagining that's probably quite difficult because they'll go, we're going to put it there, and then they go, oh, look, we just found something which we didn't know was
there. That's exactly
so
right. So most of the time, there aren't any as-builts. They will supply the design drawings.
Yeah.
But often things aren't built as they're designed. So,
okay, right. So and then so the ground radar stuff is really accurate.
Yes.
It is. Okay, and that's what allows you to. So you've already got the ground radar. You've already got all that stuff, and you could actually go and do that at any time.
Well, we don't have it all yet, but so that's part of the project.
But it's presumably got quite expensive for somebody who's just laying one piece of pipe or one piece of wire.
Well, exactly, and it's actually about updating that and making sure that once you've got it, that it gets updated, so you don't have to keep doing the radar. That it actually updates because you've got these 3D models built of your road corridor.
Right. Okay. Cool. And that's obviously doing everything together. Okay. And the other one was the Johnsonville one. It's just so how far off are we in that process from actually getting that? Yes, you've got, because it's been it's been a very long process to get to this point of actually being at the next stage of the next stage of the next stage of the next stage of this acceleration funding that was supposed to be there.
I think.
So how far off is it? And
Lucy, if Lucy's still online, she'll have a better answer than me, I'm sure. But we're currently going through the negotiation process with Kāinga to lock in their funding round. The timelines are getting quite tight, to be honest. They're having to go at the same time as us to that, to their board chair, their governing committees as well, and so. Lucy, you still there? You might have some.
Yeah, I'm online. So we will be coming to council at the end of September with the draft heads of terms for the 2 contracts that we need to sign with Kāinga. So it is progressing. We've got 2 or 3 weeks to send them all the information they require, and then they will be into drafting contracts.
So is that a council paper that's got to be done?
It's on the forward program now, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay, okay, right.
I would just remind you that there was over $2 billion in that fund, and
Yes,
they're
I know.
dealing with multiple entities, although Tauranga got the lion's share.
Did they just?
Yeah. High need.
High need. It's because they hadn't done the job properly in the first place.
Commissioners. Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And just on that, the stuff for Johnsonville, I mean, Pūroro has had their, you also had a big investment from out of this fund as well, hasn't it already? So.
And so the $2 billion, there is an additional fund that was available for iwi specifically as well, and iwi across Wellington did pretty well out of it. Have got some projects off the ground. Yeah, the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I suppose one of the things is putting the extra money into Te Atakura. We did increase Te Atakura's budget quite considerably last year. I can't remember by how much, but I seem to recall about 20. How much? 2 million. Yeah, but I think we went even higher. No, I thought we, from what we were originally putting in. So, and I noticed all these things are planning. Now, just for example, I use like NIO, because I know that they've asked for a couple of EV chargers. So that's the sort of stuff I think people want to, when they want to see in. Is that the sort of funding that will enable that to happen, or is it just all about planning what might happen?
We do have the public EV charging project already underway, so EV chargers for NIO would come out of that project. This is about empowering communities to come up with solutions for themselves. So we also have the Climate and Sustainability Fund, so I would expect that ideas that came out of community-based, place-based planning would be able to apply to that fund for execution, for example.
So this is about the activities, but doesn't necessarily fund any ideas that might come out of it?
No.
Right.
And I think it reflects the balance that's in Te Atakura at the moment is heavily weighted towards the infrastructure. If you think of the long-term plan altogether, we're spending $226 million on the bike network plan, several billion on Let's Get Wellington moving and changing the transport sector, but only a few million on behaviour change and the supporting behavioural science and cultural change and community empowerment that goes with that. So this is about trying to balance that up a little bit better.
Okay. So was there a long list of projects? Because we've obviously got the short list. Have we got the long list? Yes. Have we seen it?
We can probably provide it, but it was basically, we went through the criteria that's been set out by DIA. We searched through the long-term plan. One of the main criteria, or the headline criteria for it, is that it's either new, accelerated or enhanced, and so therefore we can't just pick things out of the long-term plan, etc. So it has to be bringing things forward where we have the capability to do that, or alternative projects that we don't actually have funding for. So items on that list were things like funding overspends for some of our large capital programs. Obviously the Wellington water piece was in, but then it was out again. So there's been a number that have been sort of thrown around, but for whatever reason they've been taken off the list because they don't quite meet all of the criteria to make it easy to apply for.
One of the things that drove the multi-criteria assessment that we ran over the long list was our capacity to deliver. So we need to be able to show that we can implement or deliver the initiatives that we seek funding for, and as an organisation we're sort of at capacity, so we didn't want to put initiatives at risk that we might have to then seek to hire a bunch more people in to actually deliver. So there was that sort of doability and deliverability lens as well that we took to the MCA process.
So money wasn't put into Wellington Water presumably because we didn't have the ability to deliver on it, or Wellington Water didn't have the ability to deliver water on it?
No, Wellington, yes, so
or deliver resources.
Yeah, there's a capacity issue with Wellington Water. The reason we initially, though, decided not to use the Better Off funding to fund their forecasted OPEX increase was that risk around us reducing the depreciation funding of the assets, and the double whammy if water reform didn't progress. So there's multiple lenses or reasons why we didn't recommend any Wellington water activity to be funded through this fund, in addition to the fact that the stimulus funding has also already been spent at Wellington Water.
Yeah, okay, so I mean, it's probably not going to. It's too late to impact now. But I think if we get these funding requests, it's quite nice to see the criteria of how you've assessed things and the long list.
Okay, the long list isn't, but the criteria both that we used are in the paper.
Yeah,
quite clearly in the paper.
Yeah, but if we could see that against the long list, that would be the good one. Why some of them didn't quite make it? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. Two-parter. On recommendation 6, the balance of better off funding to CHIP tenant support fund, do we have certainty on what that balance, what the number might be?
We can provide certainty of a minimum.
There you go. What was the minimum, Sarah? Sorry.
6.3.
Might be in the papers.
6.4. 6.4.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. And my other part, so it was kind of similar to Diane's questions. When I look in the paper, engagement of Te Atakura, $3 million seems like a lot to spend on, I guess, the traditional use of the word engagement is something I would assume to be as a part of like consultation on a document. So I take the behavioural thing, but I was just wondering, of that $3 million, is that all in workshops, and that's not, none of that $3 million can be turned into like multi-year contracts or go into the grants team in terms of like actioning with community about the behaviour change they want to see, like say the NIA project or others? How do communities see getting that money, or is it only through council-run workshops?
I hadn't thought of that, to be honest. If you wanted some of the money to increase the amount of money that's in the Climate and Sustainability Fund, we could do that. The feedback that I'm getting on the Climate and Sustainability Fund so far is that we're still trying to develop the pipeline and it's taking some time. So I would expect that these activities, and my apologies for using the word engagement because I know exactly what you mean. It feels like information providing exercises, which is totally not what I mean. I mean using behavioural science, using forums, using workshops, using like place-based community-led processes is what I mean. I mean more Wellington conversations and less LTP consultation, if that makes sense. But yes, I would expect that those processes will build up a much better pipeline of projects that could apply to the Climate and Sustainability Fund. So I would expect that by the time we're doing budgeting for the next LTP, we'll have a really good idea of what the desire is for the future of that fund, and we'll be able to make decisions then about putting more money into it.
Can I just add that this tranche, we wouldn't be able to just increase our grants fund because the application process requires us to be specific about the projects that it would be used for. However, if we can build up that pipeline, it might be something you front foot as an allocated part of a grant fund in the next, once we've done this work, maybe tranche 2 can support that a bit more. Sorry.
Just the administration of how we actually pay the money and get it back from the Crown as we go through.
No, cool. Thank you. Yeah, makes sense.
Councillor Rush.
Well, hello everybody. So Sarah,
Kia ora.
The proposed allocations appear to be all for, I suppose, new projects. And I'm sort of wondering, I'm assuming that we can't just simply reduce the rates bill and pocket the money.
That's correct. There's quite specific criteria and even feedback from Q&A sessions from DIA that say, no, you can't just spend money on BAU. It has to be enhanced, new or accelerated
And just to be clear, Councillor Rush, these projects aren't like brand new. Siobhan and Co have been working on the sub-digital twin for a while. Johnsonville's a project that's well progressed with KO and Stride. You've been talking about the chip, I'll be quiet on that one. And Te Atakura is just an enhance, accelerate. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I just on that last one, I mean, I think Councillor O'Neill sort of touched on it. We were about to, I suppose, meet with the 4C folks, and obviously, we need to get some coastal protection there, or at least start getting the engineers to have a look at what solutions might be there. I think, Alison, there is some budget for that, but would there be flexibility? I'm just a bit concerned that $3 million for community engagement, behavioural change. I just sort of wonder, from a practical point of view, we could spend it on the seawalls or the buffers or whatever the experts kind of recommend, and get good value.
So a couple of thoughts come to my head with that. I think you're right that there's technical feasibility work to do that we haven't yet done, and one of my motivations for putting forward extra money for community adaptation planning processes is that our existing budget allocation is limited and probably not sufficient to even the technical feasibility work that we have to do. And in terms of applying this round for any CapEx potential adaptation solutions, we would have to have fully fleshed out plans that were already designed that we could pull forward. So I do think for tranche 2, there is an opportunity that we could do design work now and then, apply for CapEx projects if we feel like they're sufficiently progressed.
Okay, thanks.
Does that answer your question?
Yep, all good.
Councillor Condi.
Thank you. Alison, this one's for you as well. I guess just following on from Councillor Rush's question, is the funding that we have here, which is tagged for engagement, would that include potentially some technical feasibility work? If we were trying to, create a pipeline, as you said, of things, suggestions that come out of these forums?
Community planning processes can include, like the cost can include technical work, but don't underestimate the cost it is to do kind of on the ground community by community kind of work. It's quite time consuming, resource intensive kind of activities. We will be discussing this at the adaptation workshop next Tuesday, and one of the examples that comes to mind is the South Dunedin planning project, where that's one community, albeit a very large community, but they're proposing to spend $1.4 million on planning, and that includes technical feasibility work, but it's also the bulk of that money is on resourcing up the facilitation and the workshops and the engagement processes.
Yeah, I guess I would feel more comfortable just to have that assurance that technical feasibility would be within the grant application. Just Sarah Hayes talking to us about we have to spend exactly what we said we're going to spend it on.
Yeah, we've said we would spend it on community scale adaptation processes, and that includes technical feasibility, but we can certainly add those words for clarity.
That'd be great. And then I just wanted to follow up on the Q&A. In the Q&A document, there was kind of, I think, 4 or 5 line item projects, and one of them was the Climate Action Campaign, which had $2.2 million of additional funding there. And I guess just, again, wanting to test this, I really support the community by community place-based conversations, but that to me looked a lot more like a kind of education campaign where I was a little bit less enthusiastic. Can you tell me exactly what you have in mind there and what that 2.2 million or whatever it would end up being is for?
There has been a lack of clear messaging, I would say, at a national level about, there's a climate emergency, we've got this, here's what you can do to act. And that background level of building the understanding of Wellingtonians as to what climate action looks like is really important. So, and helps create the background understanding that supports us in conversations with communities about practical on the ground projects like the Newtown Cycleway. So that's kind of the motivation for doing that work. So, for example, the Leeds University work that identified those 6 shifts in lifestyle and behaviour that you can do that would reduce emissions globally by 25% if every person in the Western world did those 6 things. That's the kind of practical information that Wellingtonians don't have. When we survey people at a national level and in Wellington as to what climate action they're personally doing, the first and most popular answer is that they're recycling. And while recycling is super important to the ecological emergency, and I'm 100% behind recycling, it is not going to achieve a half by 2030 carbon reduction target. So there is I feel like communicating and behavioural science and psychology and culture change and social change is always vastly underestimated when it comes to this, and that's why I put up that information from IPCC and from Leeds, that this is, all of the technical solutions are well understood. We know what needs to change to be able to respond to the climate emergency, but getting people on that journey, on that emotional journey and on that behavioural journey, and getting them to really feel like this is their new life, that's the part where we need to put in the time and the effort now, I think.
Thanks. I guess my concern and my question for you is, to what extent does that probably overlap with work that we see like ECA doing, where they've got their Gen Less campaign running nationally? I don't want us to be kind of overlapping or kind of cross-subsidising, if you like, national campaigns when we could be spending that money on more community place-based conversations.
The intent is to make this very Wellington focused. We've also started discussions through the Regional Leadership Committee with the other officers and other councils in our region who work on climate change on how we can pool resources to make this a combined campaign across the region, because obviously Wellingtonians don't just stay within the geographic boundaries of Wellington City Council and not go anywhere else. We have lots of people who come in. So at the very least, we want to achieve consistency of messaging across the region and reinforce each other's messaging and have targeted communication specific to transport, to building energy, to the things that matter in this city. So yes, there is that potential for overlap. I think of it more as mutual reinforcement.
Thank you.
Cool. Mayor Foster.
Yeah, two questions. First, the report looks at efficiency gains from the work that's going to be done underground. We haven't baked anything into our budget clearly at the moment. So do we look forward to something coming up in future budgets which will go, oh, good?
I'm going to say this is cost avoidance in this environment rather than efficiency gains. Yeah. I will make no promises.
I will look forward to seeing how you've accounted for all that.
In this environment.
Nasty surprise you're not going to get.
Nasty surprise we're not. Do you know, you guys never come up with anything that does that when something says it's an efficiency, it's something to improve efficiency. We always kind of go, can't
excluding the baked-in savings into the budget for the last 3 years, I will refute
I get deeply frustrated by that.
I will refute that strongly.
Okay, and look, the second one is just going to, following up with Diane's question around the what other things were considered. Because I mean, there's plenty of different projects which are sort of just struggling a little bit here or there to get finished, and I just kind of think, well, you know, those are concrete projects that we maybe could have gone, yeah, well, could just finish them, or get a little bit further towards finishing them. And it's probably dozens of them across the council.
Yeah, and so what we've tried to do is come with a small but really well-formed, impactful list. Like if we're talking about impact and how to actually become better off, we feel like we've got the right mix of projects here. If we were, like, I don't want to even mention some of the projects that are struggling to convert, would they really meet the criteria of the funding? And if we're struggling to finish them or deliver them, DIA might not be super keen to provide us with funding for those projects. I think we want to go in with confidence. I
think the reason we're struggling to finish them is there's just not enough money there to finish them.
Are you able to give an example? Because if don't say,
I'm reluctant to, but
yeah. it's that you will be hearing shortly about the approach for Karori.
That was one of them,
and that I don't think that would meet if you look at that.
Defy was the other one I had in mind.
You look at the area of the community that's serving and the existing services already there. It's
Defy was the other one I had in mind.
Defy, okay. We wanted to make decision making easy rather than putting a long list in front of you that you potentially debated and had trouble agreeing on. A shorter list with a strong recommendation behind them we thought might be an easier decision making process.
Can I encourage you to give us options rather than just...
Well, there are options at the back of the paper. There are options at the back of the paper that were considered, and you are well within your rights to take up any of those options. So not doing all of them, putting it all into one, doing something else that we haven't thought of. But we think the mix here, you've got environmental, you've got social, you've got hard infrastructure, yeah, and we know that we can resource and deliver them and get the money in the door.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're going to...
Question.
My question just was just trying to reconcile your answer to Sean Rush's question about how it needs to be more new initiatives with your answer to my written question, which was what projects were considered but not included, and you included the library in that. So would it have fit the criteria?
It would have, but it was taken out because that would have been an acceleration of that project effectively. And then that's for the headline criteria, but then if you come back to the deliverability and whether you can actually speed up or add more to that project, we couldn't just put it in the bucket of BAU. It doesn't meet the criteria set out by the DIA, and you go right down the list.
Right. Is it Councillor Calvert and then the Mayor?
Okay. So where was Kandala Pool on this? Because this has got water in it, or should have water in it.
There wasn't an opportunity to accelerate that one. Well,
what's the time frame for delivery on all of this, for doing this work?
2 years.
Well, the work's it's going to be done by 2025.
Is it already funded?
It's already funded, yeah. I mean, if we went Kandala Pool, you could pick anything out of the capital program.
Well, exactly. Yeah.
So, and the better off part of the funding, if Wellingtonians are already going to get that improvement, by putting this money into that, how would Wellington be better off?
Yep.
And these are things that we haven't currently got. Like there's work that's happened on them, but they're not in the budget. Yeah. They're not fully funded. Right. Yeah. Can we move on to the next question, Mayor Foster?
My apologies for leaving this one out. There's one on 45B, which is accelerated planned facilitation of community scale adaptation planning across coastal communities and communities at risk from inland flooding. The question I'm asking there is, how are we intending to do that, and what are we going to do with it? Because I'm painfully aware still that we've left Macra hanging. And now we've been starting to engage with the South Coast community. And what I don't want to do is go out and have a big, long conversation and then go, that was nice, good conversation, now what? So it's where...
Question, Mayor
yes,
Foster.
where is it we're going to take this?
Say in our workshop in some detail.
Right, we'll look forward. Yeah, we've already applied for that. I know it's only part of it.
I know the timing isn't great because ideally I would want to have a workshop with you on adaptation and present you with the Te Atakura update, and then say, there's this better off funding project that I want to put into the mix. So ideally we would do it in that order, but that's not the order of these meetings.
Sometimes we're not the master of our own destiny, so get that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all the questions. Right, how do we do it? We just keep moving. Haere tonu. So I'm going to ask Mayor Foster to move the paper, and Councillor Matthews is going to second.
Look, after all those questions, I think I'll make it relatively quick. Look, thanks, officers, for the work you've done on this and for answering the questions. And I know we've given you a bit of a hard time. I'm particularly excited, I've got to say, Siobhan, by the thought of being much more efficient about what we do underground, because I think that's going to be so necessary with all the work that's going to be happening over the next decade or so. And likewise, I think engaging those communities more in the climate change is good stuff. And of course, we've had a big conversation about our tenants. And in Johnsonville, I mean, we're waiting and waiting and waiting. It's coming, we know that. But to be able to get that transformational development up there will be just spectacular. So if this is something that helps unlock the government process, good stuff. So
over to you.
Yes, I asked if I could second this because I'm quite excited by a few of these projects, and I would like to thank officers for the work of bringing together a really good little program of different things, bit of something for everyone. Yes, and I think I have some, which I think I did I email you, Siobhan, I have a personal connection to the subsurface digital twin. So I've been hearing about this for a wee while and very excited about this work. And I think, also looking at the Johnsonville work, people, when we did the spatial plan and the district plan, who are a bit cynical that we're not doing any work along the infrastructure to kind of support the increased population. And, there's two very good examples that we are doing, and to have this opportunity to put this funding in, I think is excellent. And I just want to talk briefly about the Ngaio Crofton Downs, the Pathway to Zero kind of project happening in our community. And we've really, I've been on that kind of journey with the Residents Association, and they're doing some just great little things. And a couple of times I know Tam came to Ngaio, and we've had officers come to Ngaio, but it's sort of just looking for that little bit of extra support to kind of drive what they want to do, because they've got some great ideas. They want to get into schools and early childhood providers in the area and have kids taking home information and things to do. We'd love to better connect with the work that the Sustainability Trust is doing, and to sort of give people that information about the choices they can make that will make a big difference. This community is in, wants to be the first carbon zero suburb in Aotearoa. That's our goal, and having looked at international examples. So there's, so things that they're doing at the moment, like the electronics recycling and things like that, but, just trying to get more and more community members kind of on board, and taking small but significant actions to get the kind of power back and replace anxiety with action. And so I'm super excited about it. I was just talking about it with Ian the other day, and they can really link in that goal with, say, the work that's happening around cycleways in Ngaio at the moment, but a lot of other things that in that community, to sort of take this passion and actually, take some power back as a community and do their bit. So love it.
Thank you. Councillor Condi.
Kia ora. I just wanted to echo the comments about the subsurface project in particular. And, with the enormous infrastructure projects that we have ahead of us in the next decade or more, particularly in water, but in other spaces as well, anything that we can do to reduce construction disruption so that our streets are moving well and everybody can get around the city is really important. And anything that we can do that's going to, reduce the risk of cost and time blowouts in these projects is absolutely a great investment. So it's a really great project to see coming along. And also, as the ward councillor, just want to say that the Johnsonville community have been really excited to see kind of more work happening in their infrastructure, because they know that this is a space that's going to see a lot more growth in the district plan. And one of the things they've been asking us for is to make sure that we are investing in the infrastructure to support this. So this is another way for us to demonstrate that process is happening and it's ongoing and we're supporting it. So from that neck of the woods, I thank you.
Kia ora. Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I just briefly wanted to express my support for it as well, but I also wanted to acknowledge that this is funding that we're getting from the government, and around this table there's often calls for support from funding for the government, and here we have 14.4 million. So I want to actually acknowledge the government for ensuring that Wellington is getting some funding and that we are going to put it to good use. And I guess from my perspective, it's a great balance of social, environmental and infrastructure spending And I think that I'm particularly pleased to see the climate action, because I'm quite worried that climate change is a daunting threat that is quite overwhelming for people. And this is a way of giving people a constructive role to play in taking climate action. And I see in young people a lot of anxiety and concern about climate change, and what we need to do is make sure that we're giving people hope and the ability to make a difference. And I think the initiatives in here will help with that. I'm also very mindful of the work that Eugene Doyle is doing on the South Coast around the formation of a residents association there, or a residents grouping, to talk about the impacts of climate change on those coastal communities. And we have to bring them into our conversation, and we have to take a really constructive attitude to them and make sure that we look after those communities, because it's one of the most challenging tests that we have. So yeah, I'm really pleased that this hopefully will be able to be used in that way too.
You're prompting more people to speak, Councillor Foon.
I'll keep it really just to feed in from Fleur's kōrero there. We are having a meeting with Eugene in the 4C community on Monday afternoon. Anyone is welcome if you're interested to understand how the community want to bring their voice, and I think it will give them a lot of comfort knowing that we're putting our hand up for funding for that. So thank you very much. It's awesome.
Are we? Oh, Councillor Calvert. Oh, we're just waiting.
Well, I just thought I'd just add a little bit. It's very good of the government to give us money, and some could call it a bribe, but I won't. But exactly, and because it could be used for different things. I think what we've got is the public are expecting us to see it going into water infrastructure. I understand the capacity issues of Wellington Water at the moment, and I'm pleased to see that finally there's some funding going into Johnsonville, because even before the district plan, this council passed a medium density housing plan for Johnsonville back in 2013, and they're still waiting for this to be done. So it's good to finally see it happening 9 years later. For the planning that they need for the housing that was already permitted 9 years ago, and I've been working with that community as well to help them. And also, I'm not going to support the Te Atakura funding. I think that what people want is delivery. And in fact, when I was talking to Ian from the NI residents the other day, what they want is things like the EV chargers. They've sort of done a lot of work about what they want and what they need. And so I think, we need to make sure that we've got the resources to deliver. And I think, Mayor Foster, you talked about with Makara. We did a lot of engagement with them, and in the end, we couldn't deliver anything, and that got the rightly said, the community a bit upset. So we want to make sure we can deliver on things and use this money to actually deliver, not just keep planning for things to happen. So so I think the money could be better spent. I would like to have seen the list of projects, because us as elected members to have been given some choice and options, I think as the Mayor commented on as well. So I would much prefer the money from the Te Atakura actually going into housing, so and into the social housing. So, but anyway, probably won't get through on that vote.
I'm just quickly going to say I am really happy with the proposals that have come forward. I think there is a really good spread, and actually one of the things we talk about a lot with climate action is that there is a lot of work to do to help people feel confident with the fact that they can be part of change, and it's not always as easy as you think to help people know what they can do to be involved. And also we've got some massive challenges that people want to feel confident that we've got plans for. So I actually think this is really important. This is actually action. Sometimes having conversations and encouraging people and helping people to learn is actually a form of action. So I'm very happy that it's in there, and I am very reassured too that there's an option with tranche 2 around funding for social housing, and there's also another LTP coming up and an annual plan before that to address funding around social housing if needed. We can address these things, but I think we've got to be careful to not lose sight of the fact that we have a lot of responsibilities in many places, and I feel like this paper actually achieves that really well. And I'm particularly excited about the underground services because those pictures look pretty impressive. And I think a lot of Wellingtonians don't realise that so many of our pipes are still unknown as to their location and where they are, and that has a massive impact on many, many people. And yeah, great, it's great work. So thank you, everybody. And Mayor Foster, you can go to your right of reply.
Well, we'll actually pick up on a couple of things because I didn't think I would need to. I thought everybody go, well, this is good. But first of all, just knowing where things are under the ground, there are regular occasions when people put holes through important pieces of infrastructure. We've seen that in Wellington recently. And of course, the big spectacular one was when somebody put a hole through the Wiri pipeline. And look at the disruption that caused across the whole country. So actually knowing what's there under the ground, and if it makes it a more efficient job, I think that is a spectacular investment. So I'm really, really keen to see that. Councillor Fitzsimons, you said funding from the government. It's good to get funding from the government. The only thing is that this one is the same. It's pro rata across the whole country. So it's not like, we've tended to sometimes it'd be nice to be recognised full stop. So it's hard work because, of course, we haven't been eligible for so many different parts of government funding, and I think we really did miss out on funding for when the, all the COVID response ones and provincial growth and all those sort of things. We're not eligible for any of that, or we weren't eligible for one of them and didn't get anything for the other one. So some money is nice to get. I think, Councillor Calvert, excuse me. The point about, I would have liked to see options, as I said, but I think we've got to take, it is worthwhile taking it now, and because of course there's a reasonably high risk that tranche 2 never happens. So, we see what happens. And so I think you grab what you can at the moment. In terms of Johnsonville and infrastructure, just a reminder to the good folks of Johnsonville that we've invested $20-something million in library. Then we've invested, I think about 14, in upgrading the road infrastructure around there. We've invested, I think, 5 or 6 in Alex Moore Park, and then Waiora as well on top of that, which I think was another 4. So it's not, in fact, I think we've invested more in Johnsonville as a community than any other community around the city for some time. Kilburnie would have got a big shake, but of course that's got a lot of the regional infrastructure in it as well. Things like ASB and the RAC. But Johnsonville has had significant investment. Why? Because it is our largest suburban centre, and we are great ward councillors. And it has the most modest ward councillors around. But we are investing in Johnsonville, and we need to continue doing that. But I think we are, we know we have the ongoing discussions with Stride, and we are, hopefully that this will put this together, and we actually get Stride in front of the community saying this is what we want to do, and I'm expecting that to happen in the not too distant future. You are right about macro, though. I really do think, and it's an ongoing conversation I have with Sarah, and she's nodding, I do want to go back to the macro community and say, hey, look, we engage with you. Now, what is it that we can actually do, and how do we actually respond to that and pick something up that actually works? So, let's vote. Oh, you're flashing people in the eyes.
Okay, it's time to vote. We've got to keep this together. Okay, voting.
I'm not voting. Can we have that bit of funding?
Or do you want to separate something? Okay, which one is it?
Which is the Te Atakura one?
Number 5. So we'll do number 5 first. And then the rest is a clump. Don't not work.
It came. I've been disenfranchised. Oh.
Okay.
Two votes?
They'll cancel it. Kua mana, that is carried. That's a good one. Nicola voted against it. All right, all the others now, please.
You probably would have voted that way anyway.
I think she'd be voting no for everything else. So, yeah. I'm not voting. We should have the money. I'm just
The debate's finished. We're voting now.
Balance goes into social housing.
Order. Kua mana. That has carried. Right, we now need to vote to extend the meeting because we're just about to hit 3:30. Yeah. So I need a seconder, an enthusiastic seconder. Thank you, Councillor Foon. And then we will vote. Yes, it will. If we do this quickly, it's quicker. Yeah, we're going to do the forward program and then the actions tracking, and then we may have to adjourn for a few more minutes, but not long, and that'll be afternoon tea, so we'll have a few minutes for afternoon tea. We're going to do the actions. Which is the first one? Actions. Councillor Foon, could you vote, please? All right, so that was carried, kua mana. Right, we're going to now move on to item 3.4, which is actions tracking, and no mai Kim.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, we've got 42 actions at the moment. 20 of them are complete, 22 are still in progress, of which today we may see that reduced significantly. So if we can take the paper as read, that would be magnificent.
Are there any questions? Councillor Foon. You're moving it.
Oh. Just a little update on the Newtown Bowling Club.
Right.
Actions, how are they going?
Very good. So a working group is formed at the moment. I can send you an update. It might be easier just to, because otherwise, yeah. I'll send you an update if that's okay.
Yeah, this is sort of more about making sure we're tracking a process. So the question there could have been, can we have an update on that one?
Can we have an update?
Yeah.
Okay, yes. But you'll email.
I'll email and circulate an update.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Are there any other partai? Carl? Okay. So I'm happy to move that, and Councillor Matthews is going to second it, and we will now vote.
Oh, it is. I'm still waiting for the other, but that's the end.
It's all right, we can have a break. You're not there. Voted. And kua mana, that is carried unanimously. And so now we'll go on to item 3.5. So no mai Kim can.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe if we can just take the paper as read, that would be great. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
No, I was going to say no questions. So Councillor Matthews moving, I'll second. And if you can now vote. Oh, they already have. Okay, kua mana, that's carried also unanimously. Right, what we're going to do now is we're going to adjourn until, I think we'll say 3:45. There is still a bit more work that the staff need to do on those amendments. We'll have afternoon tea now, and we'll come back at 4:45, and hopefully we'll be able to get that bit moving quite quickly. I think a lot of the hard work has been done, so we'll just, yeah. and I will hand over to Councillor Fitzsimons to, I'm just trying to remember where we're up to in this process because we've had the report introduced already by staff. So we're up to Councillor Fitzsimons moving the paper, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, look, thanks, Jill, and thanks, everybody. I guess I just want to start by saying this is another step in a very important decision, and it's one of the issues that elicits really strong engagement from all councillors because we feel a burden of responsibility in making this decision. And I think it's fair to say that no one is super enthusiastic about this. We're doing it because we have to and because it's the responsible thing to do. And it's because city housing has been struggling for many years. We had briefing after briefing about it. We even dubbed the financial sustainability as the graph of doom. And in these circumstances, we do need to act responsibly and make decisions which are fit for our tenants and fit for Wellington's future. I just want to start by acknowledging a few people, particularly want to acknowledge Angelique Jackson and David Ensor and their team. It must be quite hard to sit and watch this happen to an organisation that you've worked for many years, and I know people's hearts are in city housing. And I guess I want to acknowledge the role of city housing in for many, many years supporting tenants. And I know from staff and electorate officers, they often talk about what a humane landlord city housing is. It's known as one of the decent landlords in Wellington, and that's because of the work of Angelique and David and your whole team over many, many years. So I want to acknowledge that today. Also want to acknowledge Catherine Meerman and Sahai and the team around them for the work that's gone into this. It's incredibly detailed and complicated work, and I feel like we've been given really comprehensive advice, and I hope that you will see the changes we want to make in the spirit that they're intended, which is that we wanted the best thing for our tenants, and we don't want to leave here as councillors regretting that we could have made it better and we didn't take the opportunity. And I guess the thing I would also say is there are plenty more chances to get this right. If one of the things go through today that officers aren't happy with, and it does become a really problematic thing, we can get it right. We can get it right in the future. This is just a green light along the process, and hopefully it may well be that you get the thrust and the sense of what we are wanting to do, which is the very best we can for current tenants, their families and future tenants. I also just wanted to acknowledge the tenants in our city housing now. There have been hundreds of them who submitted on the rents policy changes. They came to us, and I know that councillors who heard those submissions knew that something wasn't right in the changes that we were proposing, and it did spur on a whole lot of other work about the process. I also want to acknowledge those involved in the task force who really dived into the details and considered what this should mean for the future and what we should be doing with this. And I'm really pleased that some of the recommendations from the task force are reflected in the substantive that we're going to consider. I guess I just, as a general point, wanted to say that while I appreciate a CHIP needs to be independent from the council, there is discretion in the amount of independence that we have, and I think what we're seeing from the amended substantive is attempts by councillors to use as much of the power that we have to expect a good outcome for our tenants as we can, while still keeping the integrity of the CHIP. And I guess that is probably the most important thrust of the decision that we're making today. But look, at the end of the day, this is a responsible decision. It will mean more homes, stable rents, and a better system of pastoral care and economic and social support for our tenants. I just want to highlight some of the things that we are proposing here. So if you go through, and you'll be able to ask advice of officers, but you do have it written there. And some of the things that officers haven't supported, we've included anyway. So we have made some changes, but we have included some aspects of things that they were uncomfortable with. So if we just quickly go through those, can we just scroll down a bit? Yeah. And they're helpfully in red for people to look at. Oh, okay. People online can't see it. All good. Maybe we can email it to them as well. Oh, they've got it. Oh, they've got it on email. Oh, great.
Just while you're talking it through, and it is just being screen shared now. Doing good. Really well.
So I'll carry on anyway. The first point is around really making sure that the rights of renters, including the current RTA provisions around eviction, are incorporated into the trust deed. So basically making sure Councillor Matthews' point around the CHIP being an exemplar landlord are included, and that does go beyond the regulations, which can change. The second one is around this question around the flexibility of making it about the region or around the city. And this is picking up Councillor Day's point around making sure that social housing is available throughout Wellington City. And this proposal doesn't adopt the flexibility that officers were looking for, just taking into account that this is a Wellington City Council initiative, and bearing in mind that we can change the trust deed at a later date. The next one is around, sorry, what was that? Sorry?
We might be able to ask a question around it. I think the wording might not quite make sense, but that's with a throughout all areas.
Oh, it should with a, yeah, needs to be deleted. Yep, good point. The next one is really just about saying that there are other CHIPs and other housing providers in Wellington who are doing this work, and we want to work collaboratively with them. That was always the intention when we agreed to establish a CHIP. Another one that we are less keen on changing is this issue around being elected members, and that just does go to that philosophy around the degree to which it's attached to the council, and we have an ongoing interest in it. So suggesting there are 4 council-appointed trustees with at least 2 being elected members, and obviously that almost by definition defines how many trustees there are on the board. So we've gone for more certainty in that than the officers were suggesting. But again, it has to come back to us. There are other opportunities. The next one is just picking up the September report, but the next one is really picking up the Mayor's Task Force and Councillor Paul's point around a tenant public housing advisory group, and making sure that that's established as soon as possible and is enduring from the transition to the CHIP, but also after that. And there's been some suggestions there about additional members as well as tenants from throughout city housing. The question around Te Kāinga, we've just opted for seeking some advice on the operation of Te Kāinga. So we are going to have a situation where Wellington City Council is managing some tenancies. It would only be Te Kāinga tenancies, but we want to get advice on that. The next one was around a review and some information around removing the market rate rent structure, and that's really Councillor Paul's point around, is the market, which is failing renters, really the right way to be setting rents and making sure that our tenants understand the approach.
Sorry, I'm losing track.
40.
Can you say the number?
40.
40. Oh, are those? That's not the one where the numbers go 40, 41, 40, 41, is it?
I don't know, but it's also double-sided.
It's 42 on what we've got here, is it? Okay.
The next one is around noting the accommodation supplement not being counted as income, which we've included. And I might just not focus on the ones that are officer supported, because I'm assuming people are fine with them. We've opted to keep the Granville Flats provision, which Councillor Paul and Debbie Port have brought to the table, and that's really about making sure that we recognise that there is a very strong community in Granville. We should be taking all steps possible to retain that community together in future social housing. We've also got the commitment to investigate retaining a percentage of the housing portfolio within the trustee to dedicate to communities that are not prioritised by MSD or Kāinga Ora waiting lists.
Can you say the numbers? I'm just aware people online are grappling with keeping up, so...
Well, I'm explaining them, so
yeah, if you just say the number.
I don't have the number.
Have you got the final...
No.
Yes. Oh, yeah. If you could read off that'd be great. Thank you.
So we're up to para 40. Oh yeah, 47. And that's really about saying that there's something more than that the CHIP will provide housing for people that are otherwise not accounted for in various lists, and that also came from the Housing Task Force. The next one's officer supported. So it's in 49. There's 2 49s there, but maybe 50 and 51. So 50 is adopt the recommendations, 60 from the mayoral task force, and those are around support for social engagements, the Tenants Association, which is already incorporated in another one, partnerships with NGOs and access to support services. That's really about securing the role of the CHIP in that wider tenant community. And finally, Councillor Pannett, thank you for your amendments, which, have we got both of them there? Or did they get combined? Oh, they got combined. Oh, great. Okay, cool. Yeah, and that's really just about the IRS and making sure that gets included. So you'll see there's a combination of things that are accepted by officers, things that aren't, things that have come from the mayoral task force and other places. But yeah, I would be really clear with people that if you are uncomfortable adopting a non-officer supported resolution, now is the time to kind of ask your questions and work that through. But I would make the point that this is only giving the green light to further work, and it can be, and there can be elements, as Liz Kelly said, of discussion with the regulator that we can try and get some of these things over the line. Or it may well be that, having heard the thrust of our concerns and what we're seeking, that officers come up with other options that address the same kind of philosophical underlying point.
Thank you. I think Councillor Condi might have a question. Are there any other questions? Mayor Foster.
Actually, I was just going to ask if we could take 5 minutes, because I still don't really have my head around the motion, and I haven't had time to figure out what questions I might want to ask.
Well, how about Mayor Foster could go and see how you get on then.
Well, it's just I'm going to have to listen to Mayor Foster's questions, and I still won't have time to get my head around the motion.
Let's listen to Mayor
Just because we've only just seen what is in the motion.
Yeah, let's listen to Mayor Foster's question, and then we can take a few minutes break for you to have a quick catch up.
I'll ask them nice and slowly then to make sure they're easy.
Do them fast. Do them fast.
Okay. Look, the first one of them. So I just want to see. Can you just scroll back to C, to 4C, to for what the wording actually is now? I wasn't quite sure the way you.
I can read it out. So it's got to undertake these activities in New Zealand and throughout all areas of Wellington, including those where social housing is not currently available. So it keeps the option open of having social housing in parts of outside of Wellington, but it's very clear that it's Wellington City.
Well, I think that's where we want the primary focus word still in there, isn't it? I think the words primary focus need to be.
And with a primary
focus. With a primary focus in Wellington City.
It's fine.
We were crossing out and not crossing out things that were.
Yeah, no, I understand that, yeah. So can I just ask a question of that? So, I mean, if we want to include it in all areas, now I'm going to pick a place where I've got to think providing social housing might be inordinately expensive. So we want to provide social housing in Oriental Bay, for example, and let's say we could provide one house in Oriental Bay for 10 houses in, Pūroro or Miramar. Is that what we're saying?
It's not saying you have to do it in all areas. It says including areas.
Including those where social housing is not currently available throughout all areas. It kind of is saying that. Is that what we mean? So I'm asking a question of the meaning. I get the idea to ensure that they're well spread around the city.
And it's guidance. It's guidance to say we don't want you to just keep building where there is it. We want you to go look across the city. It's really about kind of even distribution across the city, but we don't want to be that prescriptive.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll allow the staff as they draft up the trustee to be appropriately flexible rather than directive, because we don't want to be too directive. Okay, that's cool. I'm okay with that. The other one that I did want to ask about, or the second one I wanted to ask about, was 8, which is the trust size. So, I mean, you've given us excuse me again. Officers have given us the advice around the range of the size of the trust, and this we'll start prescribing it at 9 rather than 5 to 9. And I guess I'd like your advice on this, but I'm not sure I feel comfortable with being that prescriptive about the size.
Yeah, so our advice would remain that you retain a range to deal with all the future possible scenarios that cannot be anticipated. This effectively locks the board size into 9 permanently, because it says there will always be 4 council-appointed trustees. The council always has to have a minority, which means you have to have 5 others. So it reduces the flexibility, and we'd advise not to do it.
Can I just ask, if you really want to pursue this, I'm going to have to foreshadow something different, because I would go for something which is flexible on the numbers, and definitely having an elected member and potentially 2 elected members, which is kind of where the officer's advice was in response to the questions. So that would be my foreshadowing if we get to that point, but I'll speak to that. Okay, cool. And did I have any more questions? Then we've got the argument about the existing and all tenants, isn't it? So officers, can you give us a little bit more on 31C? So can you just walk us through, so it's very clear where we're at with existing tenants, which is the 70% of market, the 80 plus rent freezes, et cetera, but for all tenants, so if you're a tenant who comes in who's not on IRS, then this would impose council into the process of setting the rents for those people. Now, can you tell us how that works in terms of the independence of the CHIP and how it's going to land in terms of the regulatory part?
So our advice is that the CHIP should be completely independent to determine the rental policy for tenants, for future tenants who are not transferring over and are not IRRS tenants, so that third category of tenants that we've been talking about through the day. The CHIP should be free to set the rental policy for those tenants. That would be approved by the regulator. We think on this particular issue, we think we are stepping into very tricky regulatory territory.
That's what I figured you'd say. No, thank you. Okay. So again, that's one which I will need to foreshadow something if it stays as is. And then I think the rest is either vote. Well, could you just give some advice on Granville? Because what I'm getting the impression is clearly there's some desire of keeping everybody together from some of the tenants. Others have clearly already opted to go to various different places. But there's also the issue of how long would it take to actually do that? Because clearly we don't have, I mean, we're going to have everybody exiting Granville within, tell us the time frame, and how long it would take to replace that many units in one place somewhere near Berrinpore, because I suspect it's not quick.
Yeah, Mayor Foster, good question. So we've detailed this in the Granville communications we've shared with you all previously about how long we think it will take. We've started rehousing already. Second tenant moved today, and we've been given, with the Tenants Trust, we've got until December next year. We anticipate we'll be able to do it a lot quicker, but it does depend on people's preferences. And like we've put in the Q&A document, so far all the tenants have opted not to stay in the area, for various reasons. So like the example I gave there, the tenant that wants to move to Central because she said she's got friends there that speak her language. So, there are some tenants at Granville that would like to be housed together, and we've got some that we know want to go to Hanson together, which we'll be able to achieve. But it doesn't mean they're all going to move on the same day. So we've been holding units for Granville tenants for a few months and progressively, showing tenants around. Some will need to be shown 7 or 8 different units until they find one that meets their needs.
So you've said 2 have moved so far?
Second one today.
Okay, and then just if we were saying, right, this is really important, any rough idea how long it would take you to identify a site, do the design, put it together, build it?
Would it depend on how many, you're talking about building new?
Well, it would have to be, wouldn't it? Because Granville's not going to be there, so... Yeah. Unless, the only other way is to find enough accommodation to accommodate, 100 and...
Well, we've got 96 units to go at Granville.
Yeah.
So, but we can rehouse those all within existing city housing units.
Yeah, no, my point is to provide something that was big enough to accommodate all of those people in an existing unit somewhere.
I mean, one, they don't want that, a lot of tenants. Yeah. Rintole, for example, would be the most logical site. It's our only other current city housing site in Berrinpore, which has room to build more on there, and we've got detailed design work on that. But in terms of getting that set up ready for tenants to move in after, consenting, obviously, and the market, I mean, we're looking 2 years,
Okay, 2, okay. That's quicker than I thought.
Minimum, sorry. Sorry, should I say that first?
So those are all your questions. Councillor Condi, do you still want to have a few minutes break? Maybe she's reading.
Yes, please. It's really difficult trying to switch between, you know how it is when you're trying to switch between screens and keep what's going on. And I'm also trying to untangle, which are the bits that are officer supported and which are the bits that aren't. So actually that would probably be a question that would be great for officers to come back and just be able to say, numbers X, Y, Z.
She's working online.
Can I ask a question of the mover as well? Am I allowed to do that? I just want to find out what, and I know I could compare the documents and read through, but what was there any that were withdrawn or along with officer advice? That would be good to know.
Okay, a bunch. Yeah, so some of the officer advice was adopted. The main time when it wasn't is when they say that it has to be at that arm's length. So the rent setting policy for new tenants is the key one, and most of the others are investigate, like things that are investigating. But that's the key one that probably, if you want to follow officer advice, you'd want to.
We are going to need to take a break because I understand people online,
Jill,
they need to read it. Yes?
Chair, I wonder if it might be helpful if the ones that officer supported could maybe be in a different colour, like green, and the ones that are not officer supported could be red, or other way
You
round.
do have a table. You have an emailed table.
You have a table that's
Yes,
been
I
emailed
have.
to you.
To
Just
try-
go through
I'm
that
trying to
and
work
then
off-
just
I
go
have
through
actually
that and then
printed
look
out
at.
the table. Yeah, but it's not easy because on the screen we can only see a small amount at a time.
What we're
So
saying is
sometimes I'm
we'll
not
take
even
a
aware.
break. Hang on. What we're saying is we'll take a break and then you go back and look at the table that's
Okay,
been sent through.
right.
So I think
I
in
can
all
do it, but it's
reality,
just time
we're going to
consuming.
need to give you probably 5 minutes to have a look through. So we'll all be quiet for 5 minutes.
Fleur, just around the tenant participation.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, I'm kind of relaxed about what form it takes, but I'm just wondering, and this is a question to officers too, I guess, is just about whether we can make it really, really strong that the tenant participation must be enabled. I don't know what so to give them some direction, or we're not allowed to do that.
So have a look at 41. That's
yeah, I've seen that.
That's Tam's thing.
Yeah, but I want to know whether we can direct the trust to do maximum participation, because there's obviously quite a range of things that you could do. Because an advisory group is one mechanism, but not everything.
But there's also the other aspects of the trust deed in the officer's original.
Yes, this is, sorry, we really do need to stop so that other people can read it, but this is partly, well, it's actually really established to help through the transition process, and then actually the CHIP works with that group and others to figure out there are actually multiple ways that they do engage with the community.
And they're required to.
Yeah, is it just possible to give Catherine direction that they do as much as they can to enable that participation?
I think it's there, Iona. I think you're going to have to trust that we've got something there that's setting that up.
The advice in the document that we sent round was that we would support setting one up in the transition phase. We don't support directing the CHIP to require it to continue once the CHIP is set up, but we have suggested some alternative wording there that can go into the trust deed that demonstrates that we are encouraging that kind of thing without directing it. So that.
Yeah, and what we're suggesting is that the advisory group operates under council separate to the CHIP.
I see. Okay. Catherine, I was just worried about your wording about may take advice, because that for me wasn't strong enough, but I get your reasoning.
Okay, I'm going to say we're going to stop talking now so that people can actually read, because otherwise they're trying to listen. had enough time.
She's on the phone.
Okay.
Can do, sure. I guess one of my first questions, I think, is in relation to 47 and 49, which were both not officer supported, and we're looking at recommendations that came out of the task force, and whether we could have some alternative wording that would be officer supported, that would essentially note or request staff doing some additional work on how we might be able to encourage that.
Staff response.
Sorry, Councillor Grundig, I missed the second half of what you said. I think what you said was, can you have officer report back at some point around ways in which the CHIP could be encouraged to give effect to those things in the Mayor's Task Force report, in which case the answer is yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep.
How we could encourage the CHIP to give effect to 47 and 49, basically, which were not officer supported. And can I also get some advice? Sorry, I'm sure that you've told us, but it's been complicated on 4A and why officers do not support the word additional.
So we support, so once you put the word additional into the overall purpose statement, you are effectively turning the CHIP into an entity that is exclusively focused on developing new supply, whereas a core part of its focus is going to be running a service with existing supply. So we're not against the word additional, we just think it should be listed under the bullet point that comes under 4A, and so instead it should say acquiring, developing and leasing those kinds of houses. But if the word additional goes into the lead statement, then additionality becomes the exclusive focus.
That's Iona's one, and it actually needs to be moved. Have you explained that? Yeah. That's the 4A. So have we explained to Jenny where that needs to sit? Cool, thank you.
Sorry, are you going to change that, Jill? I can't see the recommendations on this.
They're changing it, so it will go to the first bullet point, acquiring and leasing additional community housing. Otherwise, we're basically only doing additional housing. We're not actually doing anything that we currently do.
Oh, so could it be? But is it really clear that obviously the existing stuff is very important, but so is the additional? I just wanted to make sure it's status, the additional housing.
Yep. Yeah, it works where the officers have suggested to put it. If you put it in where you'd said, then it basically says we're not going to do what we currently do. We're only going to do additional. Go, Jenny.
Sorry, that might be me for now. I need to gather my thoughts some more.
Okay, Councillor Pennant, have you got a question?
Yeah, sorry, I still just, on number 40, Councillor Fitzsimons, are you envisaging that tenants would be on this other advisory group too?
Yes.
Okay, cool, because otherwise just the way it reads, it looks like it's just experts, middle-class people talking about our tenants, potentially. So,
it's called a tenancy advisory group, so, or tenant.
Well,
I think it says tenants.
But it says membership support from subject matter experts. So sorry, are they
support?
Experts?
Support is the key word there. So it's tenants advisory group with support from those people.
Okay.
It's quite clear. Yeah.
Well, it's just the way it's worded. It could. Yeah. Okay.
Cool. Any other questions? We wish. I have a question, because I guess one of the things that I've sort of picked up on is the challenge of, we've got some amendments here and that we can change things later on. And I guess I just want to understand what that means, because I do not want to make decisions today that we find out are really problematic and there's no way out of them. If there is a process still to happen, and I would hope that if there are some real snags in there, that there is an opportunity for officers to bring us, technical advice and say, look, that is not possible. How do you feel that's possible? And if not, is there something we could put in here that could cover that off? Because obviously it's tricky. This is our first, I guess, just to sort of round off, this has been our first chance to interact with this, so it is a bit tricky. We're trying to add what we know from our community perspective, what we've heard from people today, and we want to make sure that we're feeding into that, but we are really aware that there are complexities that sit beyond our decisions today. So if there's some way that we can put something in there that indicates that there's still a process to go through, and that if there are real problems, then that will come back, that may be helpful, and it may provide some help.
We could put an additional, without wanting to add to the list, an additional noting recommendation or something in there that says, note officers will continue conversations with the regulator, and if there are any issues that we revert back.
Perfect, because we're aware that you've got to go through a process of establishing that, and some of these things you may work them through and go, look, we just cannot make that work. The regulator's telling us that's not going to happen. But of course we do have to push up against the edge a little bit to make sure that we're representing our communities as best we can. Councillor Matthews, did you have a follow-up question from that?
Yeah, I think that's really helpful, and I think that would be a good suggestion. I guess I just want to be clear that if there was, and I know there's a range of officer advice against some of these amendments, but I guess I want to know if there's one or two that you consider to be so problematic to kind of, that they put the whole thing at risk or whatever. I want to have a sense of that now.
I think that would be incredibly helpful.
Yep.
So maybe it is worth just going through and just saying which ones are you think will be a real, that does help guide us.
We think the change to 9B around the board appointments panel will be a significant issue. And we think the change to 31C, which is basically extending the council's influence over future tenants' rental conditions, will also be a deal breaker. In the advice that we circulated before, I think we also noted that we even with respect to the existing tenants, we think we are probably pushing up against the limit, but we certainly think that stepping beyond that and setting the rental terms for all future tenants who aren't existing tenants is probably definitely going over the line.
Can I ask a follow-up question of that? Is there what this amendment is seeking to achieve? And I think councillors are looking, at Christchurch and others, to sort of see that they, the control they do have over rent setting. Will we achieve that kind of goal about as we go further along? I know it's decisions that still have to be made, but I guess I'm asking if that detail is actually going to come a bit later in any way that gives us some mechanisms to encourage the kind of rent setting that we want to see.
So we'll bring further, so if 31C, or if 31 as a whole, if the council agrees to that, we'll bring further advice on how those decision-making mechanisms will actually work in practice by February. But I suspect our advice will be that the council does not have wholesale decision rights around the rental setting policy for existing tenants. So even where there's an ability to jointly consider those things together, the exclusive decision rights are not going to sit with the council. So when we come back with the further advice on that mechanism, it's going to continue to have some kind of shared characteristics. It's not going to be able to say the council can sort of veto in all circumstances or anything like that.
And if we don't pass this, what are that detail is still to be fleshed out, is that right? Am I understanding that we still get more detail as we go through the...
Yeah. So we regardless of what you decide, we're going to have to flesh out the detail of how the existing tenants and their terms and conditions transfer across. If you agree today that those core provisions go across and that there is some joint mechanism for reviewing those, then that's a good next step, and then we can build the detail off the back of that.
Madam Chair, can I just add a further comment? Because what I'd like to reflect on is the fact that the council has, through a statutory process under the Local Government Act, made a decision to amend its LTP and put in place an independent community housing trust. And what the staff are doing is counselling you as strongly as they can not to put in place a requirement on us that is not going to be achievable because it interferes with the independence. So the conversations to date indicate that the desire, which we understand, to be able to have stronger influence over future rental setting policies is simply not going to be possible.
Now, where are we up to with questions? Are there any other? Councillor,
can I just double check the officer advice, Catherine, on 9B? You said that was one of the sticking points for you, but I just want to check that you noticed that we amended it based on your feedback and we just put one of the council appointed trustees to the board appointments panel. Are you happier with that?
We just think the board appointments panel exists to appoint the independent trustees, and if you have council appointed trustee, if you have the council appointing the council appointed trustees and council representatives appointing the independent trustees, you are layering on levels of.
Okay, no, that's cool. Sorry, I'd
control.
Yep. No, that's fine.
Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, thank you. I'm interested in point 4B and just wondering how strong your do not support for that point is. I assume that I haven't seen all the wording, so I assume the wording is as per original and hasn't been changed as you've suggested.
So on this one, we feel strongly that the CHIP's legal rights shouldn't be constrained, that it should have, and the trustees should have all available legal mechanisms to them that they may need to rely on at a future point in time. So that's why we haven't supported that wording, but we have suggested alternative wording that gives that focus on the service as being a tenant-centric focus and focusing on sustaining tenancies with tenants.
I haven't seen the wording because it went up and so quickly I couldn't focus on it all. Has the suggested alternative wording been adopted, or is it still as the proposed amendment?
It's still as the proposed amendment, so the suggested, I can read you the suggested alternative wording if you like.
Oh no, I've got that printed off. I just wasn't sure what the mover of the amendment has actually written because I couldn't see it. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to accept that we change existing, all back to existing, so we can, yeah.
I was talking about 4B, which is more about the tenant-centric service.
Oh, sorry. We're just about there.
Sorry, so I don't know if people just called up that we will be, the substantive will change back to saying rental policy for existing tenants, because we can sense that that one is going to be a real snag. What's that? Yeah, thank you. We're working our way through that 4B.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, 4C. 4C.
4C, okay.
Yeah, it's the...
it's 31.
Sorry, 31, not... Sorry, 31C.
31C, yeah.
We're taking away all and putting it back to existing because it is causing a lot, and it's. I don't think it's achieving what people thought it was achieving. I think that's probably fundamentally the problem, that which is very helpful. So back to questions. We're up to Councillor Foon.
49. There are two 49s.
It's been renumbered online.
Okay,
yep.
Great.
But you just have to say 49.1 or 49.2.
And please forgive if we've actually dealt with this, but the adoption of the recommendations of 6D, so that's not supported by officers. Just an explanation, and how serious is it for you? Is it a game breaker?
Yeah, so we don't support it because we think the deed enables the trust to do those things anyway, and we think this strays into directing operational activity.
Chair, I've got to raise a little bit of a point here. In my amendments list that came through by email, I haven't even got a 6 mentioned. So I don't. This is why I'm starting to get concerned. I don't know what officers
6D isn't an amendment here.
Okay.
Oh, she's talking about 49.
6D. Yeah.
Oh, no, that's from the mayoral task force.
Yeah. Sorry, Sarah.
Okay. Okay, so it's number
it's saying
49.
that 6D from the mayoral task force is adopted.
I see.
That's what it's meaning.
All right.
Right, have you got any other questions, Councillor Foon?
All
good. Follow on from that, Councillor Paul?
Just in terms of that 6D and how you said that what you've got currently enables those things that are under 6D in the task force, it enables it, but where is the guarantee that those services will continue to be provided to tenants?
So I
think that's what we were trying to draw out from that amendment, and that was the one that the Mayor and Deputy Mayor and I and some others worked on, and that was raised by the submitters, is that I guess the question is, it might be enabled through the trust deed, but who is committing to providing those pastoral care services to our tenants?
So CHIPs provide a whole range of support and things for tenants. It's reasonable to expect that they will do that. but when something is enabled, it's not guaranteed, and we also don't think it's appropriate that we go ahead and direct that. So we're giving the entity the capacity to do it. Most other chips, or all other chips that we're aware of, provide these kinds of services, so we think it's reasonable to expect that they will do that. The regulatory requirements require the chip to have a strong focus on tenant wellbeing, to have tenant participation policies and things like that. But in enabling, you're not guaranteeing, but you are creating the opportunity for it to do that. But we just don't think it's appropriate for us to be directing the operational activities of an independent entity.
I'd also just add that we've heard the council that it's interested in ways to encourage the chip to provide services such as those in 6D, and the intention is to report back on a mechanism to encourage that. However, our view is that it should not be formalised at that level of detail in the governing documents.
Okay, thank you. So, there a follow-up question, Councillor?
Yeah, just is there a wording change that you would look at, Tam, so that we can, or do you want to keep it just
the
as
amendments?
I think the
Mayor might have a.
I'm going to move an amendment, a section covering all the things that officers are particularly unhappy with, and
So you've got a foreshadow, have you? For certain, are you going to foreshadow a certain number of things?
Well, I'll actually move it as an amendment because I don't need to foreshadow it because we've only got a substantive here. So
yeah, true. That's good, actually. Yeah, that would be
so
good.
I've just sent that through.
Yeah, these were developed collaboratively.
It keeps it alive, but in a way of saying officers report back on it.
Okay, right. Sounds like we're starting to make some progress because I think that might be very helpful. Councillor Calvert, were you on the list for a question?
Just wanted to know, I mean, it's getting, we've been on this all day, we've got 16 recommendations in front of us. From an officer perspective, one of the things we've been hearing is, got to make a decision today because you can't get on and do your work. Is there, have you got time, if we didn't make the decision today, and just to enable making sure that we can get all these resolutions finalised? I mean, everyone's very clear about what they're voting on. A week or 2 week delay, is that going to impact on you in any way?
I'm actually keen to see what the Mayor has soon, so I think if we just have some questions, because I think it's possible. Oh, good. It sounds like if he's trying to address the officer's concerns and we can achieve that, then we might actually get there quite quickly.
Yeah.
So let's see where that goes to. I just want to get questions about any of the pieces, but that is still an option to us, Councillor Calvert, if we...
But I would like some advice from officers on that.
On what would happen. So the question is, what would happen if we delayed it today? What's our time frame?
Through your Chair, can I just say it would be much more preferable if we have direction today. We'll be preparing further advice for September. A delay is not going to be helpful. If we're going to meet that deadline to address the sustainability moving forward.
My instincts are a delay will just mean we take another 6 hours to make the decision that we might be able to make within the next 45 minutes if the Mayor can help us with those amendments. But I would like to just make sure we get all the questions. And so, Deputy Mayor Free, I think you might have one more, but maybe not.
No, I don't.
Great.
Sorry.
So we now have the paper introduced. We've had questions on the amendments, on the substantive, and the Mayor has got advice to put some amendments forward, so we might have a look at those amendments now, if you want to do that. Yes, so this is your moment.
Yeah, thank you. Well, look, I'll keep it really tight because I don't think we want to have a big discussion about the overall thing. But just to say thanks to the team before I do anything else for the immense amount of work that's gone into this. Everybody around the room, but also the task force, and I just want to say thank you to everybody. Right, so straight to the amendments. The first one I think we've already covered off, which was dealing with the Councillor Pannett amendment, so that one is already essentially dealt with. The second one there is the one around officers were unhappy with the wording as it's currently structured in the last bullet point under 4D, under 4B. Which is around the current RTA provisions around eviction. And so their recommendation, which was in the advice that was given earlier, is to undertake activities that provide a tenant-centric service, actively working with tenants to sustain their tenancy. So that's the officer advice they've given us, so I'm just putting that in there. 4C, I think we got ourselves a little tangled with our wording there, but I just got it down there as to undertake these activities in New Zealand, with a primary focus on Wellington City and seeking to ensure housing is provided throughout areas of Wellington that have unmet demand. which again channels the officer's advice. Yeah.
Seconder, that's good.
Mayor, I'm delighted to second them. Thank you,
Okay.
Mayor Foster.
Well, I know Councillor Condi was looking at doing the same too, so that's cool. Thank you. 8B is around the appointment of trustees, and is just to go back to the advice that the officers gave us as circulated. So that was, if it was 1 to 3 trustees, it is 1 councillor, and if it is 4, it's 2. 9B is to remove the words in red, which was the ones which, again, I'm not sure if we'd actually ended up removing those, but it's the adding the council-appointed trustee to the board appointments panel, which clearly was seen as compromising the independence of the process, and so that's obviously a problem once that needs to come out. We've already dealt with 31, which was to leave the word existing rather than all. With 41, it's get 41 there. 41, it's just striking out the words "and continue once the chip is established." So we've again been given clear advice around setting up this process during the transition process, the advisory group during the transition process, but not once it's established. But there is a need to do something around tenant representation. You still with me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is absolutely a need to do that. And that's really picked up with 47 and 49, the second 49 being to, excuse me, to replace that with the words which Councillor Condi sent through to me, which is asking for that report back on both those matters, so picking up the items in 4D of the, 6D of the task force report, and encouraging the places, excuse me, being provided to new tenants. And the other one is just to say if we can take the Granville one separately, please, because I don't need to amend it, but I do think we need to vote against it. Yep.
We can
Sorry
take
for struggling to get through that.
I know, and I got a bit lost there at 9B, so it's just to remove the words in red, and I'm trying to work out what the words in red are.
Sorry, that is the words.
Oh, it's about the appointments panel.
Yep.
Right, so you've moved that, and did you want to speak to any of that about, or do you feel that? Well, you can just ask him during debate then. If it's a question of the mover for an amendment, you can just ask him to respond to it in debate, and which is now. So we'll just see if...
So they are all, the key bit there is they are all officers supported.
Yep. And Deputy Mayor Free, obviously, as a seconder, do you want to speak now?
I just want to say that I really commend the Mayor for offering us this choice. For me, this has got to be quite a complex process, and we're all really trying to do our best. But I think it's important that we succeed and that we don't end up with a process that, in our good intentions, actually ends up with delays and confusion and things that we can't do. So I'm really pleased to second these, and I think it would be a very sensible way forward for us to actually support these. I realise probably not everyone will, but I do encourage the people around the table to think very carefully about supporting these, because I can see this is going to untangle some things and make the process actually a lot faster and smoother. And I think that is really important at this particular point where we are.
So Councillor Poole, do you want to ask your question now of Mayor Foster, and you can speak to the amendment as well, or you can speak to it later on if you want to.
My question was, I'm just, with the replace 47 and 49, I'm just not quite sure what the difference is between what you're putting forward and what's already in there, because they're all investigation amendments anyway, so if you could explain and clarify how those are different, that would be helpful. You get what I'm saying?
The 49 you're referring to is actually now 50, I think, and it isn't. It actually says we're going to adopt it, which is the challenge, I think. Yeah. Should say 50. That one there should say 47 and 50. And we've just struck out the first one, Mayor Foster, and the 31C, because those have already been changed with the leave of the meeting. So does anyone else want to speak to these amendments? Councillor Condi would like to speak to the amendments. Over to you.
actually, can I just ask a kind of follow-up question to Councillor Paul's question, which is just the issue with, now I can't remember whether it's 47 or 50, but one of them, it was about retaining a percentage of places, whereas the replacement is just to encourage some places. Is that part of the difference that kind of makes it less prescriptive?
I think the Mayor could deal with it in his right of reply. Yeah. Are there any other people like to speak? Councillor Calvert.
To the amendments. So very, very quickly, I'm going to support 4A, 4B, 4C, but I'm not supporting the rest. In particular, 47, we were quite clear on the task force that we wanted to see provision made for what was probably originally the main bulk of our tenants years ago, but gradually that percentage has got smaller and smaller because we've had to allocate our housing to those people that would normally be housed by Kāinga Ora. So we wanted to make sure that we did retain, or we had a way of making sure that we still provided housing for the fit elderly and for other groups that did struggle to get long-term quality housing. So I can't support these amendments from 8B onwards, but in particular 47 and 49.
Thank you. I'll speak now. I'd like to thank the Mayor for bringing these forward and trying to help us find a way through. I won't be supporting the amendment about the sustaining tenancies because I do think that that is just something that we need to be, quite clear with, that that's something that's important to this council and it's a moment in time. The other ones, I'm quite happy with the new 4C. I think that's quite clear that we're focused on. That I think it's quite well written. I think we've sort of tried a number of different ways of doing it, and that one is a bit clearer, so that's good. And then 8B, I think I'm fine with the two options. I think it's okay to say, we've got, as long as it's proportionate, it leaves it open enough, but it still says there needs to be an elected member in there, and I think that's fine. And then 9B, maybe I'm not sure about that one because I actually do still think there's some part to play as an elected body to be able to be part of that appointments panel. We bring a perspective, and that person could potentially bring some good community perspective and expertise. There is some expertise that comes. It might not be technical around other things, but it's a community thing, so I'm quite okay with that one. And then I think 41 I'm okay with supporting, and 47 and 50 I'm actually okay with supporting that because unlike Councillor Calvert, I actually think it does give room for that to happen because it's saying to report back in February to see how we can do that, and I think that's more useful than doing a blanket agreement today that actually doesn't have a proper commitment in it, and we don't really know what the reality is that we can do. So I'm really happy to support more investigation in that, and I think it's a better pathway forward to actually get the outcome that we want rather than just going, okay, leap of faith, we'll make this work. There's a little bit of a feeling of that in the way that we've approached it today, and I think, again, I just want to say I think that's partly because we're sort of trying to catch up with a really big process that we haven't had involvement in until today. So, Councillor Matthews, do you want to speak?
Yeah, very briefly, because it's a long day and we're all a lot older than we were this morning. I just want to... a lot older. No, I just want to thank you, Mayor Foster, for this. I felt like there was a point where we were about to go off the rails and you brought us back on the rails, so I think that's good. It's been a good collaborative process over the day, and I think lots of people have contributed really well. I'm going to support most of these, but I will not be supporting the one that gets rid of the stuff about the evictions. That's the second... The first one now. It was the second one. And I won't be supporting the 1, 2. I am going to vote for the 2 council representatives because Councillor Paul has communicated with me that that's very important to our tenants. That's a very important protective measure, and on that basis, I will be supporting. I'll be voting against this amendment and supporting having 2. I actually don't, on a personal level, not that bothered, but it's, I think that there's some keeping the faith here that is important, and I won't be voting for the ones about the transition period because I think it's important that we signal the tenants group is going to continue. But I think these are really good, and I think we're getting to a good place, even if it took us a very, 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 very long time.
Councillor Condi.
Thank you, and I'd just like to add my thanks to Mayor Foster for bringing these. I just wanted to remind everyone and bring your attention to Amendment 9, the 9B, which is removing the words in red, which is taking the words in red, we're adding a council trustee onto the appointments panel. And I just wanted to remind everybody of the officer advice that that was one of the two things that officers identified as definitely critical sticking points for the regulator. So if you were on the fence about this one about 9B, that's one that the officers said that they just do not think it will go through the regulator because, you know, council is appointing our own trustees, and then for us to have a council trustee on the appointment panel for the independent trustees starts to layer additional control and extend the council control. So just as you're going through these lists and thinking, what are all of those things? Just a suggestion that one in particular was one that council staff have identified as a significant roadblock to maintaining the independence that the CHIP will require.
I'm just going to verify I got myself mixed up the wrong way. I got 8B and 9B the wrong way around when I was speaking, so I will vote accordingly. But would anyone else like to speak to this, or are we ready to vote? And if we're ready to vote, we're going to have to go slow because we've got officers who are trying to load the system. So are there any...
Sorry, I'm a bit confused about the process. Are we still able to talk to the substantive?
Well, you always can in these meetings because we're not at council.
Okay, so after the amendments. Okay, cool.
Well, it's up to you. You could speak to it now, but it makes sense to do it after we've dealt with this amendment.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll do that. Cool. Yeah, thanks.
So I think it's easiest just to do them all separately. Otherwise, we're going to try and spend ages figuring it out. So we'll start with the first amendment.
Can I have a right to reply?
Oh, sorry, you can.
Nah. Look,
it is 25 to 6.
Well, the only reason I do is because there are actually some things to respond to. So just very quickly, the sustaining tenancies one is quite strong advice. It's not a easy one. It is quite strong advice from officers. So that's to Councillors Day and Matthews. Thanks for all your feedback there. The two council reps, Councillor Matthews, I think the issue there is that if it's two, you must be 9 trustees, and I think that's more the issue. I actually have no problem with having two councillors. I think forcing it to be 9 trustees probably is going to be an issue, and so I think that's the no. But at the moment it'd be 5, 7, or 9 effectively, and that's a sensible degree of flexibility. But to compel it to be 9, I think is an issue. And as soon, of course, if you lose somebody, and if it's got to be 9, then effectively you haven't got a trust every time that happens. So I think you've got to think very carefully about that. So that's why my preference would be to have that flexibility. My view would have been simply to say it's 1 or 2. Is it going to be at least 1? Could be 2. And if you had 2 trustees, it could be both councillors. You could do that. That would have been the way that I would have gone. But it can be. We can have another look at that later on. In terms of the transition period, look, I agree with you that I want to see a tenancy advocacy arrangement regardless. I think for me that gets picked up as the report back which happens in February to say, so look, you give us some comfort that those things, those wraparound services, those tenancy arrangements, advocacy arrangements are picked up in some way by the trust. We don't have to tell them exactly how to do it, but those things are really really important to us. And that I guess responds to Councillor Calvert as well. Those things that the task force reported on, they are important, and I'm taking comfort from staff that they will report back to us in February with that advice as to how those are best dealt with. Councillor Condi, yes, you're absolutely right. The advice around the appointments panel process was one of the ones which was seen as critical from a regulatory point of view. So we need to deal with that. I'll leave it there.
Cool. Right, we will start voting. So we will start with the first one. The power. The first one, I'm just going to read. I'll let you know what they're about so that we make sure people online are really clear. So the first one is the one about the sustaining tenancies replacing the eviction one. Yeah, because we've taken out the first one because it had already been changed.
Voting yes for this. I now can't really see what's going on. Sorry.
That's
I'm
all right.
voting yes for this.
I'll let you know once we've got voting. So that has failed.
Okay, can you tell me the numbers?
So it's 7 against and 5 for, and I don't need to read out the names. You've taken a note.
Am I voting for that? Because
You are voting for it.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll now go to the second one, which is about where our city housing activities will happen. So that was just clarifying the importance of Wellington City. And that one is carried unanimously. And then we'll move on to the third one, which is the change in the number of trustees on the trust, the councillors. No, you're against. And that one has failed with 8 against and 4 for. Okay, we're now up to number 4. We're making some decisions. Number 4, which is about the who's able to choose the panel be on the panel.
Could I just clarify, Jill, that Jenny spoke to that earlier and with the officer advice?
Mm-hmm.
I'm afraid that we can't really debate it once the voting's open. That's quite a clear thing in our standing orders, so you'll have to rack your brains.
Well, it just says remove words in red.
Well, it says Amendment 9B. So when you look at what's been sent out, I can read it to you.
Yes, please. Thank you. Sorry,
I know you're working online. So the words that were added this is about appointing the independent trustees. The words that were added at the end in red are add one of the council-appointed trustees to the board appointments panel, and the mayor through this amendment is proposing removing that. So you can vote for or against. Oh, this one has carried, and it's 7-4-5 against. I don't think I did. I have to change that. Right, so that still passes, but it was 8 and 4. Sorry, it's been a very long day. Right, we'll just move on from that and we'll go to the second to last one, which is the amendment to 41 to remove the words after transition process. So I'm going to read this out because otherwise people online are going to be wondering which one we're doing. So 41 says, agree to establish a tenant public housing advisory group with membership support from subject matter experts. Council will support the advisory group with administrative support. This group will be established as soon as possible to advise through the transition process and continue once the CHIP is established. And the Mayor is proposing to remove and continue once the CHIP is established. So, yeah. Against, yeah. I've gone all the way through the different, I've abstained. I can't leave though. Okay, so that one has failed. And that was 9 against, I think, and 3 for. Now we're up to the last one, which is to replace 47 and 50. And this is to make sure that the officers have time to bring back advice. Thank you everyone for your patience. We are making our way there. And that is carried, so 9, 4 and 3 against. Okay, so now we're now back to the substantive, and I think there might be a few people who want to say a few words, but not many. If any. I do know that Councillor Pennant was indicating she wanted to speak, so I'll let you go next, Councillor Pennant.
Thank you, and I appreciate it's been a long day. And as you can see, there is a birthday celebration happening in our house, so I am keen to participate in that. Look, I do want to say thank you to everyone for your hard work. I know your heart's in the right place and you're just trying to improve things, but I will, Chair, for your ease, just vote against the whole thing at the end, not clause by clause, because for me, really, you're either in or you're out with a chip, and all these sorts of little improvements and trying to have a little bit of control are kind of against the spirit of what I think the government was trying to do, which was keep us out. And I have a fundamental problem with that. And I think, you know, we have to see this in the context of other local government reform. The money that Councillor Fitzsimons referred to was money to get us to accept the Three Borders reform, planning reform. And I am a passionate believer in local government, and I believe there is a role for grassroots democracy, and it needs to be strengthened rather than weakened. So I decry this. Actually, I think Labor and National have let us down by not changing the legislation to let us access the IRRS. Local government has to be a critical part of the housing solution permanently. And I will remind you, colleagues, that it's pretty grim when, this is my left-wing colleagues, it's pretty grim when there's a right-wing government in. They like cutting funding. They tend not to have a particularly positive attitude towards the most vulnerable in our community, and it's not the best outcome. So maintaining some control is quite critical so that we can continue to advocate for progressive policies, which is what the city is so good at doing. So yeah, that's just my brief comment. I do appreciate the efforts to improve it, but really I don't agree with this, and I hope we will just keep pushing for that IRRS so we can stay in the house game. Kia ora.
Just want to acknowledge the fact that you're trying to make this quick and easy and voting against the whole thing, but does that include your own amendments?
Can I just, sorry, I should have just said, you know what I will agree with, right? Because I've already voted.
Okay,
you know
I'm really happy for you to do that.
Me, but
yeah.
just for your sake, Chair, because otherwise you might strangle me.
Thank you, and that means you can get back to your party. Councillor Paul.
Very briefly, I just wanted to say a big thank you to our tenants and obviously all the officers that have worked on this and our city housing team, but a special thanks to our tenants, and to note that this is the biggest number of amendments to any paper we've had this term, and that we've spent a long time on this today because you're worth every minute of it and we care about you. And the challenges of city housing has been the most emotionally challenging of the term, and we all work together at lunchtime to try and find collaborative and constructive solutions, because we put our ideologies aside mostly and want to find a stable and secure solution for you so that you and your whānau can afford your rent every week and stay in your community and be housed in a safe and affordable home. So yeah, just want to say thank you to you, and there's so much more work to go, but we're committed to doing it constructively and make sure there are good outcomes for you and your whānau.
Kia ora, Councillor Calvert.
Yes, I just wanted to really say that we need to put the tenants at the heart of what we're deciding. It's the people, so it's really important and really important part of our city. I just wanted to note that I won't be voting for number 46, which is the Granville. I just think it's a bit pointless, because by the time you build anything, even if it went ahead, it would be at least 4 years away. So, and that they would have all been allocated elsewhere and the building would have been pulled down, and so they're probably better off, as we heard from one of our task force members who's moved from Granville into Berkeley Dallard. They're in a much better environment, so as they are, so I won't be supporting that one.
Thank you. I'll just speak very briefly, but I just want to acknowledge how big this journey has been, and I feel like I've gone all over the place from the beginning, being completely dead against setting up a chip, and I have to say that I still have huge discomfort with this process today, and I think that really does just acknowledge the fact that we don't want to be in this situation. We would like to be able to keep our city housing as a council, and I want to acknowledge that the staff have worked incredibly hard to take on a lot of feedback from various levels and places where they have to bring together very technical information and produce a report that was actually it's very thorough, and it covers things really well. I think the bits that you can see that councillors are bringing to this is the exact reason that we're elected to council, which is to bring a community voice, which we heard today, and you know, we do take the role of representing our communities very seriously, and I thought that Murray did a really good job of helping sharpen our focus, but also acknowledging the challenge that we're setting up a chip that does have to do both, provide housing additionality and then also care for our tenants. You know, we're going to have a big chip in this, and we have to make sure that we're doing both, but that we have the capacity and we are in the position to do so. And we heard that it's not so easy for an organisation trying to set up a smaller chip. So you know, that makes it hard, because this really is our only option. But it also means that we take that responsibility seriously. And I did also think that Murray challenged us to think about the fact that, yes, we still advocate for IRRS for council, but we take some responsibility ourselves, and that's what we're trying to do today. And I think also just reminding us that this isn't actually about housing, it's about people. We don't need houses without people, so we have to remember our purpose for being here, which other people have shared. And I do want to acknowledge the people who have come back multiple times over the last couple of years as public participants to share their hopes and desires and concerns. And you know, that we do listen and take that feedback seriously, and you'll have seen today that we have agonised over this and we have not rushed it, even though sometimes people might want to finish a meeting by a certain time. We are here until we have made the decision that matters for our tenants. We will continue to listen to our tenants and work through this process, and as we've heard, there's still a lot more to happen. But yeah, I do want to acknowledge that everybody, and I know our staff absolutely, who work with our tenants all the time and have grappled with this issue, are here to make this as good as it can be for our tenants. So thank you. And it looks like Councillor Rush might talk to us from his car.
Yes. So thanks very much, colleagues, for allowing me to join remotely. I had a couple of things I had to duck out and do today. But I just want to say what an outstanding performance by the council, by officers, the collaboration, and I think someone said that, you know, our hearts are all in the right place. So I just want to say to the tenants, you know, we're doing our best for you. We love you, and I think even if the next centre-right government will love you too. But yeah, just a hats off to what I've observed as being a really decent collaborative effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anything else? Anyone else? I think we're not things now. Councillor Fitzsimon. Oh, Deputy Mayor Free, you just said yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'll just say very quick words.
Okay.
And I was dreading this process because I did think it was going to be very difficult, but I think we've landed in a place, I didn't agree with everything, obviously, but we've landed in a place where hopefully we can go forward and discover if there's any snags, as you so nicely put it, you know, they can be sorted out. I think the main thing for me is we still own these assets, and there are possibilities for us to actually change the lease, admittedly with quite a long notice, or a shorter notice if we need to, if there's a really good reason, like some real changes in legislation. So I think it's quite important to remember that we still own these buildings. That means we'll always have skin in this game, and we'll always you know, have an interest in making sure it's well run. So I'd like to take, if you don't mind, separately, I still don't really agree with the 4 council appointees, which is, I don't know, it's down as 8B on my amended sheet, but it may not be that now. And I'd also like to take the Granville flats separately, because I think a process has started there, and I wonder if we're just best to just trust our staff to do what they can do, and as well as they do. And thank you to everybody. Huge amount of work's gone in. It was so nice to hear the compliments from Murray about the standard of work. Well deserved.
And the other Jill Day's here, and her mum will do the right of reply.
Just very fittingly, this is my daughter Kate, and one of her favourite games is to pretend to be Jill Day. And the final thing I wanted to say is very fitting because I just wanted to thank Jill for being an excellent chair. It's been such a difficult meeting and you've handled it perfectly. So that's my only right of reply, is to congratulate you and thank you for running this very long meeting so well.
Thank you, and thank you everybody for your patience. It's a delicate line between giving everyone an opportunity but keeping it moving, and you never quite always get it right, but we try. So at the moment we've got two resolutions to take separately. One is 8B and the other one is 46. Is there anything else anyone wants to take separately? Otherwise, we'll do a big chunk. So we'll do the first two separately, which is 8B.
Sorry, Jill, could you just put that up on the screen again?
Sure. Yep. 8B is the appointment of trustees.
Actually, I will support that. So maybe we don't need to take it separately.
We'll just do it. It's
Okay.
already done.
All right.
And that is carried with 11 for and 1 against. Consistency. And then we'll do 46 separately. Oh, just breathe it. And kua mana, that is carried. 7 for and 5 against. Cool. Okay. Now we're just going to do the rest. And that is carried with 11 for and 1 against. And kua mutu I tēnei hui. So this meeting is finished, and I hope that my last one next time is a little easier and not as long. So let's see. But e te karakia mutunga. Unu here, ki te uru tapu nui. Nā te wairua, te ara takatū, koe kia kua wātia.
Thanks, Jill. Thanks, everyone. Have a good evening.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.